Good afternoon, everybody. If you all take your seats. So this is a day I've been waiting for my whole life. John Herbst now gets to be mayor for the day. Thank you, Dean, for giving me this opportunity. I appreciate it. Meeting adjourned. No, sorry, can't do that. Hope everybody's enjoying our summer so far. I'm getting ready for the 4th of July. Yeah, should be on. Yep, we're on. We're good. All right. Well, once again, thank you, everybody, for coming on in. I appreciate your making the time to come on down and be part of our government. So it's a conference meeting for the City of Fort Lauderdale for Monday, June 30th, 2025. And we will start off. We have one neighbor presentation, and then we're going to move on after that to our end of session state legislative update. So, Troy Liggett, you've got your turn at the mic.
Thank you, Commissioner Herbst, Vice Chair Herbst, I should say, and members of the Commission. Thank you for this opportunity. I'm Troy Liggett, a resident of Fort Lauderdale, representing the Middle River Terrace Neighborhood Association, where I'm serving as my 4th term as president. I'm a former member and chair of the Central City Redevelopment Advisory Board, commonly known as the CRAB, which is what I'm here to make my presentation about. I'm here to ask for your support and action on 3 issues involving the CRAB, which advises you on the Central City Community Redevelopment area. As background, the Central City CRA was established in 2012 to combat blight across parts of several neighborhoods north of Sunrise Boulevard. The CRA runs from Lauderdale Manors in District 3 to South Middle River Terrace, and Lake Ridge in District 2, and is important to Poinsettia Heights neighborhood in District 1. As I mentioned, I have 3 requests for you. First, I ask that you consider extending the 3-year term of service of the CRAB to mirror that of the 9-year term of service for the Northwest Progresso Flagler Heights Advisory Board. The Central City Advisory Board can serve 3 one-year terms. Thus, you appoint them every year, and they can serve for only 3 years total. This is unlike almost all other city boards, except for the short-term ones that you appoint for specific reasons, and is very different from the other CRA's board. I ask that you extend the terms for 2 important reasons. First, there is an extensive learning curve for new advisory board members, and the CRAB spends an inordinate amount of time simply bringing the constant flow of new members up to speed. By the time they figure out what's going on, and I can attest as a former board member, they're gone, and we start over. Second, the CRA has a lifespan of 30 years, with 17 years remaining. And redevelopment is a long-term task that needs consistency. The lengthy nature of CRA projects is generally longer than the short 3-year terms of advisory members, so the board that was involved with creating a project is almost never around to serve for its implementation, which has caused problems specifically on the recent 4th Avenue streetscape project, which was designed 5 years ago and faced many delays. It also has been a significant problem with the Central City rezoning initiative that's underway. There are many reasons why it's taken over a decade for the CRAB to endorse the rezoning proposal, but I suggest one of the most significant is the constant turnover of the board. We're on our 5th new board since the initiative began. The constant turnover also directly led to the CRAB's recent endorsement of a rezoning plan for parts of the southern part of Middle River Terrace. They passed the plan by an 8-2 vote, and I suggest that vote total is incredibly deceiving because 6 of the 8 votes were appointed by were by members appointed just a couple of months before the vote and had never been engaged in the rezoning process before their appointment. Indeed, 5 of the 6 were recruited by one South Middle River resident on behalf of commercial property developers who were not pleased with the compromise and plan endorsed by an equally lopsided vote the other way just 10 months earlier. This back and forth has damaged the CRAB's credibility, and I suggest extending the board member's term is a good way to avoid this problem in the future. My second request is to ask that you direct the CRA staff to fulfill their obligation of updating the CRA's redevelopment plan, which has been overdue for 2 years. The Central City CRA, like the other CRA, was established for a 30-year term. In 2012, when it was established, the Commission adopted a comprehensive plan that authorized very specific objectives and goals. You, the Commission at the time, directed the CRA to review the plan every 5 years and to submit updates to you for amendment if needed. That's common sense because things change. In 2017, the CRA staff at the time and the CRAB reviewed the plan and offered suggestions to you, and you adopted those amendments in 2018.
Troy, we're kind of running over here. Could I ask you just to kind of sum it up in the next 30 seconds, if you would?
Sure thing.
Thank you.
I ask you to update this because the central issue in this, it is built around a commuter rail station on 13th Street, which no longer exists. And so to implement this plan, you need to adopt this, and I suggest that's important. My third request is the Middle River Terrace Neighborhood Association has serious issues with the management of the CRA, and we request a meeting with the city manager to discuss those issues. Thank you.
Thank you. So one question to Dwayne. I know we've got a lot of things in our charter or in our ordinance code that kind of relate back to when we had 3-year terms. It sounds like that term for the South Middle River CRA board members might be tied to that. Does that make sense?
So this CRA was adopted later than most of those boards that are governed by the Code of Ordinance restriction on the consecutive terms, and they have a specific consecutive term in their establishing ordinance that limits them, that first off gives them a term of office of 1 year and limits it to 3 consecutive 1-year terms. So that restriction is in their enabling ordinance.
Okay, but that's in the ordinance code. That's not a charter issue. That's an ordinance code.
That's correct.
So I do think it makes sense because to Troy's point, it does take a while for a lot of people to get up to speed. So how do my colleagues feel about that? Is that something that you'd like to revisit?
Well, Vice Mayor, I agree. I think it would be important. I actually like the model that the Planning and Zoning Board has of the 2 3-year terms, 6 years max. It's obviously not as much as the Northwest 9 years, but it's certainly a lot better than 3 1-year terms. I think that's way too short, and I think we should revisit it.
And I think we actually just modified that for kind of the same reason, to tie it into the commission terms. We did that last year, if I remember correctly, didn't we? Or did we just extend by 1 year? I'm trying to recall what this.
We extended by 1 year, so it used to be 3 years for the Planning and Zoning Board. It's now 4 years. So those boards are special in the sense that they're quasi-judicial, but the 2-3 years is consistent with what our code provides for other boards.
Okay.
So in general, we have a maximum of 6 total years, consecutive years. If it's a 1-year term, it's 6 consecutive 1-year terms is usually the limitation. If it's a 2-year term, it's 3 consecutive 2-year terms, and so forth. So 6 years is the general limitation on the number of years in our code.
Pam, any thoughts?
Yes. Troy, you mentioned that there's been 5 new boards since the session.
I'm just saying it was established in 2012. So
Right.
it was the original one in 2012, 2015, 2018, 21, 2024. I guess, that's 5. Mm-hmm. So, it's turned over 5 times since then while they've been trying to do the rezoning. And every new board has had to figure out what rezoning is all about, and they start over in a way.
All right. I agree that we should extended and allow them to have that total of 6-year terms. I think that would be more productive. What you're saying, it's just a restart, and I'm one of those ones. So why are we restarting every time? Let's continue to do what we need to do.
Thank you.
Yes, I'm in agreement with that part.
Dwayne, you got a consensus. Thank you, Troy.
Yeah, well, Vice Mayor, if I can chime in there. Can you
I'm
hear
sorry.
me?
I didn't realize you were on the line. My apologies, Commissioner Sorensen. Thank you. Please.
Yeah, no problem. Appreciate it. Yeah, Troy, thanks for your service, and Vice Mayor and Commissioners. Yeah, I agree. I think extending the term makes sense. If it sounds like the consensus is 6 years, that sounds like a good plan for me. Thank you. Thanks, Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner.
So for clarification, we're doing 2 3-year terms.
Yes.
All right, will do.
Okay. Thank you.
Vice Mayor, to his request to have a meeting, definitely we can sit down and discuss any of your concerns. Thank you.
That'd be wonderful. Thank you. And I also hope you.
Sorry, and Raquel, the CRA plan updating, is that something that we can have done?
Yes, it is best practice to update periodically, so we can take a look at that.
Okay, great. Did I say that right, Troy, what you were seeking?
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
Thank you.
So are we batting 1,000, 3 for 3, Troy?
3 for 3.
Okay, great.
Awesome.
Thank you.
I don't know.
Thanks,
I don't
Vice
like
Mayor.
people to be that happy walking away, but we'll give it to you.
Exactly.
People are going to start to expect that now. All right.
That's right.
All right. Next item is our 2025 end of session state legislative update, and I just want to say thank you, by the way, to everybody for all the hard work that you do up in Tallahassee. Better you than me. So we have Senator Osgood here. We have Representative Cassell, Representative Lamarca, Representative Rosenwald, and Representative Campbell. I understand that Representative Dunkley couldn't make it today, so thank you, all of you, for taking the time to come here and be part of this with us today. And this was actually fun for me. I haven't seen Mr. Rosenwald. He reminded me 2007 was the first time he and I met at a party with Kate McCaffrey. Goes back 5 city managers ago. So, yeah, good to see you. Good to see you. All right. Take it away, Daphne.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayors, Commissioners, and honorable members, as well as my great lobbying team. This is the 2025 state regular legislative session update. It was defined by significant budget reductions, dynamic power shifts, and intensive negotiations. I think that's the greatest way to put it.
Delicately phrased. I like that.
Commencing on March 4th, 2025, and concluding on June 16th, 6 weeks beyond the original scheduled adjournment of May 2nd, session was marked by extended budget negotiations. So I would also like to welcome our Fort Lauderdale legislative delegation, Senator Osgood, Representatives Lamarca, Representative Campbell, Dunkley, who could not make it, Representative Cassell, and Representative Rosenwald. Senator Pizzo was also unable to make it, but he does extend his hellos to everybody. I would also like to thank each of them for their hard work and dedication representing our interests in Tallahassee. And I would also like to introduce our contract lobbying teams, Ron Book PA, Eric's Consultants, Ruben Turnbull and Associates, and Capital City Consulting, and thank them for their tireless efforts advocating on the city's behalf. Before I have our delegation come up, I just want to quickly run through the appropriations that we received this year. The governor's veto list so far has not come out. Okay, I got no's. So first and foremost, I'd like to say on page 5 of the exhibit, you'll see the beginning of our city appropriations. The fire rescue special event ambulances, we requested $320,000 and we received $320,000. For the homeless transitional housing program, we requested $1 million and received half of that at $500,000. For the educational enrichment program, we requested $500,000 and received $350,000. And the Galt Mile Improvement Project, we requested $2 million and we received $500,000. Moving on to the top of page 6, you'll see the roadway resurfacing project. We requested $750,000 and we received that amount that we requested. The sidewalk repair safety project, we requested $750,000 and received that same amount. And the Southeast 13th Bridge Replacement Project, we requested $1.5 million. We received $500,000. The Las Olas Safety Improvements and ADA Upgrade Project, we requested $1 million, and we received that amount in the budget at $1 million. For the Violence Interruption Program, which is a Fort Lauderdale Police Department project, we requested $900,000. We initially received, $250,000, and in the supplemental package, we received an additional $425,000 to total $650,000. Last but not least, we did request Fort Lauderdale's Growth Opportunities Program for $500,000. However, that one was not included in the budget. I would now like to have Senator Osgood come up to give a little insight as to her experience and what she did for us this session.
Good evening to all of you on the dais, to Commissioner Soren on the Zoom. And I want to first start off by thanking the city of Fort Lauderdale for employing Daphne. Daphne made my life in Tallahassee much better. I was a stronger senator because of Daphne. If I'm texting 1 and 2 o'clock in the morning, she's responding. I appreciate her attention to the city and making sure that I have what I need to represent the city in a very, very factual and strong way. I'm also going to ask the Fort Lauderdale legislative delegation to stand, if you could stand. And I want you to see them, and Senator Pizzo is not here, but we take pride and we are just so honored to represent you. And I want to thank each of you, both Democrats and Republicans, for how hard you work with us in the city, in the Senate, to represent the city of Fort Lauderdale. Can you guys celebrate them? We know what happens in Tallahassee. You don't. Thank you. You may be seated. And I am happy to report that it is truly a bipartisan effort, working with Rep. Cassell, Rep. LaMarca. We get the job done for the people. So just a few highlights from this year. I want to paint the picture so you understand. Our state budget is about $115.1 billion. That's a $3.5 billion cut from last year. COVID money went away. There were changes, things changed in the federal government. So we have to make some cuts, whether it's the city commission or the school board. And I want to say that so you don't come and yell at the commission. You send emails and yell at us in Tallahassee. But we're trying to get our budget in line that we don't have a deficit over the next several years. So we're working in a very bipartisan way to make sure that we're fiscally sound. So that budget is resulting in about $1.3 billion in cuts, eliminating the business rent tax with remaining relief through limited sales tax holidays exemptions, a permanent sales tax holiday exemption on any clothing and shoes that you buy that's under $75, which will result in about $100 billion savings a year. A one-time exemption on hurricane supplies, an exemption on electronic and school supplies up to $1,500 per person. That means backpacks, school computers, and things that our children need for school. There is a hunting and fishing and camping tax holiday exemption, a 1.75% deduction from residential homestead and flood policies, and new limits on duration for local surtaxes. So there's also money that we set aside to add $1.5 billion to the stabilization fund. And I kind of came away from this legislative session with mixed feelings. As I looked at the budget process and where we are listening at the governor today, we kind of prioritize business tax relief. And we know that if our businesses are stronger, then there are more jobs available. It helps us with our workforce and it helps us with our economy. Our job in Tallahassee is to kind of find a balance. Even when we have different perspectives and different political views, we try to work real hard. Sometimes we fight it out. You see a lot of stuff in the media. Some of it is true, a lot of it is not. But that's what we do in a democracy, is we share. So I'm going to highlight a few more things that I think are important. House Bill 1105 was the education bill. And I was very excited and happy for this bill. I'm going to lose some cool points with my children, but it's okay. This bill prohibits students in K through 8th grade from using cell phones during the day. And people say, oh, you can't take away the phones. We need to take away the phones. The children need to focus on their education, not texting, not monitoring social media, not having fights at lunch because somebody didn't like something on somebody's social media page. If I had my way, I would have done it from K through 12. So we compromised. So for high school students, we're studying what it looks like to prohibit high school students from using a cell phone. Now, how many of you all in here use your cell phone or had a cell phone when you was in school? Raise your hand. Yeah, a few of y'all. I can tell what age y'all are, but we came out just fine, right? It wasn't a distraction. Also, there was legislation passed to prohibit people from causing someone else to call 911 and make a false report. We can't overburden 911 with false reports. We have to be truthful when we call 911 and we make reports. The legislature also expanded the hazard walking condition for school children that have to walk to school with hazard conditions, whether it's high traffic volumes or construction that's taking place. So now the school districts will have to really consider providing transportation for that student, even if they're not 2 miles away. It was an unfunded mandate, and it could be challenging for some of the districts. The one bill that keeps resonating with me, and I'm, giving honor to God because I gave up my Camaro and I now drive a Trax, which is the dangerous speeding law that classifies driving 50 miles per hour over the speed limit or 100 miles an hour over the speed limit a dangerous matter and a criminal offense. And you can go to jail for 30 days and pay a $500 fine for the first offense and 90 days and a $1,000 fine for the repeat offense. This was one of Senator Pizzo's brainchild based on an experience. And he loves me so much, he didn't name it the Rosalind Osgood bill because he knows that in the past I did speed a little too much. Another bill was commercial squatter removal, which enables quicker exemption of squatters from commercial properties. Sometimes squatters move into commercial properties, and the way that our rules were is you have to go through a whole kind of like an eviction process to get them out. This bill gives the sheriffs greater authority to just address the problem without the overwhelming burden on the on the court system, which we pay for as taxpayers. We also passed legislation to have a fentanyl awareness day, which will be August 21st. And fentanyl is a problem. Please monitor medication. Please pay attention to what's going on with our children. There was another bill, Senate Bill 612, that established a new category of a third-degree murder for those younger than 18 years old who illegally distribute controlled substance that result in overdose. And there's a list that go along with that. We have a lot of our kids that are overdosing because they don't understand the severity of these drugs and all the combination drugs that we have on the street. And I have the other legislators, they're going to cover a lot of the other things. I want to make sure that I didn't miss some of the things that I wanted to highlight. And also, a lot of these laws go in effect on July 1st. I think another law that we need to be made aware of is the new texting law. So if you get caught texting and driving, the first time it's a $500 offense. The second time it's $500 and your license suspended for 6 months. The third time I think it's $500 and your license could be suspended indefinitely. So we have to make sure that we're driving safely. And ladies, there was a lot of conversation about ladies putting on their makeup while they're driving. I can't even put my makeup on when I'm not driving. I'm still learning, so I don't know how we do that. But there were about almost 3,000 bills, somewhere I think around 2,600 bills that were filed. And and I may be a little off on the numbers, but I think we got across the floor maybe around 260 plus bills. Tallahassee is heavy lifting. Bills have to go through the House and the Senate, and then we have to compromise. It is a lot of work that go into passing legislation and trying to make sure that we're positioning the residents in the state of Florida in the best posture. And sometimes it's not easy because we all have our different perspectives. But I just wanted to lift those highlights, and I thank you guys for giving me the opportunity to serve you in Senate District 32. And I can say the same thing for my colleague who I just enjoy working with, Senator Jason Pizzo. And again, hats off to the members of the House of Representatives, and I just so appreciate you and how we work together to get things done for the city of Fort Lauderdale.
Next up, I will have Representative Darrell Campbell.
Well, good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon.
It's an honor and a pleasure to be back home. It's relieving, to say the least. It takes a lot of work. This session has been interesting, to say the least. We're kind of on a ebb and stop and go flow, where we extended session for extra amount of days, but the work had to be done in making sure that we get a budget that was passed for the state. My thoughts about this session was it was a learning process of a new speaker, new Senate president, and just getting a feel of what's going to be like for not only this year but for next year as well. As for those who may not be aware, it's a new leadership every 2 years, and it's constant getting familiar with what is their priorities and how can we make sure that we align with the city priorities and our priorities up there in the state. And so that is one of the challenges that you find that you run into this year. As you saw in the headlines, you saw a lot of us standing up against and really bringing back power to the legislature when it came to what the House, what the Senate plans to do, and not only being ran by a governor who's trying to, take full control of both sides. And so I was proud of that, to see the unified stance that we all stood in fighting for that. Some of the highlights that I wanna talk about is that we really pushed back and really stood our ground on making sure that we want to make sure that we focused on the community, on the people. I was proud to bring back $3.6 million to the community. As you all are aware, the bill, the budget had been signed today. We're still going through that budget to see what the veto list is looking like, so we can't bring you any updates because it literally just got signed. But once we get more details on that, we'll definitely be able to provide more updates on that. In regards to some of the bills that one of the bills that I got passed was the Spectrum Alert bill, which is near and dear to my heart. What this bill does is simply like Amber Alert. You get notification to your phones about a child that's on the spectrum. Once they get missing, you get notified, and it provides that opportunity for the community to be on the lookout for this individual as they are, missing and trying to figure out where this person is. It also helps our law enforcement to provide better training on a lot of how to handle kids on the spectrum. As we've seen in years past, we've seen there were situations where law enforcement was not well equipped, and we always ask so much for law enforcement. This is another opportunity that we have to really have a bonding and more collaboration between community and law enforcement as they figure out how to handle a child on the spectrum. And so being a mental health professional, that was near and dear to my heart. Another thing that we had we had discussed and we had got across, but going to continue working on is trying to get more social workers involved in our communities. We had a bill that came across where it would expand a compact of social workers across not only here but across across other states, allowing Florida to be part of this compact. We were unfortunate to get that across, but we're still in conversations, and we're looking forward for that to come back for next session. But as far as this session goes, I'm glad it's a wrap. I'm glad to be home. I'm glad to see the sun. My sinuses are intact, and But I do want to say thank you to my colleagues for the tremendous support given in helping to work across the aisle and to figure out what's going on this session, because there were times where I'm not going to kid you not, I felt lost. But it's kind of a unifying and a bonding thing when you realize that your colleagues are just as lost as you are, and so trying to figure out the process and how we're going to move this process. But I'm looking forward to what is to come, and I'm also. But I'm looking forward to what's to come, and how we move forward to making sure Fort Lauderdale is the highest ranked cities and one of the highest ranked cities down here in the state. So I'm looking forward to that conversation. So thank you for your time and thank you for your efforts.
Representative Lamarca? I'm going a little bit out of order. I appreciate you, Representative Cassell.
Must be the gray hair. Well, good afternoon. It's good to be here with you. I want to take a quick moment and highlight that both my legislative aide and district aide are here. Justin Sasarchik, who's in the back row, and then Kiara Coleman, district aide here. So thank you for the opportunity to represent the city of Fort Lauderdale. And as you heard from some of those preliminary numbers, Vice Mayor Herbst, looks like we have another $1.5 million to try to get for Galt Mile this next year. So that means Mr. Rosenstein will be working hard in my last year. So I'm in my last term and my last year of my last term. So I want to highlight a few things with respect to approps, and if they come in as we heard. I know the governor was throwing red pens at the audience this morning at the press conference. Hopefully he is out of red pens. Having said that, Fort Lauderdale has always been a priority for me, whether I was serving on the county commission or here in the legislature, and a place where I grew up and spend a great deal of time. So the projects that we worked on here are very important, not all city related, but all in the city. I want to highlight a few. One was the Las Olas Chabad Jewish Center, the Friendship Circle Job Skills Training Program, which we had some funds from last year. We put in again this year. Next up was the Seafarers House at Port Everglades, supporting our maritime community. Our amazing Museum of Discovery and Science. I think I saw Joe Cox here. And if you haven't seen the F1 movie, you need to get over there and see that. And finally, not for the city, but within the city, the Stranahan House, which goes to a big priority of mine, being arts and culture and history. And for the city of Fort Lauderdale, the fire rescue special events ambulances, which if you've been to the Panther celebration or Riptide or Tortuga Fest, you understand that we need to make sure that our first responders get around on the beach, as well as the Southeast 13th Street Bridge Replacement Project. And top priority for me, no offense to the other districts, but the Galt Mile Street Safety Improvement Projects, which is be something that I'll be putting in the remainder of next year, which I don't typically do that and say, hey, I'm committed to doing this next year, but that project's near and dear to my heart. Policy-wise, I think Daryl and Representative Campbell and Senator Osgood, my good friends that we've worked on some projects together, they were right. I mean, there was an adjustment of the legislature with respect to the office of executive office of the governor. There was also some settling between the House and the Senate, which is always fun. But either way, I think the word you heard, and when people say to me, "Oh, how does it work up there? How do you do that?" I said, it's all about compromise. And if we don't see that in Washington over the next few days, nothing will get done. Gretchen's here from the county. She knows that I had to compromise every Tuesday. So I understand how to do that and get priorities over the finish line. So a few of the bills that passed that were signed that were important to me were the the Fort Lauderdale DDA, the Downtown Development Authority bill, which dissolves the current sunset law, which will allow the Downtown Development Authority to continue doing amazing projects like Huizinga Park and other projects like that. Why that was important was it's not funded by residential tax dollars or resident payments. It's funded by the businesses, and if they choose to do that, then that's investment back into the city where those businesses are. The other two bills that are really important, I think, to a lot of our community, not all, but the condo bills that passed. The House Bill 913 was a bill that kind of it adjusted. You'll hear glitch bill, you'll hear other terms for it, but ultimately, I saw Ellen Bogdanoff is here, and she knows what a glitch bill is. Sometimes it's 8 years of glitch bills. Well, condo legislation requires updates as you go through the process, and from the tragedy at Surfside came a much needed piece of legislation to try to make sure our buildings are safe. But it also was probably a little bit aggressive from the time frame of working on issues like reserves and having residents who have not put into reserves do that all at once. So this bill gives a glide path, gives more time for the structural integrity reserve studies, and it also allows them to get a letter of credit for the condominium as opposed to putting reserves in before the work is done. So I think it gave folks a little bit of time to get the work done. We know that we'll stay on them to get the work done and make sure they're safe, but I think this is again a good compromise. And finally, House Bill 393 tags on to some work that I've been working on for the last few years mostly for residential homeowners. It's the My Safe Florida Home program, and this was the condo pilot program. And what this program will do is put additional dollars into a grant program for condominiums to be able to reinvest in hardening and making their buildings more resilient. Finally, I'll finish up with one of the things I think is important for us when we talk about folks going to Tallahassee. You're going to hear from 4 representatives. You heard from one member of the Senate. Look, it's our job to go up there and not forget where we came from. I happen to be now I actually have a partner on my Broward delegation as another Republican, but I happen to be on the Republican side, which right now there's a supermajority. But that doesn't mean you forget about who you serve, what their issues are, and why it's important that you're there to represent everybody. Hillary will talk about some projects that she's done, but one of the things that we need to make sure we do when we're up there is it's easy to get caught up in this team versus that team, this house versus that house, debates with the first floor with the governor's office. I think the more we embrace and work together with the governor's office, the more we'll see how that veto list will come out. But important to me is to make sure we bring issues home. And the biggest issue, I think, and I can't stress this enough, although it's not something that would keep somebody from dying in their condominium or something like that. Or being unsafe on the streets or whatever it might be, the arts and culture funding was something that we needed to make sure we got back in check. And while the bill that I was running for the Department of State, the Division of Arts and Culture, didn't go through in its form as a bill, a vast majority of the language was in the funding for the budget, and a lot of those arts and culture projects will get through this year. I think they're either at 90 or 95 when they finally did the scoring. It's my goal to go back next year and bring that probably to at least down to 90 to get more projects in there. But I also think that when those projects are being scored, people should be very the members that have been put on the Arts and Culture Board should be honest about evaluating projects and make sure that they highlight the great projects and make sure they get through. I think you'll see the budget signed with a lot of arts and culture funding. I think it was up to $39 million with respect to arts and culture, historic grants, and library grants. So that is my presentation, Mr. Vice Mayor, Madam Commissioner, and Mr. Commissioner.
Thank you so much, Jeff. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Representative. Now I will have Representative Cassell.
Is it on? Okay, great. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Commission, for having me. Members of the community, thank you so much for being here. What we do on your behalf. So I hope my presentation satisfies your need for understanding what happened this legislative session in Tallahassee. And so far, my colleagues have really hit the nail on the head. Going to Tallahassee really is a bipartisan effort. And I always like to talk about the statistics. There were 1,958 bills, total bills filed in the House this year. Of those bills that were filed between the House and the Senate, 269 bills passed. Over 70% of the bills that passed were passed unanimously with full bipartisan support, meaning 100% of every elected official voted yes in support of the bill 70% of the time. Over 90% of the 269 bills that passed with bipartisan support, meaning you had members on both sides of the aisle voting yes in support of legislation. Less than 10%, only 8.6 of the bills that passed on a party line vote. So less than 10% of the time this legislative session, we had disagreement that was based on your party affiliation. I had the honor of the $115 billion budget of securing $57,324,528. Of 28 of my appropriations, 24 of those appropriations will directly impact Broward County, and more specifically as it pertains to Fort Lauderdale, over $3 million between the Broward County Forensic Center, Henderson Behavioral Health, which is located here in Fort Lauderdale, and an appropriation for Broward Health, all coming back to Fort Lauderdale. Additionally, I was honored to support, we have a very vibrant Jewish community here in Broward County, and specifically in Fort Lauderdale. There's over 15,000 Jewish residents that call Fort Lauderdale home. Fort Lauderdale also is home to one of the largest Jewish day schools, Maimonides, which is actually right across the street from my house in Fort Lauderdale. And I secured over $20 million in Jewish day school security funding that will go across the state to ensure that Jewish students have the security that they need at their schools to provide them with that safety. Obviously, my colleagues have talked really at length about bills that are important to Fort Lauderdale, bills that were impactful. So I want to just talk a little bit about my experience. I have the honor and privilege of serving as the vice chair for the Insurance and Banking Subcommittee in the House. And one of the most impactful things that I think that came out of this legislative session is the work that we did in the House to investigate the claims made by the insurance industry several years ago, which a lot of reforms were passed that were really anti-consumer and really negatively impacted consumers in the state of Florida, to look into this affiliate companies where $14 billion of money was transferred from the insurance companies to the affiliated companies at a time where insurance companies were claiming basically bankruptcy, and that if the legislature didn't step in and pass significant reforms that were really pro-insurance and anti-consumer, that our insurance market would collapse. We are still involved in that investigation in the House. We had several meetings where we called the former insurance commissioner as well as the current insurance commissioner to investigate that transfer of funds. We are continuing that investigation into this legislative session in the hopes to get a better understanding of why our insurance marketplace continues to fail. Property insurance is my area of expertise. It's why I ran for office. So to have the ability to serve as the vice chair of insurance and banking is a huge opportunity for me to provide my expertise to the legislature at a time where we have a speaker who is really dedicated to getting a better understanding of a very complicated issue, rather than passing legislation that's reactionary and can negatively impact Floridians, whether it be raising rates or causing the marketplace to disrupt. We have a speaker who is extremely focused on getting to the bottom of this issue so we can move forward in a positive way to help Floridians. I am happy to report legislation that I filed not 2 legislative sessions ago that would allow Citizens Windstorm Insurance Company to take over the wind portion of the policy statewide, something that we already do in Monroe County and is very successful, is now being studied by the Florida legislature at FSU, which is the #1 school pretty much in the country to look into the insurance market. So that legislation wasn't ready quite for prime prime time, but I'm very happy to report that the Speaker has taken the initiative to really dig into this issue, get a better understanding of, in the event, I always say it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. We know that we have a very volatile insurance market here in the state of Florida. We know that it's not a matter of if, but when the hurricanes come. And I do have the original filer of that bill, Senator Bogdanoff, here. I always like to say I can't take credit for the bill. It's been an idea that's been around for a really long time, but we finally, for the first time, are actually taking that initiative and really digging into how we can better stabilize this market for the foreseeable future, so we don't continue to be in that circular cycle of a failing market and trying to rebuild it. So I'm very happy to report that we are taking those additional steps and looking into that. I also have the great opportunity to serve on the property committee. I know that's something near and dear to everyone's minds right now, and I do just want to take the opportunity to thank your staff. I've gone around to all of my cities and the county specifically to sit down and get a better understanding of property taxes for each individual city that I represent and to discuss what that impact would be. Your staff was absolutely incredible. They took a significant amount of time with me because it's an issue that I know will have a direct impact on the city and the services that you'll be able to provide. Again, another issue that our Speaker is really thoughtfully taking a look at rather than being reactionary and just putting something together. He's empowering the legislature through this committee process to take a deep dive into how can we provide relief to homeowners. We know that affordability is such a big issue on everyone's mind. Is there a way to provide relief in the form of property tax relief, but still making sure that our cities are successful and can thrive and provide those services that property taxes do pay for? So happy to report 3 of my bills passed. One really near and dear to me and to Broward County is after the Marjorie Stoneman Douglas tragedy that happened here in Broward. We created the Mental Health Commission, and since that tragedy, over $800 million has been spent on providing mental health services to our children throughout the state of throughout the state. But unfortunately, we have not been measuring those metrics. We have no idea if our students are getting healthier. We have no idea if the services we're providing are actually helping them and getting them healthier. So the legislation that I passed will allow the stakeholders to collaborate. We will gather that data and actually begin to take a deep dive into whether the services we are providing in that space is working, and if not, how can we pivot to make sure that our students are safe and they're healthy and that our money is going to the right places. So that is my update. Thank you.
And we have Representative Rosenwald.
Good afternoon, Vice Mayor and Commission, to everyone here. I'm the new guy on the block, right? Rep. Lamarca is in his senior year of his going into his 8th term, and I'm just finishing my first. Got to tell you, as a former mayor of Oakland Park, as a former city commissioner yourself, Rep. Lamarca, it's very different serving in state government. You all have a lot more pulse to the people and can move things a lot quicker than we can. When I first moved here in 2007, I actually was a Fort Lauderdale resident. I lived in Middle River Terrace. So Fort Lauderdale was my original home here in Broward County, and I'm very happy to represent it. Specifically, I represent the Rock Island neighborhood in Commissioner Beasley's district, and then I represent 2 neighborhoods in Commissioner Herbst's district, Twin Lakes North and Palm Air North. So happy to serve with the other 5 cities that I have. What's my take? Well, it was a whirlwind up there, to be sure. Like I said, you go from being mayor in Oakland Park, and it's the 5 of you, to 160 of you, and a governor and a Supreme Court, and it's also 8 hours away. So it's a little bit of a learning curve. Rep. Cassell and I actually served on the healthcare budget committee, and you've heard in the news about Hope South Florida, and that it's really not about Hope South Florida or Hope South Florida. It's the Hope Florida Foundation. So I think in terms of being a government watchdog, we asked important questions about where taxpayer funds that should go to taxpayers from a settlement and where they went to. So we'll stay tuned on that. My 4 colleagues did a tremendous job of giving you updates. Let me just give you a few that Also on my list that I don't think have been mentioned, we talked about condos. What also passed was condominium and cooperative associations bills, where there's a lot of condos, of course, in Fort Lauderdale. And so this has a lot of condo owners that have needed relief, right, as the rents go up or as their fees go up. So there's now a 2-year pause. So 2-year pause and setting aside money for reserves to pay for repairs. There's also condo boards can now have a secure line of credit and also to help pay for this. And there's now virtual voting. So I know some of you represent condo associations. That's House Bill 913. A great bill. I know you all put in, I know you all in the Fort Lauderdale Commission championed pickleball courts, and you have now national pickleball tournaments, I think, here. And is it called Griffin? What's the name of it?
Called the Fort.
In the Fort.
The Fort.
The Fort, yes. So, and that pickleball courts belong in city parks, but in state parks they don't belong. And I think we're all very happy. I think it may have passed unanimously. I'm not positive. A state land management bill, the State Park Preservation Act. So golf courts, pickleball courts, yes, put them in our city parks, but we're going to leave hotels and all of those out of our state parks. So I think we had some great unanimity on that. We also had an aggravated animal cruelty. It's sad to talk about this, but when there are, when people, you all saw the news years ago, or a few years ago, that poor dog who actually lived, but was found chained after the hurricane, who was adopted and is fine now. But we have some increased offenses for people who just do some unspeakable stuff for aggravated animal cruelty. Also, my colleague, Representative Tendrick, in the House, we all passed the Holocaust Remembrance Day. So that's very important to honor our Jewish and really all of our residents for Florida. That's all. Let me tell you a couple things that didn't pass. So this is what's important. Sometimes, bills are important and they pass because we want them to pass, but it's also about the work we do that they don't arrive to the even to the committee level, or they don't get out of the committee. I'm actually happy as the first openly gay state representative from Broward County. I'm happy to report that the flag bill went to 1 or 2 committees in the Senate and died. The impetus of this was to have banned pride flags from government buildings, and that did not go anywhere. Thankfully, it never made a committee in the House, so I'm appreciated about that. Also, I think a bill that I think we can all agree in this room that was good that it didn't happen. Well, maybe mixed, but you mentioned the CRAs earlier. The speaker. You were just speaking about CRAs, sir, before us. And the community redevelopment associations, there was some movement to eliminate them based on, sure, there's a couple bad actors, there's a dozen of them, there's tons of them in the state, but you don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. So that the elimination of CRAs did have some movement, but that did not make it. And I think that's a win for local governments. With that, I'm glad to take a little bit of rest. This is actually my last official event, and I'm taking a 2-week vacation, literally, when I drive out of the parking lot. But and I think a lot of you might be too. But I just want to thank you all for your service. I want to thank my staff, Brian Seavitt and Tom Wilmoth, and our intern, Shania, who are here representing the District 98. And if my office can be of availability to you, I'm happy to. We actually do office hours, right, Tom, in Fort Lauderdale. Actually, it's right by, not Oswald Park, but right by in Lauderdale Lakes. We also have everyone knows Peter Pan Diner, and the main office is right north of Peter Pan Diner on Dixie. So if my office can be of help to you with cutting veterans benefits, medical assistance. And also what some of you may not know is while we do now have a elected tax collector who will be taking on the driver's licenses, that's still going to be about a 2-year. Okay, so for about another year or two, we in the state can help cut red tape for you in terms of, we all know about those lines, right, for the driver's licenses and state IDs. So feel free to call mine or any of our offices to help you with that. So thank you for your time.
Just want to say again, thank you to our legislative delegation. Without them, we wouldn't be as successful as we are in Tallahassee. It's always a pleasure working with them each and every year. So I will say you are free to go if you do need to handle any other obligations. And in the interest of time, I will also call up our contract lobbying teams to briefly give their remarks about what they worked on for us during legislative session. So first up, I will call Ron Book and Ronna Brown from Ron Book
Daphne,
PA.
while you're standing there, may I ask you one question?
Absolutely.
Because I always wonder about this, how we fit in with the rest of the state. So I know that the city submitted 12 projects for city appropriations, totaled about $12 million. And we did get funding for 9 for a total of $5,300,000. How does that measure up with the rest of the cities in the state of Florida? How do we do when you look at not just what we requested, but what we received? Where does that $5 million figure with regards to appropriations and when you look at all of the cities in the state of Florida?
That's a good question. So when we look at where we stand with all 423 cities, I would say it's relative because of the amount of projects and the number of projects and the amount we request versus other cities. So the city of Miami could request 2 projects that total $20 million and get $10 million, where we as the city of Fort Lauderdale will request 12 projects at $11 million but only get $5 million. So relatively speaking, that's doing well against the city of Miami because we received funding for more projects. So we can't really have a true comparison against other cities because of the number of projects or what the project does and the amount that's asked for.
I would just love to see sometime, I don't want to take up a lot of time here, a comparison to the other cities in the state, dollars requested for appropriations, dollars received for appropriations, and a list in where we fit in all of those cities in the state. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Book?
Thank you very much. And Mayor, Commissioners, Madam Manager, thank you for the continued opportunity, not only for our firm to represent the great city of Fort Lauderdale, but I know I speak also for the other firms that are here today that represent you, which includes the Reuben Turnbull firm, which I think Matt Sacco and Sharonda are both here, Jared Rosenstein from Capital City Consultants, and the Eric's firm, which LJ and Daniel are all here. And so know that we appreciate the opportunity. Let me, before I get into somewhat of a presentation, come back, if I could, to Commissioner Glassman's question about how we compare to other municipalities. I think it's hard to do. You have a great delegation. You have a bipartisan delegation. You have a delegation that has done extraordinarily well for you as an entity. When you look at the fact that we did away in 1980 with multi-member districts, you have a multi-member district type delegation. You've got 2 Senate members, you've got 4 or 5 House members who represent you, and you have a bipartisanship in it, which allows them to play and work off of one another from a political perspective in getting the things done. I can tell you that on Saturday afternoon, I was on the phone with the governor directly on behalf of this city on one of your projects, and I can tell you that they specifically spoke about a conversation that they had had with Representative LaMarca Friday afternoon on a number of the projects here in the area. Specifically, I will use, Chip, the MODS project because they specifically raised that. Lita Kelly and Jason Weta, when I was on with the governor, raised that as an issue. The fact that they worked together and row the boat together brings you results that other, if you will, municipalities do not have the benefit of. Daphne, who I want to praise as well, I heard Senator Osgood talk about Daphne before she talked about anything else. The fact is, you have leadership within the city that helps drive your lobbying team to achieve the results that you get, not only on the budget, but on those global issues that you don't want to see happen, and using the issue that I think Representative LaMarca or Mitch may have raised, the CRA issue. Again, those are critical issues that your staff drives your lobbying team to focus on your behalf. It is not always, Commissioner, about how much money did we get. but was there a substantive issue that was of greater importance to you than maybe it would have been somewhere else? There are trade-offs along the way. I will tell you that I believe that if you were to compare, and Daphne chose to use the city of Miami, if you look at the projects they submitted, look at the projects you submitted, they're very different, if you will, but from a perspective of water and transportation and the arts, your projects are very similar. If you take a look around Broward County, Fort Lauderdale has a larger delegation representing you, which gets you larger returns than most other cities. If you look at the other cities in your county, most of them get one project or two projects in the budget, and they're content and they're happy because they got their fair share back. So it's not always easy to compare, but I would say to you comparatively, and our firm represents 30-plus local governments around the state. It's not just Dade County and Broward County. It's Seminole County. It's Brevard County. It's Pinellas Park. It's Marco Island. We have a broad cross-section of cities that we can look to you and say, comparatively, you are doing very well. But you're doing well not because of us. It's because of the people sitting in the front row there. They're the ones that do the work. We're the ones who try to put blinders on them, whether it's the Gulf Ocean Mile project, or whether it's the MODS project, or it's the hospital districts projects. And I didn't hear anybody talk about what, if you will, north of State Road 84, Broward Health got. But those are issues that affect you and your taxpayers, because at the end of the day, if the ad valorem taxes are lower in those districts because they got funding for projects at those hospital districts, that counts as a win for you, even though it's not on your list of projects. So I wanted to at least start by responding further to the question. I think a couple of things you need to know that didn't pass that are important. And for those of you that have been on the commission, you know that I've come here for at least 8 years and said sovereign immunity limits matter to you. And that bill failed again this year, and that bill had momentum this year greater than it's had the last several years. But defeating the sovereign immunity limit bill is a big deal to you and every other local government in the state. Because at the end of the day, what people don't necessarily understand, it's great to say we're going to raise the sovereign limit for how much the taxpayers have to pay when somebody has an unfortunate incident. But if you go back to the 15th, 16th century, and protecting the king's money, either you believe in protecting it or you don't. I'm one who believes that I wrote a law review article in 1977 on sovereign immunity. Either you believe in protecting taxpayers' dollars or you don't. If you don't, then let's just remove sovereign limits altogether. Let's just repeal it altogether. Stop playing with whether or not we should increase the limits. You heard about the CRA issue. I think an issue you need to understand that's coming, and I'm going to look right at the manager, or look right at her, because there are two actually major issues that are going to seriously affect the administration. Number one, DOGE. And while it's in the implementing bill, which means it only has 1 year life, it's retroactive to 2024, which means that not only are your expenditures subject to review by the Office of Planning and Budgeting, so are your procedures, so are your policies, and there is language in that law that allows them to withhold money from local governments. I strongly urge, whether you like it or you don't, and Commissioner Glassman, you and I had a little bit of a conversation about this yesterday, unrelated to this conversation. I would simply say to you, Madam Manager, that is an issue that you need to deal with, unfortunately, for the next 12 to 18 months, because it's the law. And I can tell you, they're looking, they're watching, and they've got a tremendous focus on Broward County, period. Next issue, I think, of great concern, Madam Manager, not only do you have to deal with the loss of revenue sharing dollars at the elimination of the commercial rental tax, which all of us hate paying. All of us hated it. But unfortunately, the way it was lifted out of the statute, it has a detrimental impact on the transportation surcharge in this community. Because currently, until October 1, you will continue as a local government to get a share of commercial rental tax, if you will, at the 1% number. October 1, the county's ability which means it cuts the portion that the local governments get, not only on total revenue sharing, but on the portion of the surtax for transit. That now goes away, and that is a $50 million hit countywide. I've had the conversation repeatedly. I saw Gretchen here. I think she may have left, but I can tell you I've had that conversation across the street at on Andrews Avenue as it relates to the county on that. You've heard about vetoes. The list is not yet released. We looked as of the time I got up out of my chair to come forward. That list is coming forth. I am optimistic that a number of our projects will have made it through. I can tell you several of our projects were on the veto list as of Saturday afternoon. Hopefully our advocacy on your behalf is there. Live local, amendments passed. Emergency preparedness, and I suspect that Jed Rosenstein will talk a little bit about that, but Madam Manager, there are preemptions in there as to things you can do and not do during the state of emergency when it occurs, specifically relating to moratoriums, specifically related to issuance of permits and duration of permits are all contained within that. Condo law has been touched. Tax package has been touched. I simply want to add one last thing. Well, actually two. Number one, I should have started with this. Not since 1955 has the legislature been forced to stay in town for as long as they've stayed in town. They were in town for 115 days. 115 days instead of 60. In 1955, the legislative session went on for a little over 550 days. It went through an election cycle, but you'd have to go back to 1955 to have seen a legislative session quite like this. You've heard it described by members on both sides of the aisle. Fact of the matter is, I think that debate and pushback in the world of separation of powers is healthy for the system, and I think a lot of good things passed and a lot of bad things died as a result of that effort on behalf of both sides of the aisle, your House and your Senate delegation. And while Senator Pizzo is not here and Representative Tendrich is not here, the folks that are sitting on that front row didn't just go, they engaged. And engagement is what you're looking for on behalf of yourself and your taxpayers. Ad valorem property tax relief, ladies and gentlemen, that issue isn't going away. And while the governor this morning spoke specifically about the ad valorem issue, he no longer was talking about $1,000 back to every homesteaded property owner. He was talking about the broader issue. How we address that and how your delegation is educated by the manager and the commissioners of this city will be how they proceed on the issue. I don't know how anybody thinks if you eliminate ad valorem taxes, you're going to pay for police and fire. I don't get it. I don't understand where that comes from. But something has to occur in there. And if we don't participate, if we choose to put our heads in the ground instead of engaging in the dialogue with those people that go back and toil in the halls of the legislature, it's shame on all of us. It's shame on us as your advocates, but it's shame on us as a local government not to do that. We have the opportunity to spend time with all members of our delegation. Shame on us if we fail to do that.
Thank you, Mr. Book. I will have Lauren Jackson from Ayers Consultants just briefly go through three important bills that they advocated on.
Thank you, and hi, nice to be here with everybody. I'm sorry Candace couldn't make it today, so I'm here representing. And every year we kind of expect that, or we kind of wonder, will it get a little bit easier when it comes to home rule or a tax on revenue sources for local governments? And I think every year we see that this session was no different than all the previous sessions. So there's a lot of bills that impact local governments, and all of our lobby team works very closely on that. And your delegation is one of the best, I think, when it comes to recognizing the differences between local governments and the importance of home rule and how one size fits all doesn't exactly work always. But just really quickly to touch on, and I know Mr. Book went over a lot of things that impacted local governments this year, but just quickly to touch on 3 things that we worked on. One thing that we were able to get passed related to school mitigation fees, and these were additional fees that were being charged onto developments that were really hampering our ability to bring affordable housing developments, because sometimes it would total into the millions on top of what it would cost a developer to build a specific development. They were really put into place when the schools were overcrowded, but our schools have had an enrollment decline for over the past 5 years. What the language does, and it was in SB 1080 where it eventually passed, what it would do is it would place the burden on the school district to prove that those fees, that there was still that nexus there in order to charge those fees. So hopefully that will help us provide more affordable housing development at a more affordable cost. And then 2 bills that started from a much more extreme position when they were first filed, or as they moved through the process, that we were able to at least reach compromises on. They weren't perfect at the end of the day, but there's still more work to be done on it. One of those was SB 954, that was recovery residences. Originally, it was going to be a full-on preemption of a lot of different issues, but by the end of it, we actually were able to at least codify a process in place. We were able to work out a compromise with the sponsors and with the League of Cities. Again, not perfect, but we've gotten some guarantees that we can still continue to work on that and revisit that and try to reach an even better package or statute as we go forward. And then the second one was utility relocation. At one point, this bill would have put all local governments and actually the state, all right-of-way owners on the hook for paying the cost for relocating all communication service provider utilities that were located in the right-of-way. If you had a project that required that, it would have essentially required you to use all your CST funds for that, and we do not collect enough CST revenue to afford even probably a fraction of the cost that it would have cost us in total, and it probably would have stopped all transportation projects around the state had that bill passed in the way that it was. The compromise that we reached is that there would be a distribution of the local share of communication services taxes. About 50 million of that would be taken off the top upstream, so not before it gets to you, but as a whole for the state. That would be put aside into a pot, and then communication services providers could apply to that fund. It would not be replenished after that. It would be a first come, first served for those providers. But it specifically said in the language that passed that right-of-way owners would not be on the hook and local governments would not be liable or responsible for paying for those costs of utility relocation. The tax package also did impact CST revenues as well, unfortunately, but those were the least compromises that we were able to make in order to prevent worse legislation from passing. Thank you.
Thank you, Lauren. I will now have Ruben Turnbull and Associates, Sharonda Placide.
Hi, good afternoon, Vice Mayor and Commission. I'm sorry, I'm Sharonda Placide. Sorry, Billy Rubin couldn't be here today, but I'm here representing Ruben Turnbull and Associates. And a lot of the policy things have been covered by my colleagues and our delegation. And I just wanted to add on when it comes to the budget, because I know that is very important, and Commissioner Glassman, you are very concerned about how we match up. One of the projects that I just wanted to give you an example of, which is one of the ones that our firm was responsible for, which is violence interruption. When you look at the fact that we requested the $9 million, but when we came in, we were only at $250, and we ended at $650. So we went from 9 to the $250, which was adamantly significantly less, and still ended up landing at the $650. That is a testament to your delegation, as my colleagues have said, and our team, as Ron Book did say very eloquently, trying to put those blinders on them, because they represent a number of constituents and cities, and we have to make sure that we are assisting them. And through the help of, definitely, as Senator Osgood said, Daphne, making sure that we are getting the information, that she's accessible, and we are being a conduit for her to give the city's priorities and what is important it's a real testament to what your delegation and our team are able to work together through Daphne. So I just wanted to reiterate, when it comes to how we match up, the city of Fort Lauderdale matches up very well with the rest of the cities in the state of Florida.
I've saved the best for last. Jared Rosenstein with Capital City Consulting.
Oh, yeah. All right. Hi, Daphne. How are you? Hey, everybody. Jared Rosenstein with Capital City Consulting. So, couple things. I mean, you can see us all obsessively holding our phones because the veto list is coming out, I guess, any minute now. A little behind the scenes, trickery here. What the governor signed was a ceremonial signing of the budget, right? So when he actually signs the budget is when they transmit the veto list. So it could be in, literally any minute. I believe he's back in Tallahassee. Look, the team here is really cohesive. The communication is fantastic. Our delegation is really strong. We have a really good team leader, Daphne. Really make sure that we all row in the same direction. We make sure that we have the city's priorities top of mind. And that's our job, right? Our job is we advocate for you guys. Couple things. This session, yes, was unique and colorful and wacky, but I actually think that benefited local governments, right? A lot of the infighting you saw in Tallahassee between the House and the Senate and the governor's office actually killed some of those really bad proposals, right? The CRA bill died. Changes to TDT died. The property tax conversation kind of whittled away to the point where, today when the governor was signing the budget, he vetoed the property tax reduction study because he didn't think it was enough. He's going to revisit it and it's going to come back on the ballot. It's a number one priority for him. But I wasn't alive when Ron wrote his law review article on sovereign immunity. But what I will say is he's 100% correct, right? Sovereign immunity, sovereign immunity, sovereign immunity. The fact that we were able to kill that this year is a huge benefit. It's a huge benefit to the city. Last but not least, Senate Bill 180. I know Mr. Book did talk about it, and yes, you were right. It was in my notes. Section 18 specifically is what city staff needs to look at. That is the moratorium on construction development, comp plan changes, site plan changes, and it's a really broad piece of language, right? Any city or county in the cone of a federally declared hurricane, then within 100 miles, moratorium prohibition applies to. So just be wary post-storm moratoriums on construction. You have to really, take a look at Senate Bill 180. Again, I'm closing it out here, so I got to say our team did a really fantastic job. We'll know tonight what the budget really looks like altogether. On Saturday, when we were all able to brief the governor's team at different times, right? I know Representative Lamarca, we brought up the Galt Mile project is very important. We're going to get that fully funded next year, bring it to its conclusion. And with that, I got to say we have a really good team, and thank you, Daphne.
Thank you. I'm a little shorter than you, Jared. There was one more thing that we did not discuss that was an issue was the tourist development tax and the TDT that ended up in the tax package. So we can now use the TDT to employ, train, and equip lifeguards, and Gulf Coast counties are permitted to use TDT for infrastructure projects. We definitely fought against using TDT or expanding TDT for local government projects or just for infrastructure projects that would take away from the tourism marketing. And I know this is an issue that's going to come back and that we will sit at the table using our teams, both our members in the delegation and our lobbying team to go through TDT. And that closes out this end of session update. If there's any questions, we are here to answer them.
Thank you very much, Daphne. Thank you again to all of our elected officials and to our lobbyists and to staff for everything that you've done for us during this session. It was a long, hard one for everybody, but I'm glad you carried our priorities forward. We're able to bring back as much as you did, so thank you. Please stop complimenting Daphne. It's going to cost me more when she has her annual review. So Every time you speak up, I'm like, no. But no, Daphne, you do a great job. So I just want to thank you. I appreciate it. You've always been very accessible to me. So I'll let my colleagues chime in. Commissioner Glassman, I'll let you start.
No, just thank you to all of you. We really do appreciate what you do for us, and we know it's not always easy. So I just want to say thank you and echo the sentiments of everyone else up here. Thank you.
Commissioner Beasley-Pittman?
Yes, thank you for a job well done, and thank you for keeping us informed, Daphne, and waiting for that time for that final veto. But thank you for everything. Thank you.
Commissioner Sorensen?
Yeah, thanks, Vice Mayor. Thank you all for representing us, and appreciate all your work up there, and keep at it. Thank you.
So, and I'll just leave with one final thing. You know, one of the issues that's been our biggest concern here in the city over the last year has been dealing with the anti-camping ordinance that was legislation that was passed last year, and our own local ordinance, and what we're trying to accomplish here in Broward County, working with the county as our partners. And obviously, there's been some challenges for everybody, and we're working through this as I'm sure everybody else is. So, Ron, any recommendations? I know you are our homeless guru, so I benefit from your experience.
Mr. Chair, through you, direct. First of all, I think many of us expected some form of a glitch bill this year. It did not come to pass. We had a lot of conversation with Senator Martin and Speaker-designate Representative Garrison about the issue. I would simply say I don't know of any lawsuits that had been filed under 1365 as of the effective date of January 1, 2025. We all know that it went into effect on October 1st as a general law. I am aware of about a half a dozen letters to local governments under the 5-day cure period that occurred. I've said repeatedly, Commissioner, that we need to look at 1365 as an opportunity. As an opportunity to stand up more navigation centers, more shelter opportunities. I think the coordination of that between this city and the county is critical if we're ever going to maximize. I think the biggest problem we have today facing us on the homeless front is whether or not in Big and Beautiful, are they going to block grant and basically do away with the continuum of care system, block grant to the state, and have the state basically based on grant applications award accordingly. I think it will be a disaster. I think it's going to hurt local communities that have advanced COCs like Dade and Broward do. But I would say to you that I don't know whether the city has gotten any 5-day notices. I'm not unmindful of where people are sleeping in the city. I would suspect that at some point people are going to realize they have an ability to sue for damages, and those suits are coming. I think that's the point in time. Hopefully the legislature will figure out that we need to make some adjustments to what we did under 1365.
Thank you, Ron. Have we gotten any of those to the best of your knowledge?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Okay. Thank you. Again, thank you all. I appreciate you, everything you've done for us up there and for spending your time here with us today and educating us. So we appreciate it.
Yep. Thank you.
Okay, moving along, we have business 2, which is Holiday Park parking unsolicited proposals update. I apologize.
Do we have business
I
one?
skipped business 1. My apologies. Sorry, jumping ahead, trying to get through this. So 2025 amended and restated transportation system surtax interlocal agreement, Third Amendment update.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor.
It's like, what happened to my...
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Miloš Majstorović, Acting Director for Cities Transportation and Mobility Department. So the Broward County surtax program was established back in 2018. It became effective in early 2019. and the interlocal agreement was amended twice, both in 2019 and 2021. Today we have a Broward County staff who will provide an overview of the third amendment, which has been in works really from 2021. The third amendment was approved by the Broward County Board of County Commission on June 10th, and it's already approved by approximately about a dozen of participating municipalities so far. To become effective, the municipalities with at least 50% of the county's total population must approve this third amendment. Tonight's commission agenda includes the third amendment for the city commission consideration, and I do want to express our gratitude to county staff. Gretchen Cassini, she's here. I know there are a couple of more members of the county's team, Lena Silva and Nathaniel. He's an attorney who worked on this agreement, for all their help and assistance anytime, whether we're working through this third amendment or before through the application process. They have been very helpful, so I want to thank them, and I'll turn it over to Gretchen.
Good afternoon, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, City Manager, City Attorney, and members of the public. I am very grateful to be here today and to be able to provide you with an overview of what the restated, amended Third Amendment is going to do for the municipal surtax program. Should I ask for the slides to be advanced? Or do I have a clicker? Ah, thank you. Sorry about that. Sorry, it's not working. Excellent. And I did want to mention that I do have Nathaniel Klitzberg, who is the Transportation Surtax General Counsel, here with me today, if there are any questions with respect to the actual terms and conditions of the agreement. So, as Milos mentioned, we do have 29 of 31 participating municipalities in the program under the Second Amendment. We expect to actually increase that to 30 with the Third Amendment, so we're excited about that. We're going to be hopefully inviting Lazy Lakes to join us. And the Broward County City Managers Association, the BCCMA, actually created a surtax subcommittee to work through the negotiations. One of the major issues I think that you are aware of is that there were some issues around process, streamlining, being able to make sure that there were significant amounts of funds available for all of the participating municipalities each year. So the objectives, besides what I just mentioned to you, besides the streamlining and simplifying and the annual formula allocation, is also to clarify the eligible uses of the local option sales tax. We are also clarifying that certain decorative and functional art elements are eligible. Yay! And also having revenue-generated parking structures, which I know was an issue for the city of Fort Lauderdale at one point. We are going to eliminate the prohibition if our county commission amends the enacting ordinance, which we do expect to occur. We hope that we will be able to eliminate the prohibition on using surtax revenues to maintain assets that are paid for, capital assets that are paid for with the surtax. So with respect to updates on eligibility under the statute, which is 212055, standalone sidewalks, bike paths, and greenways that are used as transportation facilities are eligible for the surtax. As I mentioned, revenue-generated parking projects, certain decorative elements, and functional public art. And moving on, we will maintain a minimum annual guarantee of surtax revenues to the municipal surtax program of 10% annually. That is made up of three main components: the municipal community shuttle program, R&M, which is rehabilitation and maintenance, operations and maintenance, as well as capital projects. And we are adding in a grant match program, which I'll talk a little bit about in a few minutes. The timing for the implementation, we wanted to provide a visual of how this is going to work over the next 5 to 7 years. Because we have a very significant number of projects that are already programmed into 5-year plans, and in negotiations with the other participating municipalities, it was very clear that all of our cities would like to maintain access to the funding that's programmed into that 5-year plan. So this just gives you kind of an idea of over time how the priorities will line up. So right now, from 26 through 29, we expect that the community shuttle remains the highest priority, then those existing projects that are in the 5-year plan, then formula funding for the rehabilitation and microtransit, which in the Third Amendment, you'll see an exhibit that indicates that $30 million will be set aside for that formula allocation in fiscal year 2026, which begins on October 1. And then we have the grant match program. And beginning in 2030, that changes so that we have community shuttle, municipal capital projects, formula funding for microtransit grant match program. And then it changes in 2034 so that the formula funding becomes our number 2 priority right after we finish funding the community shuttle program. This is, again, just an overview of what you'll see in your exhibits that you'll be taking action on this evening. The amount of funding that is expected to go to all of the municipalities based on their proportion of centerline miles. That's roads that are owned, the centerline miles of those roads in each municipal jurisdiction. So that's how the formula allocation is being calculated. And that was at the request of the Broward County City Managers Association, and the county did agree to that. Eligible uses of that formula allocation. As we mentioned, you would have the option of utilizing those funds for rehabilitation and maintenance of existing facilities. That includes bridges, which I know is important to the city, as well as for community shuttle programs. So, I'm sorry, for microtransit programs. Microtransit programs are things that several of the municipalities have indicated they would like to have access to surtax funds to help them pay for. So this R&M and microtransit formula allocation is intended to give you all the flexibility necessary to utilize some of those funds for microtransit. Again, not as a substitute for the community shuttle program. And there's more information in the Third Amendment about the municipal use of funding for the microtransit. Get into a little bit more here. You would have to annually provide the county with your contract with each microtransit provider, a copy of their certificate of insurance, and there would have to be information that we could review that showed that the city and that microtransit provider were complying with all ADA, FTA requirements, and Florida laws. With respect to rehabilitation and maintenance projects, we are looking for each participating municipality to provide information and attestation that they will be supplementing and not supplanting their budgets. I think I mentioned that one of the important parts about this negotiation was protecting the existing projects that are programmed all the way through 2029, and then the tails of those projects. So this slide is just intended to give you a little bit more detail about what that entails and why that was important to the parties. The grant match program, something of real interest to, I know, the city of Fort Lauderdale. We're looking for creating a pot of money that municipalities that participate in the municipal surtax program can access to go after competitive state and federal grant programs, as well as appropriations. And we just heard from some of your great lobbyists, your lobby contract and internal team about some of the appropriations that you all have pursued at the state level. And there are other municipalities that are also interested in pursuing appropriations at the state and federal level. This pot would be an opportunity for you to access surtax funding as your local match to those efforts. Cycle 1 projects, for those of you that have been around from the very beginning, from 2019, as Milos just mentioned, Cycle 1 was the 2020 process. There were over 140 municipal projects that were awarded back in 2020, and some of those projects are still not under agreement. So the Third Amendment provides some information about how we will treat those 2020 Cycle 1 projects moving forward. And then just some miscellaneous information that might be of interest to the Commission. A formula-based allocation can be fully advanced upon request. Right now, we utilize funding schedules in our project funding agreements, and they tend to, if there's funding over $250,000 in value, we tend to break it up into at least quarterly payments. This gives the city the option to take a full advance, whether that's $1 million, $2 million, $3 million all at once for the R&M formula. An municipal capital project that's under a funding agreement that's less than $500,000 can be advanced, or it can be paid using a schedule. Again, at the request of all of our cities, we're just trying to give you all a little bit more flexibility around your cash flow and the way that you manage these surtax funds. We do have the option of canceling capital projects, and then the cities can appeal that decision to our oversight board. That's laid out in the Third Amendment as well. And in summary, I just, again, I would like to emphasize that the purpose of this Third Amendment is really to maintain the integrity of the program, our commitment to transparency and accountability, increase the fairness associated with distribution of surtax funds to our cities, and simplify the overall process. And with that, I'd be happy to entertain any questions that you all might have.
If I may, I do, and thank you, Gretchen, for this. I'm very appreciative of the Third Amendment, as I'm sure you can well imagine. I just have one question. So I know that in Exhibit 1, page 2, the last bullet talks about how this becomes effective if cities representing at least 50% of the population must adopt it. So is there a deadline for that? And I was also wondering, once we hit that 50% threshold, does this immediately go into effect?
Now, Nathaniel, I don't know if you'd like to come up and make sure that I get this right, but I believe that the county still has to execute in order for it to become effective.
Yes. The way that the Third Amendment reads is that once 50% of the population through the municipalities and their city commissions have approved the agreement, it will then be executed by the Board of County Commissioners and becomes effective immediately at that point. So should this commission adopt it tonight, I believe that that's what crosses the 50% line, actually. Okay. So I'm hoping that tomorrow morning I will be forwarding a copy of the agreement to Broward County Mayor Beam for execution.
Excellent. Thank you for that information, and thank you for your work on this. Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Pam? Ben, any questions?
No, thank you, Vice Mayor. Thanks,
thank you,
Gretchen, Nathaniel. This is great news. I'm excited to hear we're going to be the ones to push it over the 50%. So that's awesome. Thank you.
Do we get a trophy or anything? Okay.
Party favors, fireworks, something nice.
Thank you. Thank you.
So
doesn't have to be big.
Thank you. And there's some very important components to this. So, having the fixed funding allocation, I think, is going to be very helpful for us from a planning and budgeting perspective going forward. I think it just makes a lot more sense. Applying and hoping that we're going to get selected for programs just doesn't give us a certainty that we really need to move forward on behalf of our community. So I think that's important, and I'm glad that the county has signified its willingness to entertain the micro mobility transportation concept. This is something I've been asking for the last year and a half or so, and I kept getting pushback that it's not allowed, because we'd really like to expand that option. It's really working great in a lot of our neighborhoods, and we get a lot of demand for a lot more calls to expand our service coverage areas. So I'm glad that we can do that. So thank you very much and appreciate that. All right. Now we'll move on to business 2. Holiday Park parking unsolicited proposals update.
Good afternoon, Vice Mayor, Commission. Ben Rogers, Acting Assistant City Manager. While IT's pulling up the presentation, just want to let you know today we're here to talk a little bit more about Holiday Park parking. We were last here on May 20th, where we provided an overview of city efforts on the design criteria package, also provided some information about 2 unsolicited proposals that were submitted. Following that meeting, staff was given direction to go back, meet with the proposers, get more information about their proposals and their visions for the park, which we've done, and we wanted just to highlight some of that information today and then seek direction from the Commission on next steps. So while IT pulls that up, the first slide talks about Holiday Park and the components of the park. We highlighted a lot of the new demand generators the park has: the Parker Playhouse, the Panthers, the War Memorial, Iceplex, the future YMCA. But today we would also highlight a lot of the park amenities and the park bond improvements that are going to be delivered to the site. Holiday Park is 94 acres in size. It currently has a little under 800 paved parking spaces on site. Most of those parking spaces reach capacity during the peak times where there's park events, park programs, and sports going on. Those 784 spaces are scattered throughout the park, with the Bridge Club having 150, the baseball fields 175, Jimmy Everett Tennis Center 100, Art Serve 100, and the gym was 75. IT, if we can go to slide 3, please. One of the questions that the Commission asked last meeting was, what is the size of the garage? What are the needs that we have? And so what we did is we took a technical perspective of this and said, why don't we look at 2 different methodologies for parking requirements? And so we put together the Institute of Traffic Engineers, and we also looked at the city's ULDR to figure out what the minimum parking space need would be. So I'm not here today to say that we need 1,000 spaces or 1,145 spaces, but just to show kind of a placeholder for the Commission's understanding. And so this is taking the use types from the facilities, putting together those requirements and getting at what they would be the minimum parking requirement. So last time we talked about 1,000 space parking garage plus a 300 space surface lot. I think that falls right in line with this. We would be doing a parking study as we would advance through this process to get more input from the Parker, from the Panthers, and to determine what that end number ultimately would be. But this, again, shows proof of concept that the 1,000 space garage would be right in the line with what is being proposed. On the next slide, again, the 2 unsolicited proposals were one from Holiday Park Parking Partners, one was from Park Place Garages. It is important to note that the Holiday Park Parking Partners team did add a couple other organizations to their group. That's Stiles, CES, and Walker Parking. And so we met with them as a follow-up. Next slide, please. Based off of the Commission's direction. And we went through a laundry list of criteria with them, really to make sure that we understand what they're looking to do, how they envision this project, and to answer questions that the Commission posed to staff. And so we went through, as you can see on the screen, and some of these were very defined in the agreements, and some of them weren't, or in the proposals. Some of them weren't. And so we had a lot of discussion talking through these type of things and making sure that there's no fatal flaws. There's no major issues should you decide to move forward with one of these proposals. And so I'm just going to highlight a couple of things. Parking garage delivery, Holiday Park Parking Partners, Stiles has delivered over 14.5 million square feet of parking garages. Core, part of that team, is a national leader in P3s, and they do have Walker Consultant as well. On the other side, the Park Place Garages group has extensive experience with Gulf Building and Craven Thompson, and they talked about some of the projects they've done locally with Broward County, the FAU garages, the Fort Lauderdale Hollywood International Airport, and others. So they both showed a strong sense of experience in delivering parking garages. Same with P3s. They both delivered multiple P3s. And in that, we talked about some of the risk transfer, the risk share. We talked about, especially on the vertiport concept, how that impacts the city should that industry not take off or have timelines. And they shared with us, that the elements associated with the vertiport are being funded outside of this proposal or the city's contribution, and that the lease payment would be guaranteed lease payment regardless of performance. So we had a lot of those type of discussions, worked through a lot of kind of the concerns that staff had, and ultimately feel comfortable sitting here today saying that both of these proposals could move forward. I know that Commissioner Herbst had some questions last time about the financials and the evaluation process. And like we said then, and just to reiterate for the record, if you would move forward, that's when we'd be doing a more stringent review. We'd be onboarding a financial consulting firm to do a financial model and really put some teeth to this. So again, this exercise was to go through a higher level evaluation, make sure that we met the minimum criteria, the minimum qualifications needed to advance this project, and then bring it back to the commission for their direction. If we go to the last slide, please. There's really three options that we've come up with for City Commission consideration. The first one is very similar to the decision you made for the City Hall unsolicited proposal, where you would select one or both of these, create a competition period. We'd wait for other bids, and then at the end of that period, we would come back to the commission for direction on next steps. The second option is a little bit different. You could pick one of the two unsolicited proposals. You could bypass the competitive bidding or public bidding process and go to two public meetings at which comments are heard, and then move forward with that one. Or three, take no action, provide us with different direction, or kind of identify what you'd like to see as a next step. So with that, I see Mr. Mayor's back at the dais.
Did I miss anything?
And so I turn it over to maybe Mayor to you or to the Vice Mayor, depending on.
I'm back. Thank you for your patience. I had some personal matters to take care of today. Thank you, Ben, for your presentation, and open the floor up to comments from the Commission. Commissioner Herbst, do you have any comments on this?
Not at
Vice
this time.
Mayor, excuse me, sorry. Not at this time?
Not at this time, thank you.
Okay. District Commissioner, do you have
Yes. Thank you, Mayor. I do have some comments. I would like us to move as we did with the City Hall item. Actually, I know that this is our last meeting until August 19th. I think because of the sense of urgency that we have here in Holiday Park and providing parking, I, for one, don't want to wait until August 19th to start considering this. I would request that we have a walk-on item tonight and move this forward so we can get this competitive process going, just as we did with City Hall. In fact, I'm wondering why we didn't do this just as we did with City Hall. We could have done that same exact process and moved that forward as we move this one forward. But I think that we need to have a walk-on this evening. I like option one for that walk-on and just get this rolling so that when we come back on August 19th, we're ready to go. Thank you, Mayor.
Which one is option one? Both of them? It says one or both. So which one?
I don't think we have to choose, do we?
You could choose to accept both or one, but I'd defer to the city attorney on further.
You get $50,000 if you accept both.
Well, I think they've already paid the $25,000 each anyway to get to this point.
Tendered it. They tendered it. We haven't cashed the checks yet.
So, Dwayne, what's the nuance here?
Correct. You don't have to select one. Our resolution acknowledges the receipt of both proposals, or our resolution would acknowledge the receipt of both proposals, and it would put out a notice to other proposers that the City Commission intends to enter into a comprehensive agreement for a similar project.
And I'm fine with that, so we don't have to choose one, and I would also like to set the timeline as 30 days.
Okay. Commissioner Beasley-Pittman, do you have any comments?
Yes. I'm in favor of option one with both considerations, both proposals being considered, so we can move forward. The 30 days, Commissioner, if we could talk about that a little bit more, 30 days. 45?
15 days. I say 30 days because actually we could go as low as 21, right?
Yeah, but we won't be
That's
back
correct.
in 30
Between
days.
21 and 120.
We won't be back in 30 days.
Well, the clock would start when on the 30 days or the 45, as Commissioner Beasley-Pittman? I only said 30 because I don't know when this would actually hit the streets, and that would maybe coincide with staff being able to evaluate so that when we came back on August 19th, we'd be able to do some work on this. That's why I said 30. Commissioner Beasley-Pittman, I also said 30 because I've met with, I think, everybody that's been interested in doing something here. I I think if we would have had other interests, we would have heard about it, or at least I would have heard about it as the district commissioner. But I mean, I'm okay, 30, 45. But when would the clock start, Dwayne?
From the initial dates of publication.
And when would that be?
Whenever our clerk's office gets that notice to the Florida Recorder and the Sun Sentinel.
Do we have any idea when that would
For
be?
the City Hall project, it's just about a week, about 7 days.
So
it's like July.
So that would take us till July 7th, and then August 7th would be 30 days, and August, whatever, 15 days and 7. So August 22nd, we come back August 19th. I don't know. Whatever.
I think we should do 45 days. Let's do 45 days. Okay.
That's fine.
Does that complete your comments?
Yes, that complete my comments, yes.
So, a couple things. There's some significant differences between these two garages. I think the most obvious difference is the vertiport that's on one garage and missing from the other. So, as a commission and as a community, we have to decide whether or not we want that as a component. If you look at the evaluation considerations, it's not even listed as an item, and so I think we have to decide whether or not we want a green space on top with shading, which is certainly an option, or to eliminate that completely and use it in a more utilitarian sense by anticipating this new form of transportation that would land on top of this parking garage. So by accepting both of them, we're not comparing apples to apples here, if in some significant way. I do notice that both of them now contain the fire station option. I don't think that was always the original proposal on both of them. But now that there's a fire station option on both of them, that's good. They both have about the same number of parking spaces, correct? Yeah. And I'll say one other thing. They're both missing aesthetic appeal. I've spoken with both developers, and I've said they're both inappropriate for Holiday Park. They look like parking garages, and there's nothing appealing about them in terms of putting them in a park setting. And I was told, when the meeting comes up, they'll have some architectural changes. Have you received any architectural changes other than the ones that are here?
Yeah, I've seen some, and so I know that they're continuing to develop it. And I think if that's one of the things that we want to have worked on over the competition period, we can work with each of the development companies on that.
But Mayor, wouldn't some of these things that you've mentioned, whether we wanted the rooftop features one way or the other, wouldn't that be something that we would get into the weeds with once we actually had the competition and the presentations, and that would be a decision we would make at a later time?
It is. I just want to give them a heads up of some of the things that are important. I didn't ask Ben Sorensen if he had any questions. Ben, are you on the line?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Yeah, appreciate it.
I apologize. Do you have any? Please share your thoughts on this.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate it. Dwayne, can you remind me of sequentially what follows the competition period?
So if you choose to go through the competition period rather than the public meeting option that's provided, you enter into there's an evaluation of the proposals that come in after the period of time. If it's 45 days that you select, there's an evaluation of those projects, and then there is, similar to your regular competitive process, a recommendation made for an award to one of the proposers, at which time the City Commission will authorize us to negotiate a comprehensive agreement with the proposer that you desire to award the proposal to.
Great, thanks. For City Hall, did we? Am I remembering that we tried to combine evaluation and competition period?
No. What you're recalling is what Commissioner Glassman is pointing to with regards to this item. Rather than going immediately to the competition phase, I advise the Commission to go out and have this this project go through, the commission decided to immediately declare its intent to accept additional proposals and go into the competition phase.
Okay, great. So, yeah, so I'm interested in going directly into the competition phase for the parking garage. Now, so Dwayne, if I'm hearing you right, after the competition period, then the close of that date of the competition period, then the city staff begins evaluating all received proposals. Is that right?
That is correct.
So is any city commission action necessitate moving into the evaluation period?
The action tonight and declaring your intent to enter into a comprehensive agreement for the same project triggers the time period and setting the time period where you're receiving proposals. So whether it's the 30 days or the 45 days, what happens tonight if you do a walk-on is you declare your intent. The clerk is then directed to publish the notice. From the date of the publication of the notice, there's a time frame in which all of the proposers who are interested in and presenting a proposal for this type of project submits their proposal. So that window of time is to allow for proposers to get their proposals in. And then when that window is closed, that's when staff does their evaluation of all of the proposals that they receive. So the only thing you need to do now in terms of the commission is direct staff to begin this process, and we'll provide you with the walk-on resolution to declare the intent to enter into a comprehensive agreement and setting the time frame under which you will receive the proposals. After the evaluation period is concluded, then an item will be brought forward to you for consideration or direction to enter into a comprehensive agreement with a particular proposer. So at this stage, you're not selecting a particular proposer to enter into the comprehensive agreement with, but after the evaluation phase, you will make that decision, and our office will begin the negotiations, likely through an outside counsel that we would select. So we can get ahead of that by interviewing possible outside counsels to evaluate both of these proposals and bring that item forward concurrently with the review of these proposals.
And just to clarify, the outside counsel would not be evaluating the proposals, but helping to negotiate alongside staff.
Great. Okay. So just to recap, to make sure I'm tracking, if we move ahead with a defined competition period, nothing is needed from city commission action to transition from competition period whenever that ends, 30 or 45 days, into evaluation. Staff seamlessly enters into evaluation the day after competition ends.
That's correct.
Is that right? Okay. Do we need to set the duration of the evaluation period?
You do not.
No, Commissioner Sorensen, you don't need to set that. What will happen is staff will take the proposals, depending on the quantity. We'll work with some of our existing contracts. We'll do financial analysis. We might onboard another consulting firm to help us do pros and cons and kind of give you some supplemental information about the different proposals, so that way you're looking at apples to apples. And once that period's done, then we schedule a commission meeting for the next step.
Fantastic. Okay, great. Thank you. So, Mayor, in summary, my suggestion is move forward with both proposals, set the competition period for 45 days, starting as soon as it's published, which hopefully happens in the next week. Thank you.
I think that's pretty much the consensus here now. All right, thank you, Ben. I have a few people who signed up to speak.
And I just want to make sure we will have a walk-on item this evening to codify all of this.
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
We have Gary Olson. Is Gary still here? Hi, Gary. Followed by Scott Zroick. And Cody Kears is just here for questions. Hello, Gary.
Good afternoon. Just to follow up on what Commissioner Sorensen said, where does the public comment come in? I noticed on option 2 it's presented for public comments, but where do the public get to comment on this?
Dwayne, you want to respond to that, please? I think there are 2 opportunities, correct? For public comment after the 45 days has expired.
Sure. So at the time that the evaluation is completed, staff will bring the ranking of the proposals. At that period of time, it's a public meeting, and the public will have an opportunity to speak at that meeting. And also, when the City Commission directs us to negotiate the comprehensive agreement, the actual agreement itself will come back to the Commission for approval, and the public will have an opportunity to speak on that at that meeting as well.
So do we have any idea on the timing of that?
We just indicated that 45-day period is the competition period, and then staff will have the opportunity to review it, and it depends how long it takes for them to do that, but it will be publicized, it will be noticed, and everyone will be entitled to speak at that time.
Very good.
All righty?
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Scott?
Good afternoon. Thanks for having me. I'm Scott with Finfrock. Finfrock is Florida's largest design builder of parking structures. We have compiled a team for a 3rd unsolicited proposal that we're prepared to submit to the Commission. That proposal, unfortunately, did not make it to this agenda today, but I can tell you that proposal is able to be delivered within a week to you guys for immediate review.
Well, you have 45 days.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that we have a.
You can
we have
thank
a 3rd
Commissioner
unsolicited
Beasley
proposal.
Pittman for that.
Yep. And happy to answer any questions with that. Just want to let you guys know that we have a 3rd proposal ready to submit on behalf of my team.
Great, thank you.
Thanks.
And Cody Kears, do you have anything to say? Just for questions, right? Okay. Anyone else wish to speak on this item? Okay, there being none. So I think there's a consensus on the Commission to move forward, accepting the 2 and begin and after publication, 45 days for competition, and then bring it back to the Commission at the appropriate time. Make sense?
Understood. It's clear.
Very good. Okay, moving on to business 3. This is a review of the Himmershee Entertainment. I'm sorry? Okay, the view of the Himmershee Entertainment District, 111 properties, and potential amendments to Article 3 Special Entertainment Overlay District of Chapter 5 of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Fort Lauderdale. A number of people have signed up to speak, but I know there's a staff presentation. Trish, hi.
Hi, good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. I'm here this afternoon to present on the Special Entertainment Districts and specifically the 111 Properties Special Entertainment District that intersects with the Himmershee Historic District.
So before you begin, do you want to explain to the public what's the genesis of this proposal today?
Sure. So primarily we're here to ask for direction to move forward with code amendments. So I'll go to the next slide potentially, if this works. Here we go. So I'll give you an overview of the background of special entertainment districts. I'll also talk about the Himmershee Revitalization Plan, which we presented to the Commission about a year ago. We'll talk about the current status of the 111 properties. We'll go over a few of the requests that we've received, specifically from the Downtown Himmershee Village Association, which includes a number of tenants in the area and business operators. We also received a letter to the Commission from the Downtown Development Authority, the Broward Center for the Performing Arts, and the Museum of Discovery and Science. And then we'll review the potential code amendments, which it's really just an outline of goals that we would want to achieve in developing a code amendment. We don't have a draft developed at this time. And then we'll talk about options for moving forward to get direction from the Commission. So to give you a little bit of background about special entertainment districts, it was created in 1992, and there were certain goals as part of that ordinance that was developed to help development spur in the area where the regional activity centers are, to promote cultural tourism, and to eliminate blight in the areas that these were going to be located, and then enhance the visibility and public awareness of publicly funded projects. Along with the ordinance are several incentives that a business can take part in, or a property owner, as part of a special entertainment district, and that includes extended hours of operation, no minimum distance separation requirements for alcohol sales, the allowance of alcohol sales outside, and the allowance of open containers outside of the businesses but within the boundaries of the district, and higher noise levels within the boundary of the district. So in order to create a special entertainment district, the way the ordinance talks about it is it really just requires a letter to the city commission or the city manager outlining how the area meets the minimum district criteria, and also providing some supporting documentation such as a security plan, a memorandum of understanding, and some other documents that would be provided at that time. One of the primary aspects of having a special entertainment district is having common ownership or common control of that area. Common control is what this 111 properties falls under, where they have a lease agreement with all of the different properties that are within the boundary of the special entertainment district for a period of 10 years. And right now, the city has a total of 5 special entertainment districts. 3 of them are located in the downtown area, including the 111 properties. So you can see on the map where those are located in close proximity to one another. And we have 2 on the beach that are also within close proximity of one another.
So 111 properties is not an owner; they're tenants in those properties.
So 111 properties is actually, it was an owner. They've sold their properties to another entity, and the district representative of the 111 properties special entertainment district did pass away several years ago. So
Was that Betsy?
Betsy.
It was Betsy.
Yeah.
Okay.
So this is related to the Himmershee revitalization plan that was presented to the commission in March of 2024. That plan included an outline of the stakeholder feedback and recommendations for the Himmershee area. And as part of that, there was a focus on the special entertainment district's governance and management specifically, and primarily because it intersects with that Himmershee historic district. We heard a lot from the community at that time. We did hold several community feedback sessions with different stakeholders in the area. We also had an open house in November of 2023. And the feedback related to the special entertainment district was really related to safety and security of the area, but also to that management of the special entertainment district itself. I think there was a lot of positive feedback about the area in the past, and there's an interest from the community to get back to that. So right now, the special entertainment district, there are certain structures within the Himmershee area that are identified as being located within that special entertainment district. But part of having a common control is having a regular report to the city manager to identify which businesses are included and which are not included. We have not had an updated version of that for the 111 property since 2013. And as of right now, we have 7 businesses that were included in that 2013 rendition, but 14 businesses that are currently operating within the special entertainment district were not included in that. And that means that we probably, we don't have a high majority of our businesses operating within the special entertainment district that are aware of the rules and regulations that go along with a special entertainment district itself. We also have an outdated document for the special entertainment district. So in addition to the fact that we don't have an updated version of that document, and we have a lot of businesses that aren't really aware of those rules and regulations, we have a few common elements of feedback that we receive from stakeholders. And it comes along with the concerns of having an open container or open containers within the area, the extended hours of operation, the limited daytime activity within the district, concerns of safety and security of the area, and just general requests for more maintenance and upkeep of the streets and sidewalks. We took a look at some of the current conditions within the area and some of the data that we have for the Himmershee area. So we have information from police, which does indicate that there has been a minor decrease over the last 40 months of calls for service in the Himmershee area. And the Himmershee area is a broader area than just the special entertainment district. It's shown on your map. There's also kind of a noticeable decrease in the service calls that occurred during the spring break period between March 2022 and March 2025. We also received data from fire, where they are reporting consistently higher volume of calls during the midnight to 4 a.m. hours. And there's consistently more calls during spring break period. A lot of this is related to medical-related incidents.
People falling out?
I don't have the exact data, but we can revisit that. So with code enforcement, there's data that's provided from June 2023 to June 2025. A lot of those complaints are related to noise, but also property maintenance. And then it goes down from there. Along the bottom of your screen, you see an outline of the less common complaints where they've only received one complaint over the last 2 years. The city does provide regular cleaning and maintenance of the streets and sidewalks. There's pressure washing that occurs on the sidewalks themselves quarterly or as needed. Street sweeping is done by Public Works on a daily basis. And the trash containers, there's about 20 of them along that section of Himmershee between the FEC and 7th Avenue that are collected daily by Parks as well. And then there's several aspects of cleanliness that is related to the property owners and tenants themselves, where the maintenance of alleyways and dumpsters are to be maintained by the tenants. And the sidewalks also are to be maintained to a level of cleanliness, just getting loose debris and making sure trash is picked up. Within the Special Entertainment District Memorandum of Understanding and Operating Rules, there are additional elements that are outlined within that document, specifically related to cleanliness of the sidewalks and streets, and a schedule that goes along with that. So getting to some of the specific requests from the Downtown Himmershee Village Association, there's a few things that they've outlined as far as what they'd like to see kept as part of a future agreement. And that would be not allowing open containers, which is one of the current incentives, no underage advertised parties, have a rule about those that are under 21 entering restaurants before 10 p.m. Recommend that an establishment can be granted a street cafe license for consumption of alcohol on their premises. They would like to keep the 4 a.m. benefit, and they also want to ensure that there's payment into a fund by participants within the district. This is actually something that's already included in the MOU, but hasn't been enforced. So within that memorandum of understanding, there is a requirement to pay the district controller on a regular basis to ensure that the sidewalks and streets are kept clean and additional security is provided during special events. They also want to make sure that there's a way to enforce this through consequences and regular action that could ensure that everyone is complying with the regulations. We also, as I mentioned, received a letter from the DDA, Broward Center, and MODS. It was a letter that was provided to the city commissioners directly from all of them collectively. They had mentioned that they would like to revert to a standard schedule of operation for the city and not allow the extended hours of operation. They would like to prohibit off-premises and outdoor consumption of alcohol. And they would like to have better maintenance and security plans in place and better code enforcement within the area. Within that letter, they did not mention anything about noise levels or the elimination of minimum distance separation requirements. With that feedback, but along with the feedback that we received through the Himmershee revitalization plan, we, as staff, came up with a list of options that could be incorporated into a code amendment moving forward. So there would be an allowance instead of a common control agreement to allow a group of property owners from within a special entertainment district to form a committee to provide oversight to the area. There would also be the ability to provide more locations of the details of which businesses are participating within the special entertainment district. And we would encourage a mix of businesses to participate with a required time of operation. So having businesses open during the daytime, making a more active street. We would also ask that the process for establishing a district and decertifying a district be established and be clarified, and update the security plan requirements. We'd also re-review the incentives, such as the hours of operation, but continue the ability to operate without the minimum district requirements. And so this is the final slide for options for consideration. There are primarily two options for moving forward. One would be to update the Code of Ordinances in its entirety for the special entertainment districts. And we would allow the current special entertainment districts that are not out of compliance to continue operation and be grandfathered in. The second option would be to create a new subsection within the special entertainment district ordinance to address the needs of the 111 properties or the properties within the Himmershee area. But in considering both options, the City Commission may make a motion to decertify the 111 properties special entertainment district once an ordinance is set in place. So there still needs to be some sort of action for the 111 special entertainment district once we finalize a plan and an ordinance to move forward. And I'm happy to take any questions.
Great. Thank you so much. We really appreciate your work on this. District Commissioner, what are your thoughts on this?
Thank you, Mayor. Trish, thanks for the work. I know that we've been working on this for a long time. Lots of public input, lots of meetings, lots of workshops and charrettes. Just a couple of questions before I express just some sentiments, and I also am looking forward to hearing from the folks that have joined us today. If you look at the, and again, some of this, I guess, is dealing with enforcement, but when I go back to the CAM, I'm wondering why is someone able to operate as if they're in the district if they're not within the boundary right now? And there was an example of that made in the CAM. Why is that permitted?
I can't tell you exactly why. I think over time there's been misunderstandings and not really quite getting a grasp of what the special entertainment district really is and what those boundaries are. And there's been kind of communications that have gone back and forth, maybe with prior city managers. And it created a level of uncertainty for probably everyone. So a lot of this process has been to kind of unravel what's been happening and what we can do to make improvements and make the district better operationally.
Thank you. So, Mayor, as I said, we've been having this discussion now for about 2 years, right? I mean,
yeah, we started in the fall of 2023,
Yeah.
really diving into the Himmershee revitalization plan.
So almost. And I think that the reason that we're having this discussion, and actually we added this to our goal-setting workshop as one of our priorities, not this past January, but the January prior, is because I think that the Himmershee corridor has lost its way over the years. And I get that sense from not just the Sailboat Bend neighborhood, which is right there, but also the historic district, all of our very popular venues along the way, whether it's Mods or the Broward Center. And also had a really good meeting at one time with the Downtown Himmershee Village Association. I'm glad to see they've reconstituted themselves. I think that's really, really important because that was a big missing piece over the time when we went from a corridor that not that many years ago really was active daytime and nighttime. People felt very safe there. People would go there for lunch. People would go there to shop. People would actually go there for dinner and then walk over to the theater or walk over to Mods. And we don't see that really anymore. The biggest complaints that we receive in my office are just about feeling safe and also cleanliness and the fact that we have had a few bad actors over the years. We've had shootings. We've had it's really become a different vibe there than what it was and what people remembered it and really appreciated it at the time. So we have to find our way back. There's so much coming on this corridor, not just on Himmershee, but also on Broward. We've been working on changes with regards to some flexibility with the historic ordinance, where we might be seeing pretty soon some development, keeping the historic facades, but seeing development right behind it. We also know that we have big changes coming on Broward as well. So we have got to clean this up because not just for the sake of what's happening right there, but also for the entire neighborhood and all of the stakeholders in that area. I think staff has come up with some really good ideas. They've condensed, I think, what we've heard from the Downtown Himmershee Village Association, what we've also heard from the venues along the corridor, and also the Downtown Development Authority. There's a lot of good information here. It's just going to be up to us to pick and choose. I'm not ready to take the drastic action of decertifying the district because I think we need to really see what we can do to improve the district for everybody. I'm very well aware that we have to be cognizant of the business in that district. We have to make sure that we are not hurting business in that district. But at the same time, we have to make sure that we're respecting the quality of life that everyone that either works or lives or plays in that area wants to feel. They want to have that consistency and they want to feel that that's an area that works for everybody. So I would love to be able to go through some of these things. I think the biggest thing right now that I've been struggling with is the actual hours of alcohol sales. And I know, Trish, actually right now, citywide, you can sell, outside of the entertainment districts, you can sell till 3, and it must be consumed by 3:30, right? So, am I correct in that?
I want to say it's 2.
2. Well, what about, I thought that am I just thinking of the other entertainment districts?
Fridays and Saturdays have the 3 o'clock.
They do. That's why
Fridays, Saturdays.
The weekends are different, and they have to sell by 3 and consume by 3:30.
That's correct.
Right. So what we're looking at doing here is we're looking at maybe a half an hour at most, but we have to figure that out. But I think that the potential code amendments that staff has put forward make a lot of sense. Again, I'm not willing to throw this whole district out right now, But we just have to keep working. We've made a lot of progress in bringing folks together, and I'm interested in hearing from everyone that's with us today. But I do believe that we can get there. We can get there with the code amendments that I think the city staff is presenting. We can get there with the request from DDA, Broward Center, and Mods. And we can get there with the request from the Downtown Himmershee Village Association. There's not much, if you look at these pages, there's really not that much that's separating all of these wants and all of these recommendations. But I think the most important thing is we're going to have to just get this back on track. And we're going to have to really look at enforcement. I think that's been our biggest lacking of a situation is we just have not been really enforcing. I hear from people that say it smells down there, it's greasy on the streets, it's dirty, and those are the things that I think we can address rather easily.
That's its charm.
Well, your definition of charm might be different than my definition of charm, but I think that we can get there. There's enough information here in front of us that we can make this work for everyone. And I don't think we have a choice but other than to make it work for everyone. That's how I feel.
Okay. Anyone else on the commission have any thoughts?
I do. In regards to enforcement, with hearing everything in the presentation, Trish, a district controller, is that the term you use?
District representative and common control.
Okay. All right. At one point, there was someone, I heard you say, that's no longer with us that was doing that?
Correct. Yeah, that was the property owner of the 111 properties.
Okay. My question is, why wasn't that person replaced, or is this part of this conversation to put someone in that position to bring this back under control?
So it's not entirely a position to fill. It was a property owner that
just took responsibility for the area.
Took responsibility.
Her name
to
is Betsy. I don't recall her last name. Great lady. She was one of the pioneers in this area in generating interest in investing in the area and creating a nightlife scene there with other owners. But when she passed away, I guess her estate just went and leased out the property to other operators. And you're saying today that they're not taking the same sense of responsibility in keeping the place up.
Okay, so with that being said, whose responsibility is it? If we're going to make this balance, how do we get to this place?
Well, if we make it the owners or the occupants' responsibility, the question of enforcement comes into play. And we do have code enforcement. Code enforcement is operational until 3 a.m. So it would become the burden of the city to ensure that these guidelines are followed going forward.
How is that handled in the on the beach? You said that the district also has properties on the beach. How is it handled compared to in Himmershee?
So there are 5 different special entertainment districts,
right,
and each of them are kind of made up a little bit differently. So some work as the same as the 111 properties, where it's common control, where they have lease agreements with different property owners to form that district. But others it's simply one property owner. Like Beach Place is one property owner, and they control their own area and functions within it.
Okay, I'm trying to follow.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. If say Beach Place, that's what you just said.
Mm-hmm.
If it changes the method in which they are controlling, what do we as the city do for enforcement for Beach Place?
So there's general code enforcement that's occurring for all of these properties, but each of the special entertainment districts has their own separate memorandum of understanding that is with the city manager's office, and they continuously operate in accordance with what the rules for operation are within those documents. That's another thing that could be improved upon within the Code of Ordinances, is a better way of establishing a special entertainment district and understanding what the different rules are within them. But there's some commonalities as far as needing a security plan and providing cleanliness and making sure that everybody is following those regulations from someone in management. Beach Place is a really simple one because it is just one property owner.
Okay.
They just have 20 tenants.
Okay. And I will say, if I could add to that, obviously the entertainment districts on the beach are also in District 2, but I have not been hearing the concerns and the complaints as much in terms of the way that those districts are being run. Do you hear any of that? And that's why I'm actually more open to just concentrating on Himmershee. When you look at the options for consideration that you've given to us, I'm not sure if we have to go global on this and look at all 5 entertainment districts. Perhaps we're better off just focusing in on this one and then take the others if that becomes an issue, or maybe using whatever changes we do for the Himmershee corridor to then use for the other districts. But right now, what I'm hearing is not rising to the same level as I'm hearing from Himmershee. And again, that's with both Beach Place and also, I think it's called Toomey, the district, right? The Toomey properties, again, very small, not anything like this. So
I think let's not forget the problems we had with Beach Place. I mean, there was a time there when Lulu's Bait Shack and all the others were just driving the people at the Ritz-Carlton crazy with all the noise and all the commotion and drug dealing at the Beach Place. And it was between the city and the owners that cleaned it up. So it's not unlike, Beach Place is not like an outlier. They too had a history. I don't think they have. I think the Beach Place history was actually worse than what's going on in Himmershee. Himmershee is just messy. It's just a messy place. And I agree with you. The quality of hospitality there was different a number of years ago, as of not even that long. There were nice restaurants. I don't recommend a daytime activity if you're saying that we should just open the bars at 10 a.m. because I see that on Wilton Drive and it doesn't necessarily contribute to a quality environment. But especially when people are waiting at the door at 10 o'clock to get in. So, but if we're looking to, I'm not looking at you, Chris Cooper. So, no, but seriously, I mean, the mix of hospitality is definitely a goal. I'm not sure if changing the special entertainment district rules is going to bring better quality entertainment. It's all up to the owners of these buildings to rent to whom they want to rent. A lot of the entertainment areas for young kids have actually moved to Las Olas. And we see an upscale version of what used to be on Himmershee. So, but I didn't mean to interrupt you, but I'm just saying that, Beach Place is definitely not, a place where we can say, oh, well, they're a good example of how the special entertainment district has been respected, because we've had our problems with Beach Place. So,
but that's my point, Mayor. That's why I brought up. I want to see the comparison of how now it's being regulated in a sense.
Well, again, it's self-regulated. Beach Place.
That's what's my question. I didn't understand.
Yeah. Again, that's one owner, though.
That's one owner.
That's one owner.
One owner.
And I didn't mean but I didn't mean to say that that's not an issue at all. But it's just easier to get your arms around Beach Place or Toomey, those entertainment districts on the beach, than it is to get your arms around this one. That's why I was saying I would rather see us just focus for now here and then deal with the other entertainment districts as needed. That's all.
Pam, could I just add one extra thought to that? Because I remember all that. That was a very painful experience for all of us here at the city. It was to the point where we actually threatened to pull the entire entertainment district from Beach Place. And the way we resolved that problem is we flooded it with police officers. And we scared the property owner to death by telling him you were going to lose your ability to operate. So, because we were having all kinds of problems there, and it took drastic measures to get that back under the control. To the mayor's point, it was increasingly problematic with drug dealing and criminal activity that was taking place there, and it took extraordinary efforts by the city to get the property owners to rein it in, because candidly, they didn't care. And it wasn't until they were threatened with the loss of their livelihood that they suddenly developed an interest in cleaning up their property.
Okay. All right. Because I believe in opportunity, as the commissioner has said, to allow for the area to revamp and clean up, if that's the direction we can go. But do we have that commitment from those property owners? That's why I'm asking these questions, because if this has been the atmosphere for Himmershee and it's known for that, and if we can get it back to that level when that one property owner was, in a sense, I said direct control, I heard that, but however it's going to be managed is that if it's going to be a collaborative effort from all of the property owners to ensure that we don't have these after-hour young people drinking in the area, noise if that's an incident, whatever it's going to take. Is the community, those property owners, committing to a change? Because when we think about our Performing Arts Center,
right. I think the quality of the environment needs to change.
Yes,
because
exactly.
we have children there, we have families coming to the Performing Arts Center, the Science Museum, and there's interest in the development community to build housing in the area, and we don't want to have, an environment there that seems threatening or at risk and is too licentious. And I think that some of the recommendations that you're making today might help. Like, let's take baby steps and see, no open carry, maybe not. I don't know about the advertising for underage parties. I mean, I don't know how that negatively impacts the area.
Well, there is a So
to discourage the presence
Right.
of underage individuals, then that's what you're saying. We should probably not allow that. So, but all these recommendations seem well thought out, and we have a number of people who've signed up to speak. But I think that if we take baby steps without throwing the baby out with the bathwater, because as you said at the beginning of your presentation, the whole idea of these special entertainment districts was to encourage people to come to the areas, something they could find here where they couldn't find anywhere else. Now, the liquor license, the drinking time is till 3 a.m. throughout the city?
No, so
throughout the city on weekends?
Throughout the city. For weekdays, it's 2 a.m. and you get to 2:30 to finish your drink if you purchased it before 2. And on Fridays and Saturdays, it's 3.
Okay. So to that extent, I don't know. Are we really crimping on their ability to stay solvent by cutting it back an hour? It's up to the commission what it wants to do. I'd obviously want to hear what the community has to say, but I think your recommendations of trying to establish a balance, which I think we were maybe a little too free-handed with the special entertainment district because we were kind of desperate. I mean, there was a time when you couldn't get anybody to go to the beach, and definitely it worked. So. And same with the downtown. But anyway, I didn't mean to interrupt you, Commissioner. Do you have any further thoughts on this?
No. For right now, I'm good. I would love to hear what our neighbors in the Himmershee area have to say.
So I'll just add a thought to that, Mayor, if I may.
Yes, please.
So, I've been going down to 2nd Street now for 20 years, and it really has changed over that time. I would go down there just as much for lunch at Creolina's as I would for dinner at Tarpon Bend, and then, drinks at one of the other bars down there later in the night. And so it used to be more of a balanced food and entertainment district, and now it seems to become more of a Bourbon Street type destination. So through the years, I think it's lost that restaurant presence that brought out people all day and in the earlier part of the evenings, and then you would just see a shift as the night got on, later in the evening, where it went more towards nightlife and entertainment. But I always think the district, had a different vibe to it, a different feel. Again, more of a balanced one. And I think that's changed over the years. It's just become more nightlife focused, and I think we've lost something in that transition. If we could get that back, if we can bring operators in there that want to establish that different kind of a presence, I think that would change the character. So I think it's a good idea to start looking at it again, because I can tell you, when people come to town, I don't take them down to Himmershee anymore. I don't take folks down to that part of town.
Well, the kids
where
do.
I used to.
The kids do.
And that's what it is. It's become a destination for folks in not just from Fort Lauderdale, but throughout the county, it's become known as a party destination. And so, again, that's why I use that Bourbon Street analogy. People come down there with the, from our neighboring communities out west, and they like, let's go party in Fort Lauderdale. And I
there's
don't
something
know
to
that
be
that's
said to
entirely
that, though.
what we want.
I mean, that's not entirely bad.
It's not a bad thing, but if that's the only thing it's known for, then I think that's problematic. Again, it used to be more of a destination where office workers would go over there and have lunch, and some of the folks would get after work and go have dinner and drinks and so forth. And I don't think we're getting that as much. I think it's become just known as a party destination, and I think that's why we're seeing the problems that we have down there with drug dealing and with, as you said, some of the trash that's accumulating and all the other things that's impacting the entire area and making it less attractive for folks. It used to be when I'd go to a show over at PACA, I'd go have dinner first and then go down to PACA. I'm not doing that anymore. I just go park, enjoy a show, and I leave. So I think the neighborhood, the environment down there, the culture down there has shifted again over time, gradually, and I don't know that that's where we want it to be. So just some thoughts.
Okay. Commissioner Sorensen, do you have any thoughts you'd like to add?
Thanks, Mayor. Thanks, Commissioner Glassman, for working on this. I like where we're heading on these, exploring these possibilities. Look, I really like a lot of Himmershee. In fact, my wife and I will take our girls down there to eat and then go to a show. So I mean, there's good things there that we really enjoy going down to Himmershee, and I think there can be some improvements. Mayor, I'd like to talk, if I could, ask the police chief and fire chief. I just had a few questions for them, Mayor, if that's all right.
Sure.
Thanks.
Chief Golan, Chief Golan, want to come up here and talk to us about the 911 calls you've been receiving there? What kinds of, and Chief Schultz, if you can come up here, tell us a little bit about what's going on there, some of the activity.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, Chief Schultz, Police Department. In general, I know there's been a discussion about the busier times, excuse me, the times that we have the most activity down in that area. And when we reviewed our statistics, it's usually between the 1 o'clock and 2 o'clock hours are the busiest times for calls for service. And that's not only the calls for service, but also when we look at our Part 1 crime analysis. Same thing, right around the 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock hours are the busiest. I will tell you, as it stands right now, we are on a trend for a potential 13% increase right now, but that's hard to predict because June, July, and August are so much slower. Downtown people are vacationing. They're not necessarily in town. So by the end of the year, I don't know where we're going to fall exactly when we compare our statistics to the other years. But that is what we're looking at, and at a potential 6% increase in Part 1 crimes at this point now. That's just the trend we're looking at now. But again, the next 3 months are very telling when it comes to that.
Great. Thanks, Chief. So just if you could educate everyone, what are Part 1 crimes? And you're saying 6% increase specifically in the Himmershee area?
Yes. So if you look at the geofenced area in the presentation, it actually goes a little bit out of the entertainment district. It goes all the way up to Broward Boulevard and all the way west to 7th and then Andrews to the east. So.
And from your experience, the businesses on Himmershee, is that representative of an equal increase? Unknown?
Increase in which part?
You said there's a 6% overall increase in the zoned area. And so my question is, within the businesses there, is that similar increase?
So there, if you look at the list of the businesses included in the geofenced area, there's 5 businesses that are not considered part of the entertainment district. 7-Eleven, Society, which is the apartment complex,
Right.
Burger King, the Wharf, and the Museum of Science. If you take those 5 businesses, that's about 42% of all of the calls for service, and they're not technically part of the entertainment district.
Yep. And by seeing, could you define Part 1 crimes for everyone, please?
Part 1 crimes are going to be your more serious crimes, robberies, burglaries, homicides, stabbing, shootings of that nature.
Okay. Any thoughts or reactions as you look to some of these suggestions? I mean, if you're saying, 1 to 2 a.m., any thoughts of what we could be doing better to curtail some of this increase?
Well, the natural increase around that time is simply because that's when the majority of people are out at the establishments. And that's, if you look at that, that's going to be a citywide statistics. That's when people are primarily there. It drops off dramatically in the 3 and 4 o'clock hours as far as those activity stats.
And anything specifically in Himmershee you think we should consider to reduce some of the increasing trend lines?
At this point, I think what we have been doing with our off-duty detail program, as well as our patrol program, that's impacting it. And if you look at the across the board, if you look years across, it's actually been a decrease if you look at multiple years. So what we've been doing, I think, has had that impact on that.
Okay, great. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mayor, I had a question for the fire chief, but whenever you're ready for that.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, thanks, Mayor. Chief Golan, hey, thanks for being here. Can you give me a little bit more insight into the reports for higher call volumes between midnight and 4 a.m. Since 2021? Maybe it looks like 56% increase. What are you seeing? What's happening?
So good afternoon, Commissioner. So our data pretty much mirrors what PD's data looks like. We pulled a date range from 21 to 25, and we're showing an increase in call volume from midnight until about that 5 a.m. mark. During that time frame, from 21 to 24, we've seen a 56% increase in substance-related calls, and we're continuing to see that go up each year. Most of the calls are substance-related, intoxication or other substance abuse. There are some others, such as fighting. We've seen our response to fights for transports have gone up last year. We had 20 of those. That was 14 the year before. Shootings are normally about 2 a year that we respond to in that area. And stabbings, there's been 4 in the past year that we responded to. And sexual batteries that we've responded to have been a constant 3 per year over the last 3 years.
Okay, great. Any thoughts or suggestions of considerations for us as a commission from your perspective to try to trend this the opposite way?
During the spring break time frame, we normally deploy a detail unit down there from normally about 9, 10 o'clock at night until all of the establishments closed. This has been very, very helpful in curbing our call volume in that area. During the spring break time, it's an overtime unit that's supplied by the city. We may want to look at advancing that so that it's there over the weekends, at least on Friday and Saturday nights, so that there can be medical units immediately in the area available to respond and not putting that burden on the rest of the community or taking the availability of those units from responding to other areas in the city.
Yeah. Okay. Chief, thank you. That helps. Yeah, Mayor, I appreciate that. I want to get a little more there. I mean, so I think the imperative's clear is we've got to work together with the businesses and stakeholders to try to, correct these trends a little bit, going in the right direction.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor, can I just ask the chief one question?
Yeah, go right ahead.
So, gentlemen, and I know that we were getting in my office a lot of complaints about the Performing Arts Center garage and the activity that was happening there. I believe in our last fiscal year budget, this fiscal year, I believe we actually hired an extra security person. We have that partnership with PDA, Broward Center, and ourselves. Have you noticed a decrease since we added extra security in that garage since, I guess that would have been since October?
Right. Yeah, there has been a decrease in activity in that garage for certain.
Yes. What about the county garage on the east side of the tracks? Is that an issue, that garage?
So that garage has off-duty detail as well. It's obviously a much larger garage, and there have been calls for service in there, but as of recent, we have not had any major issues there either.
Okay, that's good to know. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Do you gentlemen want to add anything to your comments? You're good with the questions that were asked of you? Okay, thank you. All right, so we have a number of people who signed up to speak. However, out of respect and a deference to former Mayor Jack Seiler, who's here today to discuss item 5, I believe, we established a time certain of 4:30. So before we continue with the public comment on the Himmershee item, I'd like to suspend that item on business 3 and move on to business 5 so we can discuss that and dispose of that matter today. So Mayor Seiler, if you can please come up. Now, just to give the folks a background on this, the City Commission back in 2019 entered into a comprehensive agreement with Inter-Miami Beckham to do various things, and as since that time, we've seen the creation of the new soccer stadium, the football field for the high schools, and various other aspects of that project materializing in our city. However, there arose a dispute over certain items, which the city hired Mr. Seiler to proceed with mediation to try to see if we could resolve the issues. I think Jack is here to talk about what has occurred over the last few months and to tell us what, if any, conclusions or agreements that we are going to present to the Commission for approval, for review and approval. Jack?
Thank you, Mayor.
Push at the bottom.
Yeah. There we go. Thank you, Mayor. And I've never seen Ben look that big to my left before. This is
Sorry,
Mayor, it's a lot.
So,
It's
Mayor,
a lot, Mayor.
maybe then you look at this screen. It's better.
I got Ben all around
This
me
is
here.
better.
This is.
I'll turn my video off. I look even better with it off. There you go. Thank you.
Yes, so this is a mediation that, as the Mayor Trentalis correctly stated, actually started back in 2019. It was a series of events and votes and agreements and activities that, quite honestly, could have been handled better, might have been handled better, but at the end of the day, we are where we are. And it's a situation where I think the result is one that will eventually benefit, most importantly, the citizens of Fort Lauderdale and the citizens of Northeast Fort Lauderdale as it relates to this property. Just to kind of run through some of these facts, as Mayor Trentalis pointed out, this started out with an unsolicited proposal in January of 2019, and it moved forward to have an MLS training facility and stadium. There was a resolution done by the city in February of 2019. There were votes done in March of 2019. The Miami Beckham unsolicited proposal was accepted. It was ranked number 1. They had a comprehensive agreement entered into. Activities were started based upon an interim agreement. And as I said, things could have been handled differently, might have been handled differently, but again, it doesn't benefit anybody at this stage. 7 years later, look back how things were addressed. And again, when you look at how it might have been handled differently, I'm not in any way placing any blame. It was just a series of let's get this done. It's an exciting time for the city to build a facility. Exciting time for the city to be able to host a team. I don't think anybody ever thought that team would end up being the team that has been so successful and bringing in, Messi to South Florida, and you realize the impact that's had on our community. But through a series of activities, they got to a final agreement, which required, and this is where the gridlock happened, that both parties had to agree on the park plan. And I don't know, I served on this commission for 3 terms. I look up here, one of your commissioners now was my auditor. I think my auditor would have looked at me back then and said, do not allow an agreement to go where both parties have a veto. but that happened. And that's, regardless of how that happened, we ended up with a demolition moving forward, permits being applied for. You'll see that the team paid about $6.3 million in demolition costs. Those costs were higher than the estimates we saw when we were looking at doing that project back when it was Lockhart Stadium, the old Lockhart and the old, baseball stadium. But they spent $6.3 million in demolition costs. They spent $1.6 million to improve what is now known as Auto Nation High School sports field. And they spent about $1.4 million in building permit fees. So from that standpoint, Miami Beckham's out about $9.3 million on a project that they were expecting to be reimbursed on. At the same time, the city incurred a number of things. And as we got to the mediation a couple years ago, the issue became clear. It's either going to agree on a resolution or this park's not going to get completed because of the language in the agreement. It would take 3 of you to reach an agreement with Miami Beckham United on how this park was going to be designed. You all could reach 3, you could reach 4, you could even reach 5, but if Miami Beckham United looked at this and said, it doesn't make sense for us, we've got to be able to host a team, we got to host events, we got to host activities, this gridlock would continue. So through a series of mediations, initially attended by Commissioner Herbst as the district commissioner, and then subsequently attended by Mayor Trentalis on behalf of the city. We mediated a couple more times, and we have a proposal that is I believe it's fair. I believe it's reasonable. I think both sides are going to be critical of it. And I often say sometimes the best settlement is one that neither party's extremely happy about or excited about, but I think it is a compromise that moves this forward. And most importantly, it moves it forward quickly. So we end up with a park up there on Cypress Creek on Commercial Boulevard, between Commercial Boulevard and Cypress Creek. We actually get a park that can get open. At the current pace, with the current arrangement of these agreements, this park would not have been open anytime in the next couple of years. In fact, I would submit to you that the team would probably be moving to Miami about the time this park got completed, if at all, because of the requirement that both parties had to agree on everything. So there was compromise made. Let me just kind of run through a little bit of it. The city recognizes the contributions of $9.3 million already put into the project by Miami Beckham United, that being the demolition, the building permit fees, and the building of the sports field. As was pointed out in the dispute, there's an argument all the way around as to whether that cost should be the city's or should be Miami Beckham United. Certain documents allowed them to go forward. Those documents implied that they were going to get reimbursed for these costs. Subsequent documents caused some confusion on that, and I think from that standpoint, the city's position was probably a little stronger on some of these costs. However, at the same time, this requirement of this mutual agreement there's no other way to interpret it. I think any judge, I don't care if you go to state court, federal court, would look at this and say, well, you guys agreed, you all had to agree on a plan. There was an original estimate of the cost, and by the way, this box that I brought up here, these are years of plans, years of communications, years of back and forth, but initially the thought process was the cost for the park improvements that I think at that time Commissioner Moritas was requesting was about $2.4 million. And there were about 8 items identified as being included in that $2.4 million. That obviously is a substantially different number than AECOM presented for the park improvements. And the thing we had to try to figure out at mediation was, all right, which park improvements were implied, if you will, or contemplated, if you will, during the agreement, and which ones were sort of, wish list by the city. And then you get into issues of, okay, well, this improvement, is it going to be a simple dog park or an upscale dog park? All those issues weren't resolved ahead of time. So looking at the credit for the $9.3 million given to Beckham United, they are going to contribute another $4 million as set forth in 2 main payments. One is $2.5 million towards the community site improvements. So they are actually going to just put that amount of money in for the community site improvements. And that is about $100,000 more than originally anticipated. There's an argument on both sides. Should there be prejudgment interest or not? That's when, again, there was a compromise there. And then secondly, and I think more importantly, I think the item that triggered the compromise as importantly as the issue of timing, and this is the parking. So the agreement is there is going to be a parking facility constructed on the north side of the property. It'll be constructed by Miami Beckham to construct as part of constructing the whole park, but they are going to build this parking facility which is going to provide parking for the park. So you're putting in this park, as I can run through here in a second, but you got a 10,000 square foot community center. You got a playground. You got a fitness area. You got shade structures. You have a multi-purpose play field. You have lighted pickleball courts, which was something that was never even contemplated back in 2019. And now it's obviously become popular all over the city. You have open green space for active activity or active events, and then passive open green space. There's also going to be a maintenance building. Back in the old agreement, that was called a maintenance shed. There's going to be restrooms, pathways, paved parking lot, a drop-off area, 4 pedestrian access points to the park, and pedestrian crosswalks. Along with that, the parking is going to be established on the north side, and what it'll do is it'll run between the park and the stadium. And the parking is going to be a $1.5 million contribution from Beckham United to build that parking, so that it's clear, that'll get done. It'll get done on time, because a lot of this you're going to hear about in a second, the timing. But in addition, that parking is only to be used by Beckham United for 3 hours before a game, event, or activity, and 3 hours after. The rest of the time, as we addressed in the mediation, I should comment too, I know Commissioner Herbst was involved in the early mediations. Mayor Trentalis was involved in the later ones. Dwayne Spence was very helpful in the mediations. They were held, truthfully, all over the place. We had numerous meetings at various places. But as to that parking lot, once it's constructed, 3 hours before, 3 hours after will be Miami Beckham's use. At 3 hours and 1 minute, that becomes city parking the rest of the year. When you start looking at the number of events and activities, the city's going to get that parking, 75, 80% of the time. And it'll be used for the park. In addition, there's other parking that'll be available in the park for those rare occasions when the games are going on. This is not going to be set up as a nighttime park. It's to be more of an active daytime park, but there is parking available if there happens to be a game, an event, or an activity at the stadium. The city, like I said, is extending that courtesy for all Major League Soccer events held at the stadium, including what they call exhibition games, friendlies, tournaments, and other postseason games. This work will be done. The permit fees now will be the city's responsibility in this agreement. There was an argument and it was supposed to be the city's responsibility in the other one, but again, that issue would be one that a court would have to resolve.
That's just for not for the stadium, but for the new, for the park site.
For these improvements to the property, yes.
Right. So
parking and park improvements.
I don't want anyone to be confused. The permit fees that they have paid, $1.4 million, stays with the city. That's not that has been resolved.
Those do stay with the city as part of the overall compromise. Yes.
Correct. Okay.
So what we're going to do here, as I mentioned, you're going to run through all of these things that from the community center down to pedestrian crosswalks. The parties have 90 days to draft a second amendment to the comprehensive agreement for execution. Regardless of that, this needs to get done. The parties, they'll start working on design and construction documents within 30 days of the execution of the second amendment. So we're looking at 90 days and 30 days. You're talking 120 days. You'd like to get this construction agreement done. Then they are going to build the park for the city. There is an anticipated cost that they have priced out. I believe it is less than the cost we saw from AECOM in their proposal, but it has to commence it's supposed to commence next by April 30th, 2026. That's the construction commencing. So I think you're probably getting a couple years ahead of schedule had you not reached some compromise. Other than that, there's mutual releases. Parties voluntarily participated. I think there was an agreement that my costs were to be split equally between the city and the Miami Beckham United. And this requires a vote of the Fort Lauderdale City Commission. It's got to get in, that has to be inserted in here. Time is of the essence. I think if I direct the commission to a couple paragraphs that need to be specifically approved. One, this is the proposed settlement agreement and mutual general release. If you go to page 4, there needs to be a discussion about the date of the payment of the lump sum contribution. It's by wire transfer from Miami Beckham to the city. And then secondly, in subparagraph B, there needs to be a date for the insertion of the city, if it decides at its sole and exclusive cost and expense to construct a parking facility and the number of vehicles. So that needs to be discussed. And I'm trying to see if there's, I believe on
Mayor,
11.
Do we have this document? I'm just not.
Yeah, I think it was passed out. I think the last draft was.
I can send a copy of the agreements to the city commissioners. I'll email that now. I think you
just have
passed out a.
Okay, we just got it, Dwayne. What you finalized this draft? I know we were going back and forth, but I think it was
correct.
sometime.
I'll shoot an email out to the commissioners with the draft agreement.
Okay, yeah, if you could, please. Thank you.
This is something different. Yes.
So this is the proposed compromise. Let me just I'll close with this. Is it perfect? No. Is there something in here that both sides would be a little bit upset about? Yes. Is there something in here that both sides can be happy about? Yes. I think at the end of the day, the park's going to get built. At the end of the day, the parking is going to get resolved, both as it relates to Inter Miami and as to the city. And I think at the end of the day, it brings closure to this issue. And like I said, throughout this whole process, there were items of dispute and contention. There were, we looked at emails, we looked at exchanges. As this commission knows, I think there were 2 different city managers involved in this through the process. There were times when there were city commission meetings scheduled on this and postponed. And so I know Ms. Williams is probably delighted that she was not in on this early on. She was sitting down on Miami Beach dealing with other issues at the time. But I think this can bring some closure. I'm not sure that, again, it's a good compromise. It's a good result. But there'll be things that both sides will complain about, and I'll take questions.
First of all, thank you very, very much for the commitment that you gave towards this process. It's gone on for quite a while, and I know there were a lot of issues out there that had to be resolved, and I think Jack, you really brought this home, and I want to thank you for that. It wasn't easy, and we had a lot of opinions on this. But in the bottom line, I think we're going to get an amazing deal for the city. The city is going to benefit by millions of dollars, and I'd like to augment your comments if I can, because you're speaking to the proposed agreement which Duane is about to send to all of us. But I just want to talk a little bit about some of the things you said. So, as we all know, one of the big issues that was a bone of contention between the parties was who's going to pay for the demolition costs. That was over $6 million, and there was from Miami Miami's point of view, they thought that was just an agreement that Chris Lagerblum had come to with them, and it was a handshake deal that they were going to get started on the demolition before we even contemplated what the site plan would look like for the stadium and the rest of it. There are those on the city side that disagreed with that, but at the end of the day, Miami Beckham decided to cover that cost. So they're no longer seeking reimbursement from the city on that. They're just going to agree that they're not going to expect that reimbursement from the city. The other bone of contention was the permit fees. During the process, they were saying that it was their understanding that the city would eat the permit fees of $1.4 million. And during the negotiation process, we were able to get them to pay that, and they're no longer seeking reimbursement for that either. Those two major points, I think, were amazing concessions that you were able to achieve out of this process, Jack. So I want to thank you very, very much for what you were able to do there, because those were important sticking points. Moving forward, we got a presentation by AECOM early on, and I do recall almost $35 million was their proposed budget for the park that we have contemplated here, and we only had $25 million to pay for this, and it was not going to happen based on their proposal and their site plan, and based on your negotiations, I see that you were able to come up with a very similar site plan to what we originally contemplated. Now it includes 16 pickleball courts. It includes the community center. It includes dog park, play field. It includes all the main features that we had originally proposed. The only thing that isn't here is the splash pad, which during the negotiations, I want the commission to know that I would ask that we eliminate the splash pad because they're more trouble than it's worth, and they're very costly, and they're hard to maintain, and I don't know if that would really be added value to the overall park experience. What Jack was talking about as far as the parking is concerned, because they've been asking the city to build a parking deck on their site, the compromise that we agreed on was to build parking on the north side of the site, which they would pay for.
Mayor, I think it's up there, 14.
It's up there, right.
Yeah.
And it's on their page, it's on their handout too. They would pay for the parking on the north side of the site. So I said to them during negotiations, I said, well, if you're going to build the parking, why don't you build the rest of it? Because you could probably build it faster and cheaper than we can. And so they're prepared to do that, and that's where Jack has indicated that they could probably come in all in for under $25 million, which is within our budget and $10 million less than what AECOM was proposing. So overall, the city would end up saving almost $20 million in all of this that we're now speaking of. And I applaud Jack for getting them to sharpen their pencil and bring this home, and with construction on the site starting in April of next year, less than a year from now. So I just wanted to add those elements to the discussion for further feedback from the commission, and any questions that you have of Jack, now would be the time to do it. So who would like to speak first on the item?
Well, since it's my district,
Yes, Vice Mayor, please go ahead.
You won't be surprised that I don't share your enthusiasm for the deal. I appreciate the effort that went into it, but candidly, this is an absolute travesty. This is a complete abdication of everything that my district and my residents have been waiting for all these years. You took out the multi-purpose playing fields where the kids would go out there and play. My fields are gone, and you've turned them into parking lots. You took 1/3 of the park and paved it. That's horrible. That's absolutely horrible. How do I go back to my residents and say, you lost your playing fields for your kids so we could provide parking for Into Miami?
Well, number 9 shows a huge.
No, they're
public-
not there, Mayor. The multi-purpose playing fields, not the open passive space where people are going to run around and throw frisbees at each other. The actual multi-purpose playing field. The reason you saved $10 million is you took out 3 multi-purpose playing fields with turf and with the drainage and everything else that went under that. Of course, it got cheaper. You eliminated 1/3 of the park. That's not rocket science.
So from your point of view, you would like to add that component in?
Yes, I've argued against all that. I'm sorry,
relax.
but this
We're
is
just
very
discussing
emotional
this.
for me because this is incredibly important. I specifically made this point, and Jack knows because Jack brought this up in the earlier mediation about putting parking over there. And I adamantly refuse that because that's not what my district wants. Children don't want parking lots. Children want playing fields.
Well, where would the people who are playing pickleball going to park?
We had plenty of parking, so if you go to
Where?
we had plenty of parking in the original design that AECom did. We worked through the parking that was needed for the playing fields, for the pickleball, for the community center. All that was designed based on parking standards. So we've completely changed the design of the park here. We've moved everything around. Nothing is where it was in the original design that we've worked on since 2021. I mean, this doesn't look anything like what we designed.
Well, there's a reason for that because maybe that original design wasn't so great.
But you know how many meetings Heather and I both had with our district to come up with that design? We vetted it through the commission multiple times. This commission signed off on it repeatedly, and now we're just taking that entire 4 years worth of effort and ripping it up and throwing it away.
But John,
let me keep moving along.
Heather had 7 designs. It's not like she had one design.
But
She
they
had
were almost
7
all minor iterations of the same design. We came to a conclusion it was either June or July of 2021. That was the final one that was presented. And subsequent to that, we had minor tweaks. The only difference was when as we went through all the discussions on pickleball, we thought it would be a good idea to reduce the size of one of the multi-purpose fields and add the pickleball courts. Other than that, there were no substantive changes to the design from 2021 onward. Okay. So all of the earlier iterations, you're right, Mayor, as a result of community input, we went through a variety of design concepts and iterations, and we came to a conclusion with the community and with the commission, and we built a consensus around all that, and now we're starting from scratch. But let me just kind of walk through some of these things, because, again, I just, the demolition handshake deal. Sure, Jack.
I just want to, if you go to the original this was a very important when we were sitting in these meetings, and I know you spent a lot of time with me on this, and I know, you had a very strong feeling on this. But if you go to the comprehensive agreement on page 2 of 36, it defines community site improvements as a running and walking trail,
right,
a public park, a playground, a dog park, public fields, and a field maintenance building. Those are what's defined, and I believe those are all in here. As for, if you go to 1.02b, so as we got into the argument about best use, and I yes, you could remove the pickleball and maybe add some more, another field there, but the way it's worded, and again, I know you didn't draft it. In fact, I think one of the comments I made to you, Commissioner, I think had you been more active, had this been brought to you before all this went down, it probably would have ended up differently. But the community site improvement definition says walking trail, public park, playground, dog park, public fields, and a field maintenance building. That's by definition in the agreement. And
so as public fields number 9, we have the open passive space. Is that now what we're considering public fields?
That's what I would call a public field based upon the compromise. You could do stuff with that field if there's a desire, and I think that's, but what I'm saying is I was stuck with trying to resolve this as set forth in the original agreement from 2019. And I'm sitting there trying to interpret it, and every time, and in fairness, because you sat through a lot of these, there's no question we worked on this. Every time it came up, NRMIAME would come back and say community and site improvement is defined as follows, and they're listed there. And then we would get to the diagram, which I was going to pull out of one of these boxes, where there were the 8 items, and it doesn't say the active ball fields, but I will say this, they did put the stadium field over there at AutoNation Field. Now that is a turf field available for, I think, Stranahan, Fort Lauderdale High, and that. But yes, you are
Which
right.
are not in my district, by the way. I'll point that out. It's not helping my kids in my district.
I am aware of that.
love
I just want you
Stranahan.
to be. I mean,
I absolutely love them, and I'm glad they can come up there and play. In fact, we could even talk about how much it's costing those folks to come up and play games when they want to do that, because I know I've gotten a lot of feedback on that from folks that are more tied to the school community. But I want to know where my kids in District 1 are going to play soccer, or where are they going to have games to play? Where are they going to go? They got to drive downtown?
No.
Where?
There's a field just next to the football stadium. They currently play. What's it called? What is it? Rugby. The rugby field. It's a multi-purpose field.
So any kid can go out there all day long and play on the rugby field?
I think you're exaggerating what's going on
Oh,
here.
I'm not, Mayor.
Yes, you
I'm
are.
not.
Yes, you are. We've got a
multi-purpose-
magnificent site plan here.
I
It
think this is a
accommodates
horrible
still
site plan. I take exception to that.
redesign. You at the last minute added pickleball courts, which was never contemplated in the original comprehensive agreement. We added that. We added the cost, and it all comes under $10 million under what AECom came up with. We have a much more usable site, usable for us, usable for the team. It really is a win-win for everyone.
I don't think so, Mayor.
Well, I know you don't.
So can I continue with my recitation?
You may continue.
Thank you. So I'll go back to the handshake deal on demolition. So you make a good point, Jack. They're going to be sticklers about what's in the agreement. Well, I want to be a stickler. Guess what's not in the agreement? This handshake deal on demolition. So strike that $6 million that they paid. That was their responsibility. That is what is in the comprehensive agreement. There's no ambiguity about that whatsoever. Permit fees that they're taking credit for, $1.3 million. Same thing in the comprehensive agreement. No ambiguity about it whatsoever. They don't get credit for that. So that's $9.3 million they don't get credit for. So this idea that somehow they're giving us a gift of $9.3 million is an absolute fallacy. The comprehensive agreement is abundantly clear. And by the way, this is a multi-billion-dollar company that's made all of its money, I'm talking Mastech, doing government contracts. This is not an unsophisticated party. Nobody knows a government contract better than somebody who's built their entire business model on government contracts. They can't claim for 1 second that a city manager with no authority to execute an amendment to a multi-million-dollar deal gave them a handshake deal. That's ludicrous. Nobody would buy that. There were conversations. It never came to the commission for a vote. They knew it had to come to the commission for a vote. So what we're seeing here is that
a compromise.
Hold
that
on,
they're
no,
not, that
Mayor,
they're not
please,
going to,
Mayor, let me finish.
I'm letting you finish.
No,
but
you're not. You're
but
interrupting
twisting
me.
the facts.
I'm not twisting the facts. Those are the facts. Read the comprehensive agreement. I
read
have.
it. Trust me, I read
So
it.
again, please allow me to finish, Mayor. I shouldn't have to fight for the microphone.
Go ahead.
Thank you. So they like to construe the comprehensive agreement to their advantage when they say there's some ambiguity, and I disagree with the ambiguity that's been suggested, but when the language is abundantly clear, somehow it doesn't matter. So I take exception to this. I think this is an abandonment of District 1. You have collectively failed to give them what they've expected, what they've been told they're going to get for the last 4 years. It's a horrible deal for the city financially, and I can't support this.
Okay. Any other comments? Ben, do you have any comments on this? Yes,
yeah,
sir.
Mayor. Yeah. Thanks. Jack, thanks for your work on this. So, Vice Mayor, if I'm hearing you right, you want more playing fields, right?
Yes, Commissioner Sorensen. So if you go back and look at every single plan that the City Commission has approved over the last couple of years that I've been on the dais, you'll see that there are 3 multi-purpose playing fields where the parking lot is currently located adjacent to the stadium. So that's what we've been talking about. That's what we've always talked about. It's always been in there. It's been part of what the community has asked for, and it's what the Commission has agreed to provide to them.
Okay. So how about removing, I'm just looking at the site plan, how about removing the pickleball courts and putting playing fields?
No, what we don't need is parking. What we want is recreational opportunities. This is a park that's going to need to attract people to it. One of the things that will help do that is pickleball, because what we learned during the pickleball conversations for your district, for the fort, is that people will drive to play pickleball. So encouraging people to drive to this park and making it a destination park it's key to have those types of amenities and activities that are going to bring people there. Pickleball is something that we keep talking about. We talk about pickleball at the beach. We talk about pickleball down at Snyder Park. We know pickleball is a draw for people. And so
that's why we included it.
Exactly. That's
so you
why
want
that's why
pickleball?
I
It sounds like you want
included it.
pickleball more than playing fields.
We want.
That's
so
a higher
what we had
priority.
in there was 2 large playing fields. We had originally had in there 3 large playing fields, 3 large multi-purpose fields, which could be used for football, which could be used for soccer, anything of that nature. And what we did in order to accommodate the pickleball courts is we left 2 large fields and we reduced one of the fields down to half size. So it's a smaller field. So we now still have 3 fields and we have pickleball. What we don't need is acres of parking. And what was suggested during our initial mediation was approximately 1/3 of my total green space will now be paved over. What is it? Pave paradise and put up a parking lot? That's what this does.
Okay, and so you always planned on one. I'm just trying to see 2, 4, 6, 8. 2, 4, 6, 8. You always planned on 16 pickleball courts, if I'm tracking that right?
That is correct.
Okay, and you don't want to give any of those up. Okay.
I think those are critical to the neighborhood. But if we cut it down to 8 pickleball courts, fine. But if I can get my 3 playing fields back, yes.
Okay. So then, I mean, again, I'm not a pro on site design here, but I mean, Mayor, can you put if you do what the Vice Mayor said, you cut down half the number of pickleball courts, put a field there between the north or I don't know what side it is, but part of the pickleball courts and number 10, which is the passive green space, and then put fields where 9 is.
So Mayor, Commissioner,
if I may, Dwayne here.
Yes, go ahead.
So I just wanted to point out, Commissioners, you should have in your emails the actual agreement. But I want to point out
the actual agreement. Which agreement? Are you
draft.
referring to? The draft.
Draft
yes.
agreement.
Right.
So what I want to point out is page 5, paragraph 5 talks about the improvements to the community side, and the only reason why I'm interrupting is because it provides for further discussions and amendment of the comprehensive plan to further define the community site improvements, which would encompass some of the discussion that you're having now in terms of actually designing the site. It outlines some of the things that are going to be required as part of the community site improvements to be included. But in terms of the design, that still is to be discussed and approved by both Miami Beckham and the city through the amendment of the comprehensive plan. The only design aspect that is truly contemplated by this agreement is that northern parking lot, which may be a part of that discussion, but you'll see listed the items that are to be included as community site improvements on that page 5, paragraph 9.
Okay, thank you. I also want to point out that in terms of playing fields, the fact that football field that's being referenced is a playing field. The high school teams do not play there 24/7. It is available for public use. It can be programmed for public use. Furthermore, the rugby field is also available for public use, and because the playing area, the public fields, recognized as number 9 on the proposed site plan, that too can be marked out as a playing area. But we have multiple playing areas in this area. So to suggest that we are somehow compromising the public by not having playing areas doesn't take into consideration the entire site, the entire site, north, south, east, and west, some of which has been already developed and some of which is already programmed. We have teams already there. We have a lot of public participation, and so the point of this exercise right now is to get feedback, and I appreciate everyone's feedback. we can go back to the drawing board to see what further we could augment this site plan with. But again, whatever we do is going to raise the price of it. In trying to compromise, as Mayor Seiler indicated, we tried to come to terms that were affordable and that were as close to what each party was hoping to achieve. And like he said, not everyone's going to be happy, but we at least got to a point where we think we can finally, stick a shovel in the ground and get this thing going. And I think that through the efforts of everyone since this process began, I think we finally came to that point. And I'm hoping that we can move forward with this and get at least a majority of the people on the commission to give direction to the city manager going forward on this. Commissioner Beasley Pittman, do you have any thoughts?
I'm still taking it in. The email that Dwayne that you're referring that you sent, I'm not seeing it in my. It may be just a connection here, but I don't have any comment at this moment.
Okay.
So it should have been sent at 4:47, 4:46.
Maybe my connection.
All right. In the meantime, Commissioner Glassman, do you have any thoughts?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. So if Jack, and thank you so much for your work on this. I'm very appreciative, and this 6 years, folks, 6 years of this discussion. Okay, so thank you for bringing us to this point. I have a couple of questions because I want to just make sure I understand. So when I look at this site plan that you came up with as a compromise, how large is that space that's labeled 9 public fields?
Well, I don't think he got a measuring tape out, but
Okay.
I think it's a couple of acres, right?
It's a good size, and
yeah, it looks big. And
It's almost 3 acres.
What I'm saying is 3 acres. If you look at what's labeled here as public fields, 9. 13 is labeled as running and walking trails. Now, you have a lot of dog park area. If there's a demand for that, that's great. If not, you could certainly take the top number 5 dog park and incorporate that with number 9 and have even more playing fields. 13 is, again, more running and walking trails. In other words, if you look at what's labeled here as 16, 5, 13, and 9, that's a lot of green space labeled as public fields, isn't it? I don't know if you need all the dog park area, but there's a lot of green space there. And then if you also look at even 3 is a playground, right? So
and cut out half of the pickleball courts too.
Well,
I don't want to cut out the pickleball
I'm going to
courts.
tell you that will be your attraction to this park. First of all, I personally think that you'll probably have more people from Tamarack using this park than the city of Fort Lauderdale. Okay, that's just my impression. And what will bring them here will be that pickleball. And if you're going to have 16 pickleball courts, I'm going to tell you right now, I play every day, you're going to need that parking, okay? Because you're going to have a lot of angry people if you're going to have 16 pickleball courts and nowhere to park. So I'm just saying that I think you did a great job here, Jack. Compromise. Folks, 6 years, I'm ready to move forward with this already. It's enough.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Any other comments? Ben, anything
Yeah, I
else?
still have questions and comments. Yeah. Thank you. Okay, so Jack, just a couple questions here. So, okay, the park facility, including the parking, is estimated $25 million cost.
The total cost is $25 million. I think the proposal from AECOM came in higher. Part of this negotiation was to scale it back to $25 million and to deliver everything that's listed under community site improvements under the agreement. And that's what's important. And again, the pickleball courts were something that both Commissioner Moritas and Commissioner Herbst asked for after the fact, and that got worked in there. I've spent 25 years in public service. I recognize there's a lot of give and take. There may be a lot more give and take with this breakdown of the $25 million. The issue is this, and it's important to note, one, that the dispute over the $9.3 million is gone. They've agreed they are going to be responsible for that. They're not getting reimbursed. They're not getting refunded. That item's over. Two, the community site improvements as set forth in the agreement from 2019 are all checked off. There are more community site improvements in addition, but they're checked off. And three, we get rid of this language, and I do want to read this into the record because I know I dealt with Tom Ansbro on this, and I dealt with Dwayne on this, and it says here in this agreement, the qualified project's design and construction must be acceptable to Miami-Beckham and city, period. I've never seen an agreement that gives each side the right to say it's acceptable or not, and then everything freezes. I mean, if you want to move this thing forward, there ought to be a process that if they, how do you break a tie? How do you break an unacceptable situation? That's not in here. And the problem and again, there was a series of agreements. There was an interim agreement. And I think through the years and all water under the bridge, we could be sitting here in 2028 saying, well, it's not acceptable to the city, or it's not acceptable to Inter Miami. And so those two things, I think you can check the box and say those are done. I recognize that, this parking part of this compromise, why this was all done, is you have had parking issues out there. Those parking issues will also get resolved in this, in the process, and the city gets the use of this parking space probably for, like I said, 75-80% of the time, if not more. It's now the city's parking, except for 3 hours before and 3 hours after a game. And so, that's a win-win.
Great. Thanks. So I'm trying to just review the agreement as we're going through this.
Take your time.
So thanks. The 2.5 million, or let me see here. Miami Beckham shall pay 2,500,000 towards a community site. Okay. Is the community site inclusive of the 25 million park and parking lot cost?
Yes.
But is the 2.5 million part of the 25?
Yes.
Yes. But that is the contribution coming. Remember, under the community site improvements, they had to contribute 2.4. So that was raised to 2.5 as a compromise. They were giving 2.4. And again, so it is part of that, yes.
Okay. And then it says the total contribution of, I'm looking at section number 3, total contribution of $4 million is herein described. Next sentence, Miami Beckham will pay $2,500,000 towards the community site. So is it 4 million plus 2.5 million, or is 2.5 part of the 4 million?
2.5 is part. The other part is the 1.5 million for the parking.
Got it. So the total estimated cost of the park and parking lot is 25 million. Of that 25 million estimated cost, regardless of what that cost ends up being, Miami Beckham will contribute 4 million.
They're contributing 4 million towards it, yes.
Towards it. Okay. Great. Then the city will contribute, if it is 25 million, then the city would contribute 21 million for the park and the parking lot, right?
Yeah, but it depends on the design. I mean, if you guys want to change things around, you can change things around. I mean, this is just this as sort of drawn up. And again, I think you all know this. I'm not an architect. I'm not a designer. I'm not an engineer.
Yep.
I'm an attorney who happened to mediate a few cases here and there to help out. And as you all are going to probably negotiate some more details as to this park. I mean, obviously green space costs less than pickleball courts, and you know, but we're putting up, like one of the things we did is we combined the shade structures coming off rather than separate and apart. 4 of the shade structures come off the community center. Some will be over in the other playground area, if you see in 5 over in the dog park, but the other shade structures are actually connected. Hope the goal being it saves money.
Yep. Got it. Okay, great. So, Jack, what in your mind, if you, as you hope to seek agreement here, what would be the next step in this process in your mind for this?
Well, I think you all have to agree on the global settlement concept, right? This is what, I mean, Dwayne will get into the details with you as the city attorney, but you have to agree on the global concept. The issue that we've been fighting over, and look, in fairness to John, he was very passionate about, there were issues over these permit fees and demolition costs.
Right.
And, you know, and if you saw the back and forth with, well, we thought the city was responsible for that, and no, we thought you were responsible for that. And then, you know, both parties relied on the agreement when it suited them, and then both parties said, well, that part of the agreement wasn't clear when it didn't suit them. And so, you know, you got, you know, get into these issues, and that's why, you know, specifically, like they said, the site improvements. I mean, if Miami Beckham had their way, you would have 8 things out there, right? They'd say, okay, fine, we'll put our $2.5 million towards the site improvements. And guess what? It's the 8 things I already recited. And it doesn't include a lot of the items on here. In fact, you know, if I go back to it, there's no reference. I'll pull this up. When I go to the site improvements, there is no reference to a community center, right? You're getting a 10,000 square foot community center, but let's look at what was in the agreement. A running and walking trail, not very expensive to build. A public park, again, without defining what constitutes the public park, it can be not very expensive to build. It can be open green space. A playground, again, doesn't say, you know, I mean, I've seen playgrounds. I know Doral just finished a playground that cost somewhere close to $5 million. I've seen playgrounds built for $100,000. A dog park, same thing. You see that public fields and a field maintenance building. Well, the field maintenance building, as was understood by Miami Beckham United, was this is a place where you're going to keep like a maintenance shed, where you're going to keep the equipment. Well, of course, the city's position is, well, we want, you know, a community center. So from those 8 things that are specifically laid out in the agreement to now those items that, I don't know, they can put that, keep moving things around up here. Yeah. Now you have a 10,000 square foot building, community center, which was never contemplated. So that's obviously was going to be a city expense. The entranceways, you know, ingress and egress. The fitness stations, they were not defined in this agreement, but they're being added in. You know, the dog park was defined. The shade areas was not defined. Pickleball courts were certainly, like I said, I don't even think in 2019 any city was talking about pickleball, except for Commissioner Glassman. But you got the green space, the maintenance building instead of a shed. If you look up top, that 11 is a maintenance building, not a shed. You know, restrooms, guess what? Guess what's not mentioned in the original agreement on community site improvement? Restrooms. I mean, these are all things we're having to plug in and compromise. So, again, as I said, look, you guys have the hard decisions to make, but there's a lot in here that could upset you, and there's a lot in here that you like. But at the end of the day, the most important thing is the timing and the fact that that language that said each party can nix the agreement at any time.
Sure.
I mean, it would drive me crazy. I mean, saying when we did Carter Park, if we had an agreement between Orange Bowl and the city and both sides could nix it, I mean, that's just unacceptable. But that's what happened. You know, we could have.
So, Mayor, thanks, Jack. So, Mayor, and maybe this question for you, Mayor Trantelis or Dwayne, is what would be the next steps in moving forward?
I'll leave that up to you.
Oh,
procedurally, what's the next step? Get a consent, get a majority decision from the commission, and then are we agreeing to the agreement that that's in draft form that you've submitted? Is that what we're doing tonight?
So correct. So the next steps would be to consider the agreement, the settlement agreement, if you, as a commission, are looking forward to approving it. And if you approve it, the settlement agreement under its terms gives us 90 days to negotiate an amendment to the comprehensive agreement to address the community site improvements.
Dwayne, thank you, Dwayne. One of the questions I have is around the actual design of the park. What flexibility is there with designing of the park and making some adjustments?
So the payment for the northern parking facility is deemed a contingent payment, contingent upon the city constructing that facility at that northern location. So that in accordance with the settlement agreement, we do not get that payment if that northern parking facility is not constructed. The remaining design aspects are to be negotiated as part of the amendment to the comprehensive agreement.
Okay.
But to answer his question, though, in the agreement that you've submitted tonight, I forget the number of the paragraph, but it contemplates another agreement to talk about the construction of the park, correct?
That would be the amendment to the comprehensive agreement.
Correct. And so to answer your question, Ben, that if we want to tweak this design, that would be the time to do it.
Okay. And Mayor, I think that's important. I think, the district commissioners and stakeholders, I think the design is still, should be a discussion and worked on.
Has anyone signed
Mayor.
up to speak on Business 5 tonight? Okay. Thank you. Okay.
So, so Mayor, I support moving this forward with that inclusion of ensuring design work can still be, navigated.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Beasley Pittman, did you want to
just have a question. I'm still looking at the site plan here.
Yep. Again, it's not final. It's just proposed.
It's just there's one green space here that's not included. It's not included on the ledger. It falls under just below the maintenance building.
Below 11?
But below 11, what is that?
It's just open space.
So is it considered passive green space, or it is passive?
It's passive. There's nothing. It hasn't been programmed, so it's programmable.
Okay. I was going to ask, do we know how large it is? Is it how much?
I don't know the answer to that question.
All right. Just wondering, trying to figure out.
We can find that out for you.
If bocce ball takes off, it might be a great location for it there.
All right. So, I support it, of course. Commissioner Glassman supports it. Commissioner Sorensen supported it. Vice Mayor, I noticed you don't support it. Commissioner Beasley Pittman, do you have an opinion on this?
This is a hard one. I'm in favor of us moving forward towards the park, and we'll be at least getting the direction of the park that we're looking for.
Okay.
So I'm going to move forward with what's before us.
Okay. All right. Thank you. So,
Mayor,
yes.
There are a couple of blanks in the agreement that I would need direction on in terms of filling out. There is a date for the lump sum payment to be paid by, and then there is the time period for the construction of the parking facility and the number of cars or automobiles that facility would accommodate. And those were left blank.
Jack, what was the number of spaces?
The number of spaces?
Yeah. I know we talked about it.
We did. Let me just...
Ms. Toothaker, do you have a number for us? I know you represent them. Do you want to come forward if you could?
And Mayor, while they're doing that, do I have it right? If I was looking at that right, it's all surface parking versus...
Yes, it's surface parking.
Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, it's all no parking garage. Okay, thanks.
The number of, Stephanie Toothaker on behalf of Miami Beckham United, the number of parking spaces was 260.
But is that all the entire site?
Just the portion that Miami Beckham is paying for.
Okay, so that's on the northern part.
Correct, that's the northern part.
Boy, the pickleball will take up that all. 16 courts. I know. Yeah, it's a lot. It's about 70 people. It's about 70. So, okay, so that answers the one question.
What's the other question?
There were two other questions you had asked.
There's a date for the construction of the parking facility. It says prior to, and it's left blank. The city at its sole an exclusive cost and expense construct a parking facility large enough to accommodate no less than 260 automobiles. Do we have a date for that?
Well, I thought on a lump sum payment, my recollection was we discussed like 30 or 45 days
to come up with
on the lump sum payment.
On the lump sum
Right.
payment, okay.
The first payment, yeah, the
Right.
2.5, I believe, was either 30 or 45 days from approval. So to play it safe, just make it 45 days.
That seems to be the
That
number.
sound right?
Yes. What was the other question?
And the third question is when is construction going to commence? You know, that's why I wanted them to do it. So why don't you turn to the person to your left and ask her?
Well, if you remember, if I could just comment on that. If you remember, they wanted to start the parking sooner rather than later because
Right.
the parking has a dual benefit to both the city and to
I agree.
Miami Beckham. And I think they are going to be, at some point in time, the team is supposed to move south. But
It's supposed to move south, but to get it paved sooner than later helps the neighborhood, so fewer cars are parked on side streets and so forth. So the idea was during the negotiations, I thought that they were going to do the construction. They could do it cheaper and faster.
Right, and they wanted to do it sooner rather than later, and they
Right.
wanted to do it.
So
What's
I
a
don't know
good
the
day?
answer to that question.
What's a
You
good
guys
day
can
to
commence.
commence?
And that would be
plan.
challenging for me to answer at this moment. We don't have
I know you.
plans,
I know.
permits.
I totally know that. That's why I'm a little.
So, yeah, the language says the city at its sole and exclusive cost and expense constructs that parking garage.
Parking, not a garage.
The parking facility, sorry.
Parking facility.
So let me make sure I understand this. So the only thing that's going to get built is parking to benefit the team.
No.
That's the first thing that's going to get built.
No.
Wait, no, I'm sorry. That's what I just heard. The first thing that gets built is the only thing that benefits the team that doesn't benefit the community.
Well, I think you're going to be getting the check for $2.5 million in 45 days, and obviously you can start whenever you guys want to start. All I'm saying is they said they wanted to start the parking too. I would suspect that they build this, they want to move everything forward.
So we have an RFP ready to hit the street to build the park right now. We're just waiting to
For
release it.
$35 million.
For
God's
if they had
sakes, who
paid
wants
their
to spend
16
$35 million when we can spend $25 million?
If they had paid the $16 million that is their share of the park, then we get ours for less than that, Mayor.
When did they ever say they were going to spend $16 million for the park?
That is their share of the amenities that are outlined in the comprehensive agreement. As the mayor has pointed out, there's 8 components. We never expected them to pay for the community center. We never expected them to pay for pickleball. We always knew we were going to pay for those ourselves. And we asked AECOM when they designed the park to apportion the cost based on what was in the comprehensive agreement between the city share and the team share. The team share, if I remember correctly, the last time we did this, before it was a $35 million iteration, when it was a $30 million iteration, was $16 million for them and $14 million for us. So I would say the last thing I want to see get built is the parking that benefits the team, because I have absolutely no confidence that they're actually going to build the rest of the park or anything else if they're offering to do that. They're going to build what suits them, just as they've done all along. And no, Mayor, this doesn't help the neighborhood because they're already parking there. That's the parking lot they're using right now. So paving it doesn't put more cars in there.
All right.
So you're not benefiting anything. That's
I do want to comment just so it's clear for the record. I think they had said they would move everything sooner rather than later. They would like. So
why is that April?
You
and
guys
not
want
like
to
right
move
away?
your dates up? I mean, because I think it was the city trying to figure out when you all could get agreement on such.
We don't need to wait till April of next year. That's almost a year out again.
Well, why don't you put or sooner in there if there's an agreement from the city? The last problem is that it took 3 years under this agreement, when you read it, for the city to come to a plan, and they never did. And so you've got a situation where the Miami Beckham, and again, I recognize there's plenty of dispute here, but Miami Beckham had 8 obligations. That's it. 8 obligations.
And that's all I've ever asked them to do is those 8 obligations.
But John, you respectfully, Vice Mayor, you know it predated you, and there were 6 or 7 plans on those 8 obligations presented to them. So you've got an entity that's saying, look, all we know is whatever is done, we have the right to approve. And whatever is done, the city has the right to approve. And I know you were frustrated during mediation by that language, as we all were.
Right.
And so
because our attorneys disagreed with that interpretation, that they have a perpetual right to approve the plans. So our side absolutely disagreed with that interpretation. They do not have a perpetual right for the 50-year run of their lease to approve any designs and changes that we make to that park. So I would reject that conclusion. I'm happy to litigate that one.
Okay, we're not here to litigate. We're here to come to a conclusion.
All I can say is we've taken the worst financial deal the city has ever done and amazingly managed to make it worse. I didn't think it could get any worse, but by God, you did it.
Okay, thank you. So let's see if we can get some clarity here on the construction and what the city's expected. I think I had always voiced my concern about the city taking on the construction aspect of this because we have different requirements as a public entity that a private entity does not have, and therefore can probably accelerate the process. And that's why, I'm happy that they want to give us a check for the amount of the public space for $2.5 million. That's great. And the $1.5 million to build the parking. But the reality is we need to get them built. And we want to get them done sooner or later because, as Jack said, they're building another facility, their other facility in Miami, which they'll probably start using sometime next year, which we all thought was going to happen 2 years ago. So they've been here for a very long time, and I feel that it's important for us to have an understanding as to how this is going to be, how this construction aspect is going to be accelerated. And Stephanie, I think that was the thing that I know you and I had discussed, and I don't know if we came to a conclusion.
Well, isn't the team supposed to play in Miami in the spring of 2026?
That's correct.
Okay.
Yes. And what we had discussed is that this agreement contemplates that there needs to be a separate construction agreement. We all agree that needs to happen. And in this document, it says that within 90 days, the parties will agree on a construction agreement. And then Miami Beckham United frankly, it would be their preference because of economies of scale and construction to just do it all at one time.
Right. So
it's better for everybody.
But the language here says that they're depending upon us to build it.
To clarify, so it says here
that
separately, if prior to a date that's left blank. So it's contingent upon the city constructing the parking facility before this blank date.
That's not doing. I'm so sorry. With all due respect,
I'll go ahead and read it into the record. Separately, if prior to blank of 20 blank, the city, at its sole and exclusive cost and expense, constructs a parking facility large enough to accommodate no less than 260 automobiles and locates the same on the north side of the community site and adjacent to the stadium, which currently exists on the north side of the property. And if once constructed, Miami Beckham is granted the right to the shared use of the said parking facility as contemplated in the comprehensive agreement as amended. Miami Beckham will, after the north parking facility is completed, contribute to the city $1,500,000.
That's
contingent
only
contribution.
But that's only if the parties can't come to an agreement on a construction agreement, which is the first part of the document that says the parties will within.
So I'm asking, what is that date that this facility needs to be constructed by? That's left blank. That's what I'm asking.
Right, and I think, Dwayne, I think you guys are both saying the same thing, that the agreement said you guys are going to look at a date. If you can't agree, then the city can go forward, and then they contribute $1.5 million. If you can agree, then they go forward, and they're still building that.
I agree we're saying the same thing. I'm saying I have a document with a blank spot that I would like to fill out. It says that the contingent contribution will not be paid if this garage is not built by this blank
It's
date.
not a garage, the facility.
The facility, parking facility, unless it's constructed by this blank date. I'm asking the parties, what is that date that this needs to be constructed by?
As I understand what I've heard is that the desire is to have Miami Beckham do it when they start working on the park.
Yes.
So I think you put a short date in there that the city declines to do it, and now the burden shifts to Miami Beckham to complete that parking facility as contemplated by the settlement. Because the goal was to just have, and I'm not sure, I see how that's worded, but I believe the intent was that Miami Beckham was going to do this parking facility and do it sooner rather than later. And they also said they'd like to do the park at the same time, sooner rather than later. So they weren't the ones asking for the delay, because I think they just would rather, from an economy of scale standpoint, they mobilize, they get out here, they get this thing done, and they do it while they have the
so we don't want to exercise this possibility. So what if we said separately, if prior to December 31st, 2026?
Why don't you go a lot sooner?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why don't we do it by the end of July?
Jack,
Right.
I don't think so I think we disagree in terms of reading. I would say that this needs to go out further. This date, the build by date, is the payment of the 1.5 is contingent upon the parking facility being completed by this date. At least that's how I'm reading it.
Right, but if we don't complete it, then
we don't
they
get the 1.5.
No, we'll let them just go ahead and build it themselves at their expense.
Well, we don't have an agreement to that.
Well, this is what we're going to do.
Yeah.
What we're going to do is, between now and the walk-on tonight, we're going to change the language so that it says just that. And I don't think we'll have any disagreement with Miami Beckham.
If you were to insert April 1, 2026,
No, we don't want to do that. No, this is for if the city doesn't come up with if the city does not complete the improvement by, August 1st, 2025, then they hold back the 1.5 million and they go ahead and build it themselves.
Right, but I think you're going to see I don't know if it needs to be that soon, is what I'm getting at.
Well, that's the point.
Yeah.
We're not going to build it at all.
Right.
We want Miami Beckham to build it at their expense.
Right. But we have to make that clearer than it seems to be.
Right. So
Okay,
if
it's not
we
clear
can
now.
interlineate the paragraph.
Why do we need to even entertain this possibility of paragraph B? Why don't we just articulate that?
I agree.
Just articulate that Miami Beckham will build this facility.
Right. Why can't we just do that?
And we'll forego the 1.5 million. Let them just go
Correct.
ahead and build
Right.
it at their own
And
expense.
that's much cleaner.
Yes.
That's consistent with our mediation. Isn't it?
Except, in fairness to the city's position,
Yes.
my comment to them had been, if you build it for less, they're going to get a discount. And this way, there's at least a commitment of the 1.5. But that's fine. If you guys are fine with that, then that's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because
Yes.
We're
Fine.
good with that.
Yeah.
Fine.
So between now and whenever, if we can change the wording there, Dwayne, so that the city agrees to forego the 1.5 million and allow them to build I don't think it can be built for 1.5 million, to be honest with you. I think it's going to take more. So I think that we should forego the 1.5 million right in the agreement and say, and we defer to Miami Beckham to go ahead and build the 264 parking spaces.
So we and Jack, I don't know if you can facilitate this, but we would need a representative from Miami Beckham.
I need to talk to them because
if you would.
She's right there.
Geez, can I just get off the clock, please, guys?
It's right there.
I think we anticipated that being April of 2026 is what I think, and it was
April of 2026 was to commence construction on the whole thing.
Right.
Right, but that was then before that date. You just have to let them know.
But we can do it tonight.
That you want them to do it.
We can do it tonight.
Yes. We'll tell them.
We can do it tonight.
But it's still going to commence. Dwayne needs a date. Some date needs to be in there.
Well, to commence the construction.
No, the construction commencement's the April 1.
2026.
Of the outside site.
So you have to let them know before that date is what the issue is. That's why I
easy.
said I think we were talking about April 1, 2026.
Yeah.
If you want to put an earlier date in, I just need to clear it with them because I think the contemplation was that was going to be April 1.
Make it January.
You want me, yeah, she just said make it January.
Well, the thing is, as Ben pointed out, why even bother toying with the idea of the city thinking it's going to get back to Miami Beckham with a start date on the parking site.
Because
it'll be moot because within 90 days we have to agree on an amendment to the comprehensive agreement and a construction agreement. So this whole paragraph will become moot, but it's for the city's protection.
Okay, I understand.
So put in there January 1, 2026.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Upon your recommendation, we'll put January 1, 2026.
Right.
Okay.
And then, City Manager, I have a question for you because this brings up another issue of this parking. So right now, we have given Inter Miami the ability to park till August 7th, right, on this site. And then what happens? You just continue granting extensions until we get to this time in March when they leave and go to Miami, and we start construction on April 1 of 2026?
So we have been granting them the opportunity to park on an ongoing basis and periodically updating or amending that agreement, and we would continue as such.
Okay. Because obviously they're going to finish here in March. Well, they're going to go in Miami in March, right? Roughly.
I think originally, if you remember, the discussion was they would be there by now.
Right.
So
4 years ago.
It was 4 years ago. The discussion was they would be playing their first games at the Miami Stadium, and it was going to be the spring of 25.
Yeah. Well, originally,
so they're already behind schedule.
We were supposed to have them for 2 years. We've had them for 6, I think. Exactly.
We've had them longer. Yes, longer than 2, and it's.
I just want to make sure because I can't see us actually starting the construction on all of this while at the same time they're in the middle of the season. Would that even work?
Well, that's, I think, to their benefit and your benefit. With them doing the work, they can stage it.
Okay.
And they can do it without disrupting. That's one of the benefits. If you had a third-party contractor doing it, then you'd have this constant tension.
Right.
You're going to have them doing it. They can work this park around their events and activities and move this park forward. I think that's one of the benefits that we saw in the cost savings.
Yes, I agree. Thank you.
Okay, so just so I'm clear, so this settlement agreement is going to be updated to say that Miami Beckham will build the parking facility.
It's going to say the city is going to elect by January 1 of 2026, and I suspect that will be a moot issue because of the deadlines in here on the second amendment to the comprehensive agreement. It should all be resolved well in advance, but this was a protection that if for some reason the negotiations bogged down, there was a date that this needed to get done by. So I think the way we've worded this, the comprehensive agreement should be done within 90 days.
And does that go, is that the same for the construction agreement as well?
Yeah, well, they should be done, together.
But the comprehensive agreement will be the construction agreement.
Oh, it will be. Okay.
And I'm going to encourage you all to do not allow both sides to have veto authority on anything in that construction agreement.
Okay. Good idea.
Okay, so hold on. I'm still not there. Okay, so I'm looking at number 5. It says, as such, the Second Amendment shall define the community site improvement to include the following. It says, paved parking lot. Is that the parking facility you're articulating?
Where are you?
No.
Okay, what parking facility is that?
Which document are you in?
He's in the
5.
He's in the settlement agreement draft.
Settlement agreement, page 5, section 5.
Section 5.
Section 5, improvements to the community site.
So go back to 3B.
Okay. Right. Yep.
3B is the one that governs the north parking lot. That's going to be the shared lot. They build. You have it for 3 hours and longer before any game and 3 hours and later after any game. Mm-hmm. That's the shared parking.
Great. So where does it articulate that Miami Beckham will be building that?
That's what is discussed above, that it is going to be Miami Beckham building everything. But if they don't, separately, if prior to that date and the city elects to build it.
Where does it say Miami Beckham will build everything?
It's covered in the site plan. Hang on.
I'm sorry, Jack. I don't think the agreement says that. And so, so Commissioner, what is contemplated is during the discussion of the amendment to the comprehensive plan, that discussion's dealing with the entire community site. This would be part of that discussion. I'm not.
It's part of the community site, and they're building the community site.
Great. Where's that stated?
It has to be negotiated.
That's what's negotiated in the the second amendment to the comprehensive agreement.
So the comprehensive
Remember,
agreement.
the original community site was you had different proposals to build it, as you've heard, some as high as 30-some million. Now, they are going to be responsible for building the community site improvements. And that is what is contemplated when you talk about this total cost of $25 million.
Right. And the community site elements are articulated in Section 5, right? Improvements to community site.
Yes, but I thought you were asking about the parking, the north parking. That's the way that's broken out is in 3B. But yes, the community site includes the parking as in 5.
Commissioner, I can put the north parking in their contingents. That language that they were discussing earlier in terms of if the city does not complete that by that date, it shall be listed as one of the community site improvements.
Exactly. That's the protection I think we need. That's not stated anywhere.
Okay, so you're saying that, well, what I think you're saying is under 12, under 5 would be paved parking lot, including, you want to say paved parking lots, plural?
We could do that.
Yep, and
So
I think
if you made that
articulating
plural S, that would take care of it.
Yeah, I'm comfortable with that, or articulating the cardinal direction orientation of them, which I'm not sure exactly what is that orientation, but yes.
Yeah.
And then, sorry.
No, I think you're right. That's what I just think it's
does that make sense?
Plural paved parking lots.
Right. And then, Jack, go down to still in Section 5. The intent also would be that last paragraph of Section 5. The intent also would be to draft a construction agreement between the city and Miami Beckham United, in which they. Can we just say they? I think they refers to Miami Beckham United.
Correct.
Versus a plural Miami Beckham United city. So can we just?
I think that day is Miami Beckham United.
Right. Build a park for the city, the intrinsic cost recovery.
Do you see that, Dwayne?
Does that make sense, Dwayne?
Dwayne, it's where it says the word they, and I think it implies it's Miami Beckham United, but I think if you just change the they to MBU, that would be it.
Will do.
Yeah. Okay, great. Thank you. Now I'm good. Thank you for helping me with that.
Jack, yeah, I have one question. So let's go back to their use of the parking for the hours before the game. Seems to me we need some term date in there. So when they're no longer playing here, that should cease. Otherwise, that runs for 50 years, right?
Well,
so
I think,
how do we look at that? So is it just games of the team? Is it some future use of the park down the road? If they bring women's soccer here, do they get that parking for women's soccer here? What all does their use of the parking encompass, and for how long does that run? Because the biggest problem we've had with this agreement since it was first drafted is the lack of specificity and deadlines and obligations and everything else in there. So I don't like this open-ended 3 hours before every game. Let's
well,
kind of
I think that would
define
be something you would negotiate in the Second Amendment to the Comprehensive Agreement. But yes, just so we're clear, the original agreement provided 50 years.
Right, and that's not changing.
Right, so that means I would guess that they're still going to have the parking for events and activities there for the next 50 years.
But what events and what activities? Well, is it strictly games of men's professional soccer, or is it any event that they ever
games, friendlies, tournaments, qualifiers. I think my understanding of the negotiations was if they're hosting a game there, whether that is a professional soccer game, women's or men's, whether they host a college tournament there, whatever it is, if they have one of their events there that requires the use of the field, they're trying to resolve the parking. And this is a 50-year parking arrangement. The city has all the rest of the time. So you basically, if you're assuming a game is 3 hours, so on certain days there's going to be 9 hours. The rest of that time is going to be the city's, and this is being built at their expense.
Now, part of that, though, that's contemplated in that is their games are played at night, right, on Friday nights, if I remember correctly. So if they're doing a Saturday afternoon game for something else, then that means we lose the use of parking for Saturday afternoon while they're having some other kind of game. See, at least we know when their current games are going to be played. We know that it's we know what the burden is on the community and the loss of use of the park. But if they let's say they have a concert, right? And they do a concert that goes from noon to 5. It's a Sunfest kind of a thing. Runs all day. Runs for 3 days. So we lose parking for all of that time. I think we just need to put some specificity here in what we are giving up, because otherwise, again, it's an open-ended, undefined. We're going to be arguing about this all the time.
Commissioner, I don't disagree, but if I were to be asked to plot out the next 50 years of events and the understanding is this stadium is available for 50 years as part of their investment. The city has the use of it for six events.
Four times a year.
And
we have never used it.
We
used it once.
I think it was used once, and I think it was used for that football game. Yes. But I'm not going to even try to negotiate parking for the next 50 years. That's why we put a window. We said, let's just be clear. If they are using it, and we chose 3 hours because I kind of looked at truthfully, a Miami Dolphins situation, a Florida Panther situation. Okay, up until a certain time, it needs to be public, and then they have to have whatever pregame activities, whatever postgame. But I would submit to you guys that when you're negotiating this comprehensive, if you want to look at additional, I will tell you, I can't possibly speculate on what events and activities, and there is a use agreement that's already in place, and all we're trying to provide is the parking. That there has to be a window so they can't. They can block off the parking lot for their visitor.
The problem with that is they came to the city for a parking reduction. They were the ones who said they didn't need any parking. They had a parking study done. Our city code required them to put in, I think, 4,900 parking spaces. And they came back and convinced the city that was absolutely absurd. They didn't need 4,900 parking spaces. 900 would be more than sufficient. And now, again, we're taking play space for children and we're turning it into a parking lot, and we're giving them absolute control over how often they're going to use it because it's whenever they want.
Okay.
Again, like I said, taking a horrible deal and making it even worse in ways that I couldn't even have imagined.
Okay.
Mayor,
Thank you.
I have a question.
Yes.
Is it the intent that for the times when Miami Beckham does not have exclusive use of the parking, that the city has exclusive use of the parking?
Yes. That's
absolutely.
That was the
And
thing.
it's
You're
not
getting
just
all this parking.
And it's not all the parking, by the way. It's just the parking on the north side. There's still parking in the middle of the site, which is tended to service all the other activities, including if there's something happening at the community center, certainly for the pickleball and anybody else, the dog park, and there's about 70 or 80 spots that are still available. And once the team does move to Miami for its exhibition games, the frequency within which they're going to use this site is going to be diminished significantly. You will barely see them there.
And is that articulated in the agreement as drafted?
Well,
yes.
we can certainly make that clear. We can make that clear.
It's the city's part. I mean, that was part of the win-win here. The two win-wins that I saw was, one, that you have this parking being built by them. They have a window of usage, and you have the remaining larger windows of usage. And two, this issue on the timing, that you're finally going to get this to move forward and not have to wait till both sides, keep vetoing each other's plans going forward.
So I understand where the intent is and where we're going with that. But as we amend portions of the agreement, I think we sort of have a kind of a domino effect going. The language that deals with the usage also talks about that usage being granted as consideration for the contingency contribution. And that contingency contribution, as you all were discussing today, is not paid if the city doesn't build the parking garage. And I don't know if that's the intent. So how I read that, it says, in consideration of the payment of the contingency contribution, the city agrees to grant Miami Beckham the exclusive use of the north parking facility. So if we don't build it, we don't get the contingency contribution, and you no longer have consideration for the exclusive use of the parking garage. So, I mean,
well, remember, there's no parking garage.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
The parking facility.
But it is, facility. Yes, it's contingent on that parking facility being built, whether it's built by the city and they give the 1.5, or it's built by them and they turn it over to have their windows. Perhaps you can fine tune that language if that's the issue, but it is clearly contingent. They are not, I mean, part of the compromise was they're going to provide parking that they can use, but can be used by the city, like I said, the majority of the time. That was, that was part of the compromise that was negotiated.
Right, and that would be the consideration. Okay, Ben, do you have anything further you'd like to add?
No, I'm good.
You're good?
Yeah, I'm good. The only thing I still don't quite understand, but if Dwayne and you all think it's right, I just don't understand why we just don't strike that language of the date for the northern parking area. But if that makes sense to you all, then go ahead. I'm good.
Okay. All right. Anything further, Jack?
No, I've had just a wonderful time coming back to the City Commission.
How does it feel to be on the other side of the table?
The only nice thing I never had this view before.
That's true. You used to have a solid wall.
I did. I had a.
Okay.
Well, and a much more rough crowd.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you so much. So we'll take that up tonight. Now it's 5 minutes to 6, and as many of you know, our meetings begin at 6. But also, as an accommodation to the commission, we do need a break. So what I'd like to do is ask the indulgence of the public to be able to return here. We're going to return at 6:30 to begin our evening meeting. But before we begin the business of the evening, we will continue with the public comments on business 3, and I'm going to ask the commission. The city manager and I discussed removing business 4 from the agenda. No one has signed up to speak on business 4, and we're going to carry it over to another meeting to have the opportunity to discuss that at another meeting. That's way we can make sure that we give it full consideration. So, with that being said, we will continue the conference meeting tonight after the presentations. And we will then begin our evening agenda. Can all the members of the commission please come to the dais? Good evening, everybody, and welcome to the City Commission meeting this June 30th, 2025. We seem to have a very robust audience tonight, so we'll try to get through as many items as we can sooner than later. I know this is our last meeting before the summer break, and I just want to wish everybody a wonderful summer holiday. For those of you who are going away, be safe, and we look to see you back at the end of August when we have we resume our commission meetings. As with every meeting, we start out with the Pledge of Allegiance and discuss various modifications to the agenda. And then we also have presentations. And tonight we have 3 short presentations. And then after that, we're going to resume the public comment regarding Business 3, which is the Himmershee matter that was taken up this afternoon at the conference meeting. And once we're through with that, we'll begin with the evening agenda items. So having said that, I would like to invite Shauna Roberts, Brooklyn Hibbett, and Giselle Williams to come meet me at the podium and join us all. If I can ask you all to please rise as we together say the Pledge of Allegiance. Rest that. Put your hand over your heart. Your right hand over your heart. Yeah, okay. And you can start.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Want to take your picture? We got a little gifty for you here. Yeah. See this young lady here? She's going to take our picture. And Commissioner? When she sees cute kids, she always likes to have her picture taken with them.
Ladies, how are you?
That was great. Thank you. So I'd like to also ask all of us to share these next few moments in silence as we reflect upon those who have passed. I just want to announce that my brother passed away last week. Very sad moment in our family. Thank you. So I don't have the retiree sheet. This is a time when we announce folks who have this one right here. Oh, great. Thank you. We have 2 people who have spent at least 20 years, in this case, 26 years. Lamont Roberts, Parks and Recreation, been with us 26 years. He's now retiring this month. And also David Corchado, who's been a senior utilities mechanic in Public Works. He's been with us 24 years. Congratulations. Thank you so much for your service. So a couple of agenda items. We're removing PH2, and as a result, CR1 item A is removed from the consolidated budget amendment and the corresponding resolution as it relates to PH2. We also removed whatever the presentation number 1 was going to be. And there'll also be a walk-on tonight, a resolution regarding the notice of intent to enter into a comprehensive agreement regarding a a parking structure here at Holiday Park. So with that in mind, do I hear a motion to approve the minutes and the agenda as amended?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Beasley Pittman,
Yes.
Commissioner Sorensen,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Herbst, not present, Commissioner Glassman,
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis.
Yes. So the minutes and the agenda as modified and as amended are now approved. 2 presentations tonight. I'd like to invite Commissioner Beasley Pittman to present a proclamation regarding National Boys and Girls Club Week in the city of Fort Lauderdale. And is Marcus Thomas here? Would you like to come up here and accept this proclamation on behalf of the city? You're with the Nan Knox Boys and Girls Club. They must keep you on your toes.
How you doing? Good to see you. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, everyone. Come on, we need your energy today, okay? Everyone that's here, we need you to interact with us. It's been a long afternoon for us, so we're going to ask that you pour into us, okay? I have the privilege this afternoon to read the proclamation in recognition of the Boys and Girls Club of Broward County. This is from the city, the office of the mayor of the city of Fort Lauderdale. Whereas the city of Fort Lauderdale proudly recognized the Boys and Girls Club of Broward County for their unwavering dedication to helping young people reach their full potential as productive, caring, and responsible citizens. By investing in youth, the organization strengthens the foundation of our community and helps ensure a brighter and more prosperous future for all of us. And whereas in 1965, that was a good year, 1965, a group of 5 community members came together to establish the Boys Club of Broward to serve boys in underserved neighborhoods in Fort Lauderdale area. Utilizing an abandoned church building, they opened 2 clubs within the first 2 years, now the Lester H. White and the Nan Knox Club. And whereas in 1990, recognizing the need to provide girls with the same safe, supportive, and enrichment after-school environment, the board expanded its mission by hiring additional staff, updating facilities, and enhancing programs. This pivotal shift marked the transformation into the exclusive Boys and Girls Club of Broward County, which continues to serve youth across the region. And whereas in 2025, the Boys and Girls Club of Broward County celebrated 60 years of service to youth across our communities, operating 11 clubs and 5 teen centers in Davie, Deerfield Beach, Fort Lauderdale, Hollywood, Lauderhill, North Lauderdale, Pompano Beach, Sunrise, and West Park. And whereas the Boys and Girls Club of Broward County has demonstrated exceptional success in advancing education attainment among youth, with 97% of membership graduating from high school, 92% graduating on time, and 88% pursuing higher education. And whereas the Boys and Girls Club of Broward County serves more than 12,000 young people between the ages of 6 and 18, providing a safe, supporting, and nourishing environment that promotes growth and learning. Their programs are designed to foster youth development and build character, offering year-round services focused on education, social, recreation, health and physical education, leadership and citizenship, along with cultural engagement, enrichment, and personal growth. And whereas National Boys and Girls Club Week, observed annually, celebrates the transformation impact on clubs across the country. The Boys and Girls Club of Broward County are a part of the nationwide network of over 5,400 clubs offering safe, supportive space where youth can learn, grow, and thrive. In Fort Lauderdale, that mission is carried out through the Fred DeLuca Teen Center, the Harold Reitman Club, Lester H. White Club, and the Nan Knox Club, each delivering life-changing programs and opportunities that empower local youth to reach their full potential. Now, therefore, we as the City Commissioners of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, do hereby recognize National Boys and Girls Club Week in the City of Fort Lauderdale, dated the 30th day of June, 2025, signed by Mayor Dean Trantelis. I present this proclamation to you, and we give you an opportunity to say something.
I can't take this opportunity alone. I would like to introduce Ms. Jacente Brown. I would like for her to come up. She's the director of the first club that we opened up in 65, and that's the Lester H. White Club. I know she thought I was going to let her get away, but she does such a great job, and she's such a great leader at that club. And I won't keep you long, but I just wanted you to know just a little history about these two Fort Lauderdale clubs. She's the director of that club off of Davie Boulevard in 27th. But I'm the director of the Nan Knox Club, formerly the Northwest Club in the Northwest community, where I was born and raised and I grew up. I've been with the organization 38 years employed, and I was one of the kids in that same club as a kid growing up in that club in the early 80s. So I tell you, I'm a product, and we're still changing lives in these communities. So I just want to thank you for that recognition, because 60 years, we have accomplished so much in this county, and not just Fort Lauderdale, but in Broward County as a whole. So I just want to thank you all for recognizing all the great work we do and the lives that we change. Thank you all so much, and God bless.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. Thank you for your great work in building community. I'd now like to recognize Commissioner Stephen Glassman, who will be presenting a proclamation declaring July 2025 as Park and Recreation Month. I'd like to invite our Parks and Recreation Director, Carl Williams, and the entire Parks and Recreation Management team, if you are here. Can you join Carl at the podium? Commissioner Glassman loves an audience.
Thank you, Mayor. I do.
Yes.
All right. Look at you guys. What a nice looking group. Hello, everybody. How's it going? We're good? We're good? All right. All right. Thank you, Mayor. We're going to start off with a song. Are you guys ready? Oh, I'm kidding. Okay. All right. That's okay. That's all right. Thank you very much. Only kidding. No song. This is great. This is an amazing department, and I know that I speak to Carl a lot because, you know, I play pickleball a lot, and people always bug me at George English Park whenever I go. I can't just play. They always say, "Oh, can you get this fixed and this needs done and look at this and look at that." And you know, I'll talk to him. And this man is amazing. His whole team is amazing. They're so responsive. They're so kind, generous, always smiling. I really love this bunch of people. So, Carl, thank you for your leadership and instilling everything that you do with your team. So this is it's a proud moment for me to actually do this and recognize. This is a proclamation from the Office of the Mayor, City of Fort Lauderdale. A proclamation in recognition of Park and Recreation Month. Whereas parks and recreation play an essential role in enhancing the quality of life for residents and visitors in communities across the nation, and in recognition of their vital contributions, the United States House of Representatives has designated July as Park and Recreation Month. And whereas Parks and Recreation promotes health and wellness for residents, and to reflect this commitment, the city has earned national accreditation from the Commission for Accreditation of Park and Recreation Agencies. And whereas Parks and Recreation encourages time spent in nature through programs like the city's Circle of Life experience at Snyder Park, offering monthly nature tours and children's activities, and Club 55, supporting 722 members with social and wellness opportunities. And whereas Parks and Recreation promotes active lifestyles by providing athletic fields that support more than 300 members in the city's youth sports development leagues and swimming programs like Swim Fort Lauderdale at the iconic Fort Lauderdale Aquatic Center, where 3 world records were set during the TYR Pro Swim Series in May 2025. And whereas Parks and Recreation supports childhood development by serving more than 113,000 meals through the USDA Summer Food Program, enrolling 619 children in the Play After School program, and hosting more than 2,000 participants in youth spring, summer, and winter camps with educational and engaging activities. And whereas Parks and Recreation contributes to the environmental well-being of our coastal community through seaweed composting and sea turtle monitoring, with 583 nests recorded along the Fort Lauderdale beach last turtle season. And whereas Parks and Recreation is vital infrastructure for community resilience, and Fort Lauderdale voters approved a $200 million parks bond for citywide investments and enhancements at sites including Ann Herman Park, Bayview Park, Dillard High School, Hort Park, Imperial Point Entranceway, Riverside Park, Sarah Horn Greenway, Tunnel Top Plaza, and Twin Lakes North Park. And whereas the city of Fort Lauderdale recognizes the many benefits of parks and recreation, which provides more than 960 acres of beach and parkland that protect natural resources, strengthen community connections, and create lasting opportunities for residents and visitors to explore, play, and thrive outdoors. Now, therefore, we, as City Commissioners of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, do hereby proclaim July 2025 as Park and Recreation Month in the City of Fort Lauderdale, and dated this, the 30th day of June, 2025, and signed by our Mayor, the Honorable Dean J. Trentalis. Say a few words, Charles. Go ahead. Say a few words.
Good evening, everyone. We do have a short video. Can IT cue that up real quick? So real quick, so I just do want to say that Parks and Recreation Month is not just a celebration. It's a recognition of the spaces and people that make our communities healthier, happier, and more connected. Our parks are more than green spaces. They are where we gather, play, reflect, and grow. The individuals behind me are part of our leadership team, and they help make our department special. And they also are what makes our department unique. From our cemeteries to our aquatic center, to our youth programs, to our teen programs, adult programs, I can go on and on. Without this group behind me, we would not be where we are here today. So I do want to say thank you, and let's recreate.
quiet. No pickleball, though. Do you want to get it? Ben, I'm sorry you can't get in this picture.
It's all good. You all look great.
Oh, that's still moving.
Thank you. Maybe we can Photoshop him in. Thank you, folks. Now I'd like to invite Portia Garcia, Development Services Department, to provide a recognition of the 2025 Sterling Leadership Conference Award winner. Where's Portia? Here she comes. The Iron Lady.
If the team can join me. Good afternoon, everyone. As the team is making their way up, I'll just start talking a little bit about what led to their win this year at the 33rd Annual Sterling Award Conference. So the team initially started this initiative in conjunction with the Office of Management and Budget, Erica Johnson and Michael Cam, along with our Assistant Director, Juan Rodriguez, and Lucia De Silva, put together what we call the Process Improvement Academy. And through that academy, our department really focused on improving different initiatives. This year, the team behind me, which includes Lucia De Silva, Danielle Sterling, Felicia Blue, Jennifer Peters, who's not present, John Cross, Monica Serrano, and Robin Curett, went to Orlando with Assistant City Manager Susan Grant to present a showcase. With this showcase, they showed how we used our Lauderdale system, and they improved our Lauderdale system so that when property owners apply for permits, those permits are accepted on first try. Prior to their process improvement, we had about a 28% rejection rate upon initial application. This team was able to have that void and reduction rate reduced down to 11% through using our wizard, which is very significant. Along with that, they've saved us in operational savings, not actual tangible savings, $164,000 by applicants receiving initial submittal. What this also translates to is permit applicants having a faster process for their permits because they're selecting the right permits up front. And as a result, our plan reviewers are able to expedite and not have to make so many corrections to the permit applied. I really want to not only thank, but really applaud the team, but also for having a commitment to so congratulations and great job, team. Thank you.
Great, and thank you for the great leadership you show in that department, and for everyone who works in that department for trying to process all these permits, on a daily basis. You do a great job. Thank you. No, just should I go down there? All right, wait a minute, Ashley. Getting me in? Okay. I'll stand back here. Yeah, I'll stand back. Thank you. Again, thank you, everybody. We're going to move on to the consent agenda because I know there are a lot of people here for that, and those are items that are voted on just once. All at once, unless someone from the commission would like to pull a consent agenda item. Commissioner Beasley Pittman, are there any items you wish to pull?
None tonight.
Commissioner Glassman?
I'm going to pull CM1.
CM1, which is related to event agreements. Okay, CM1. And Commissioner Sorensen?
None, thank you.
Okay, so except for CM1, do I hear a motion to approve all the consent agenda items?
So moved.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Commissioner Sorensen?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Herbst? Not present. Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
And Mayor Trentalis?
Yes, and all those consent agenda items are now approved. You're welcome to stay for the rest of the meeting, or now would be an opportunity for you to walk out of the room. So we'll take up CM1 in a moment, but I think we will now go back to, we'll suspend this evening's meeting and go back to the conference meeting and open up public comment to to the Himmershee. Hold on a second. Let me get the exact. Do you want to go? Oh, the review of the Himmershee Entertainment District. Before we begin that, though, I'm somewhat remiss in commenting on another person dear to our community who passed away last week, and that was Ron Perkins, who was our chaplain. And Ron was on a cruise to Alaska, and he has been struggling with his health for quite some time, and we got word last week that he had passed away. So let me ask for another moment of silence to recognize the great contribution that Ron has made, not just to the police and fire departments and to the city, but to the community overall. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. So I have a number of people sign up to speak. I'm going to say the names three names in a row, so you can be prepared to come up and speak. You'll be given 2 minutes to speak because we have quite a bit to go through. There's at least 20 names here, and we have a long meeting tonight. So Aristi Sokolowski, followed by Ellen Bogdanov, followed by Chris Monteleone. Is Mr. Sokolowski here? Would you like to come up?
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, commissioners, mayor. How are you? My name is Riste Sokolowski. I'm here representing Bandoleros, Tiesto Cafe, and Booze Garden. Here to speak regarding that matter of Himmershee. And I want to say, first and foremost, I'm a little hurt by the comments made that we don't have any culinary aspect on Himmershee. I personally have 2 restaurants, and I was in, not this podium, but the old City Hall, speaking about this almost 3 years ago regarding this same matter. And I don't know if maybe you recall, we were in the process of building a restaurant, which we dumped a lot of money in, and we're trying to get open. We're excited about it. It was a Dominican Asian fusion. We opened for lunch, we opened for dinner, we opened for everything. Phenomenal food. You have to try it. I know there's been comments made that everybody just kind of crosses Himmershee.
I think I'm too old to go down to Himmershee.
No, you're not. Not at all.
Okay, all right.
I think there's comments made that, everybody kind of crosses us and goes to mods. But the culinary is there. There's 8 restaurants on this street. And one of them just won Best in Fort Lauderdale Philly cheesesteak, Fat Cats. So we got to get a little bit.
You need to get the word out.
Right? It just happened. Okay. It just happened. So I think what it comes down to here is that we have a great street. I think there's some things that need to get cleaned up, but I think we need help, right? I'm all for cleaning up the street, making it better. We want to open for lunch. It only benefits us. We have some great food on the street. I hope you do try it. We have more businesses that have come to the area. Fact Tuesday, Emily's Garden.
Are you okay with some of the recommendations that the staff is proposing tonight?
I am okay with them, except for the one with the hour, because I'm trying to make it make sense of the hour change. I don't know how any of the issues will help if we have an hour change from 4 to 3. Because if you really think about it, and to give you an example, this is why Himmershee kind of gets treated not as fair as like the rest of the areas. There was a shooting at Society, and this happened at 4 or 5 in the morning on a Sunday. The Sun Sentinel title read "Shooting in Building Fort Lauderdale, near Himmershee district.
I know what you're saying.
It never got.
It was they cast aspersions on the wrong.
Yeah, so we always kind of get pointed the finger at because I guess we're the most famous one.
But do you have 4:00 burritos or something? I, mean,
I do. I'm open till 4. You come have a burrito till 4 in the morning. Tacos, you name it.
Can't imagine a burrito at 4 a.m.
You gotta feed everybody that was having a good time, right?
Yeah.
So what
Ron
it comes
Book
down
is
to
already salivating at a 4:00 burrito.
We're open. I invite everybody to come. I invite you to try it before you knock it. The other thing that I'm seeing is that mods and Performing Arts Center have helped us restaurants a lot. A lot of the traffic that comes to mods and Performing Arts Center for the shows, the crowd comes, eats at our places, goes to the show, comes back after the show, and eats at our places again. I love it. It's helped us a lot as restaurants.
Okay.
The one thing, though, that I think we really could, if we could help and focus on, is more so of the young. I believe there's a lot of young people in the area. They're under the age that I think we could attack on that helps us. But more than anything is I was just trying to understand the correlation. How does mods and Performing Arts Center gets affected? Because mods closes at 5 p.m. Performing Arts, I think the last showing is around 10, right? But how does that help the 3 and 4 a.m. hour change? I agree with everything else. Drinking on the street has to stop. I think people pull up with their car, they drink out of their car, and then they don't consume. They're not patrons. We went through a process of getting a sidewalk permit. It was very expensive, but we did it. And we served dinner and we served drinks on our sidewalk. But these other are not patrons. So the police department needs to have more teeth to enforce this. And I think that's a step in the right direction, outside also of the cleanliness. And we have a lot of unhoused individuals that need help. That they're on the street, they're peddling, but at the same time, they need help. And it's more of a, I wouldn't want to say mental help, but some of them need the help. I've had a problem with a lady who had dementia, and I was assaulted, and I felt bad. But no one's there to help us.
Right. Okay. All right. Thank you so much. We appreciate it. Okay. Ellen Bogdanoff, followed by Chris Monteleone, followed by Stella Hush.
Thank you, Mayor. Ellen Bogdanoff, representing the Sway, which is one of the nightclubs on the street. And, we applaud a lot of the discussion that you had here, and including a lot of the changes we don't oppose. The one that we oppose, which you'll probably hear over and over, is the hours. Just simply because it takes money out of the pocket of those businesses. We believe a lot more police presence will help. In speaking to a lot of different people in the area, some of the conditions that you have is unpermitted food trucks that kind of pull up, and people who bring coolers to the garage. And I think that Commissioner Glassman was talking about the problems in the garage. More police presence, more aggressive code enforcement. The Sway actually has private security. And they've always had private security, and it's helped a lot to maintain, the control in their area. And maybe that's something that you want, if you have an increased police presence, but other clubs, if you stay open past a certain hour, would have private security as well. But absolutely getting the ability to have open container, we think is going to do a lot for the area. But again, the 1 hour we don't believe is going to make a difference. We would like to see incremental change to see what happens versus just kind of taking
they
everything.
say nothing good happens after midnight. So.
Well, I'm in bed by 10, so I don't. It's not going to be for me, but we just wanted to. But thank you for the opportunity.
You're welcome. Thank you, Chris. Chris is not here. Stella.
Hello, good evening.
Good evening.
I just wanted to take the time to ask that the commission, instead of already deciding that they should delete things off of what's happening on Himmershee Street, work with the businesses themselves to kind of add more. So if it is more cleanliness areas, or if it is more security, kind of consider that. Maybe even consider having incentives for other industries or restaurants coming into the area, so then that way there's more daytime activity coming in. more than 15 years ago, I moved myself and my business down here to Fort Lauderdale. And part of the big draw is just the nightlife. That's fun. It's why my family and friends come down on vacation here and spend their tourist dollars here. So I think, like, if you take away the unique aspects as far as the open container, the 4 a.m. Business times and everything, you take away kind of what the charm is for downtown. So instead of like really diving into just getting rid of the things that you just think like would just make it better, instead work with the businesses and actually try to add to the businesses, add to the street, add to the charm of the place. And then that way we can avoid maybe any future younger professionals choosing other big city hustle and bustle instead of coming to Fort Lauderdale if you take away its charm.
Okay. Thank you so much.
If I could just make one point, though, I wanted to make sure that you understood that everyone seemed to be unanimous when it came to the open container. Even the business association on Himmershee said, "Yeah, get rid of the open container." So I just want to make sure.
Yeah, no, I'm not opposed to that necessarily. I think I'm just more opposed to things kind of moving forward as far as being removed, instead of actually getting and partnering with the businesses to actually figure out what works. So hearing some of the business discuss, like, no, we're okay with that open container, that's cool. I just know that coming from Michigan to Fort Lauderdale, it is such a culture shock that it is one of the big draws for why professionals would want to choose the city of Fort Lauderdale, or even come from Plantation to come to drink in the city of Fort Lauderdale. So those are things as far as gaining residents, gaining revenue, that I just think just needs to be discussed with the businesses before you're kind of just removing things, thinking that it's just going to be okay.
Yes, and we are. And that's why we're having a meeting, and that's why for the last 2 years we've been working on this and listening to everybody. It's important. Okay. Thank you.
Thank
for your
you.
input.
Thank you. Pat Zeiler. Pat, are you still here? She left? Okay. Chelsea Mercedes. Chelsea's gone. Jason King.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners, and Madam Manager. Thank you so much. I actually will just defer to what my colleague, Ellen Bogdanoff, mentioned regarding the properties that we represent. But I'll speak just on a personal level. I moved here 15 years ago.
To go drinking?
To go drinking. Fort Lickerdale, as it was once known. But I know we've moved away from that moniker. You guys have done an amazing job at promoting the city, making it beautiful. The developers, the lobbyists, the community, the DDA, everyone who's been involved. I live on 2nd Street, right down the street from Himmershee. So I witness some of the rowdiness, but frankly, it's, I know there's some competing interests, but it's a wonderful place to frequent. I would invite you to come have a burrito at Bandoleros. It's delicious at 4 a.m. But it might just be a misunderstanding of what that community down there is all about. And the Himmershee community really does need to promote a little bit better to the rest of the public in Fort Lauderdale. So the 4 a.m. issue, that's what you'll be hearing all night long. But I'll stop with that. But thank you very much for your consideration.
Okay, thank you. You should have maybe a food festival, or shut down the street and just have like a tasting from one restaurant to another, like they do on Las Olas. Right. Richard Mercedes, you're also not here, right? Right. Oh, you are here. Did your daughter fade out?
I guess she left because of the...
Okay.
Well, thank you for inviting us to speak. I'm here to speak on behalf of Emily's Garden. And I also have my offices on top of Emily's Garden. And we don't want to hurt businesses. We think it's great. Everyone's here to support themselves, to keep their restaurants going, but nothing's good is happening at 4 o'clock in the morning down there. I can tell you, I witnessed it. It's scary. I don't call the police. I guess I should have been calling the police because you all had the police chief here talking about statistics. We see so much weird stuff. Not even at 4 o'clock. Sometimes it's at 3 o'clock. Sometimes at 2 o'clock. But, you let people have a good time. The problem I'm having is the kids. The kids have liquor walking from the parking garage over to the places to drink. I don't think I understand it. If they're walking with their liquor over to a place to have a drink, why are they going there? Why don't they just go someplace else to drink? I have no idea what they're doing. But it's the young kids. It's not the adults. It's the young kids. I'm talking about 14, 15, 16-year-old kids. That young walk right by Emily's Garden. I see it. I have my offices there. We're there. And the other thing is I hear that the performing arts, somebody said that they have people going to the restaurant after the show. I have a lot of friends that go to the performing arts, including myself. We're not going back to Himmershee to have dinner or a late night snack after a show. It's just too rowdy. It's a little intimidating. Maybe it's not intimidating as it relates to someone getting hurt, but it's just, it doesn't really have that feel like it used to have years ago. And I used to have lunch on Himmershee years ago. Tarpon River, I think it was on the corner there. Ate there many, many times. I don't see having lunch there, and I don't really see having dinner there. But Emily's seems to be attracting a really good crowd. And I would like to see maybe you all can stop the open container. I don't really know how that works. But again, the 4 o'clock, I just don't really understand what's happening at 4 o'clock. It probably helps their business. That's probably why they're here to support that. But if something could be done to balance it somehow, it would be great.
All right, thank you.
Thank you all.
Maybe we should form like a business improvement district and assess the property owners to create a fund to add decorative street lamps and maybe widen the sidewalks a little bit more, give it some charm, something to think about. Larry Mealy, followed by Genia Ellis, followed by John Millage.
Good evening. Larry Mele, owner of Emily's Garden. So I spend a lot of weekends there, and every morning I have to get a person to clean up the whole property. The smell of urine in my property when I arrive there, it's just not acceptable. So this...
Where's your property?
On 327 Himmershee.
Okay.
It's right the orange building.
Yep, I know it.
So, and one night, it was a Saturday, around 8 o'clock, someone threw a bottle of whiskey, Jack Daniels, over in the patio.
Was it empty?
Thank God. But it was a glass bottle. So, this is, to me, it's a liability. I mean, I think putting rules, I don't think it can help maybe changing the times, but I think let's work with these people, maybe extending the sidewalk. That incentivizes restaurants to come over, because right now those properties, they can only be bars. So I'm sure if we give you like 5 feet of sidewalk, I'm sure you change your business plan, right? So, yeah, I mean, Miami Beach, I have a restaurant in Miami Beach. We had the Memorial Weekend. One day the city woke up and said, like, this is enough. What they did, it's $100 parking spaces. To park was $100. So you know what? After midnight, put $50 for the garage. They were doing DUI. Do DUI. That scares away people that are just here to get drunk. Because guys, this is what happened. After midnight, people just are there to get completely
I think
drunk.
what we need to do is invest more in the area. And I think maybe we should form some kind of collective to be able to assess the situation and make it more attractive. And
I did invest in my property. I put some vintage lanterns outside the building. They last a week. And I told my partner, I said, Richard, this is not working out. Just take it out. Let's put something that they don't break. Oh, they're not going to break it. What happened? My car, the Fiat 500, they broke it. I mean...
All right, well...
Thank you.
We have to change the culture there. Genia Ellis, followed by John Millage. Is John Millage still here? Oh, there you are.
He's hiding in the corner. Mayor, commissioners, city manager, staff. I'm here on behalf of Riverwalk. We are also part of the district. We are property owners in the district and have been engaged with them for years. One of the suggestions that came through, and candidly, staff needs to be thanked for the effort that they put into this. We've been meeting for years on how to really move this forward. This is now taking that step forward. One of the things that's listed in there is, again, Dean, you said a bid, but we talked about managing a district comes with criteria, and somebody needs to be responsible for that district. The suggestion is it must be a property owner. We're recommending that perhaps it's a consortium of business owners and property owners that are responsible for all those things that come through in that ordinance that they have to adhere to. That addresses open container. It addresses underage drinking. It addresses inviting 18-year-olds into the district for underage parties. Not suggesting that they're being served alcohol. I can't answer that. But at some point in the evening, the mixture is inappropriate for younger people. So it would be our suggestion that you consider moving forward with the recommendations of staff, to continuing to work with the group to put together that consortium and come back to you with a plan. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. John Millage, followed by Elizabeth Van Sant. Where are you? No, okay. Then followed by Mark Dickerman.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor John Millage, on behalf of the DDA. We're here tonight as a result of a workshop that you called, Mayor, I think about 2 to 3 years ago, whether to completely terminate the districts themselves. And there's quite a bit of debate. There's quite a bit of testimony about that there were problems, but you decided to keep them, which is probably the right decision. But you directed staff at that time to come back with some changes and come back. Now, there's, in fairness to staff, you had some internal staff changes. And so it's taken a little bit, and what your staff has done to date has been very thorough. Also, since that time, the DDA and also the Performing Arts Center had their own discussions, and obviously they know a lot about what goes on with the street. Performing Arts Center is here. DDA owns half of the garage. And the idea was to come back with reasonable recommendations that don't hurt the businesses but move the street in the right direction, and then maybe take a step and see how that goes. So I think the idea is what the DDA and the Performing Arts Center came up with was the open carry, and their motivation was kids are congregating in the garages, they drink, and then they walk down the street, many underage, and no one knows who's who. So it seems like there's consensus to get rid of that. The other was to roll back from 4 to 3 a.m. The thinking is, that's pretty late at night, and that doesn't seem like that's a radical change to move from 4 to 3. Obviously, that's for you to debate. But no matter what you do, what I'd recommend that you do is bring this after you adopt it, bring it back after a year for a review. Don't just do it and then just let it go off into the universe. Bring it back, and let's just see what happens. Maybe between the change you make and what the businesses do, because I think in good faith they get the message. Maybe that's it, or maybe there's some tweaking goes on. But I'd recommend give it a year review and then bring it back. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, John. Mark Dickerman, followed by Raphael Reme, followed by Joe Cox.
Where's Max Headroom? Where's Max Headroom? There he is.
Here,
Max
man,
Headroom.
right
There
here.
you go. Mayor, commissioners, Max Headroom. I'm here to speak concerning two issues. One is the issue of the open container. They're right. People do park in the garages. Kids underage come in, bring their drinks, hang out in front of the clubs and bars. Nobody checks their ID. There's no reason to check their ID. They're there. They got a drink in their hand. It's assumed they're over 21. So I really think you should eliminate open container. Key West eliminated open container, and that's the party center of the world. That's one. Two, there was mention about loosening the sound ordinance for them, give you a little leeway. I'm totally against that. We took 6-7 years to put together a really good ordinance, and I don't think that should be given to any organization.
That's already in place.
Yes. But I saw in the presentation there was a notation that to give a little more decibels to the clubs and bars, which I'm totally against.
I don't think that's the case.
I think they already have that because it's an entertainment district.
Right.
Yeah, he's thinking that we're looking to expand it.
No,
even more.
No, not to expand it, but because they're an entertainment district, they get a little more leeway.
They do.
They should not get that leeway. We took 7 years, 8 years to get an ordinance together.
But I mean, they've been having that for years now.
Yeah.
It's not. That's nothing new, is what I'm saying.
Well, Revolution, if they have a big party, I live by the police station, you can hear it almost till 2, 3 in the morning, till they turn their music down.
How about 4?
4. I'm not up till 4, so about 3 in the morning is about time for me to go to sleep. And there was one more thing.
You said 2 things.
Oh, I had 3 things.
Okay.
Chief, the calls for service for medical, how many are fentanyl related? Do you know?
Stay tuned for that answer.
Four.
Why don't you just talk with him?
Okay, because I'd like to see us encourage the bars to hold at least Narcan in there, because that's our
I think
biggest-
they do anyway.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Raphael, followed by Joe Cox, and then we wrap things up with Ty Sutton and Ron Book.
How you guys doing?
Good.
All right, great. I echo a lot. I'm an operator. I've been there for 15 years, operating and owner of a Club Euro in downtown Fort Lauderdale.
Club Euro?
Yeah. And I echo a lot of the things that some of the other businesses are saying as far as we do need to do a little bit of cleaning and improvement, but I think it needs to be more of a joint effort. And I think you guys do a great job of listening to us, because when we were here a few years ago, we stated that we wanted to be more proactive instead of reactive, and you guys implemented a nighttime manager. And it didn't last that long, but at least it was a liaison to be able to communicate the things that you guys had concerns about and the things that we had concerns about. And as of now, if you guys are getting concerns or complaints, there's no way for us to know what's going on. And when we have concerns and complaints, there's no way for you guys to know what's going on. So I think there needs to be an improvement on communication.
Okay.
I have one question, if you don't
Yes.
mind. So I remember last December there was an incident in a Club Euro where a 14-year-old boy, was he shot, or was there was something that happened, but it seemed to be a party for underage teenagers. So do you vet things like that if they book your club? How does that work, that they can even have a party like that?
Yeah, it was a high school party that rented out the place to do a teen party. It was no alcohol. It was a teen party, and nobody. The shooting wasn't inside the club. We were already closed, and the shooting happened outside, but it was attached to Club Euro.
So there was no alcohol involved?
No, it was a teen party.
It was just a
They
teen party?
Yeah, rented out. There was no bartenders. We had security. We had police detail as well.
What were the hours of that party?
I think it was 9 o'clock to midnight.
For 14-year-olds?
Correct.
Okay, thanks.
And then we were closed, and the event happened down the street from Euro,
Yeah.
and it got attached to Euro.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you
You're
so
welcome.
much.
Yeah.
Thank you. You know, when people sign up to speak, it's bad enough I can't pronounce their names, but I just want to say, Joe, you have the best penmanship. And the shortest name, so.
Thank you. Joe Cox, Museum of Discovery and Science, and AutoNation IMAX Theatre. I want to start by saying, we're so supportive of the community we live in. We have almost 500,000 visitors a year, and there are great restaurants on the street. We send a lot of our visitors to those restaurants. The thing that I'm really glad, and thank you to the staff and to the Himmershee Association, the open container law is really problematic. It's, as you've heard, you've got underage kids in the parking garage, in the museum atrium, drinking, and I imagine taking business away from bars. So I was really glad to see, and again, thank you to staff, that recommendation for removing open container, and we're fully supportive of that. So thank you for the time.
Okay, thank you, Joe. Ty Sutton. Hello, Ty.
Good evening. Thanks for giving me time. Ty Sutton with the Performing Arts Center Authority, including the Broward Center and the Parker. We've heard plenty from some of our partners, John Millage and Joe, I thought did a great job of sort of expressing some of the ideas. So instead, I want to take you back to the early 1980s when a group of people saw an area that was quite blighted, which was right where we're sitting right now, and said, we think there's a future for culture here. And they came up with a list of criteria of what could be built here that has turned into not only amazing cultural institutions, including the 5th busiest performing arts center in the country this year, and a world-renowned museum across the way. I would extend that out to Fort Lauderdale History, Nova Southeastern University Museum. But that group made a number of promises to this community. And they've kept every single one except their vision for a thriving arts and culture district. We have signs that say that. And this isn't even about the bars. This is about investment. And So to me, having been in the bar business since I was 22, having run many, many bars and probably holding liquor licenses most of my career, I understand everyone's concern. And so I think the vision and what I heard from a lot of the bar operators tonight is that they're interested in improving this. Nobody wants open containers. We get calls about our garage. It's our garage, but the problems really stem from open containers. People park in the garage, pull out drinks. The underage issue is a massive issue for all of us. So I think there's a lot of cooperation that needs to be had. When I arrived here a little over a year ago, I went looking for the district representative in the special entertainment district and found out a report hadn't been filed since 2013 and there hadn't been one in years. So I think we start there. Whatever the council wants to do to reform something that's active, an entity that can deal with these issues so we know where to go and the operators know how to make improvements would be welcome. And we're really appreciative of all the dialogue. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ty. And Ron Book.
Mayor, Commissioners, thank you, Madam Manager. I want to just, before I start, I'd like all those business owners and property owners that are here that I represent to please stand. We've got about 80%, Mayor, Commissioners, of the businesses in the area. Some have left for the day. I want to start by simply saying to you that I've had a chance not only to speak to the district commissioner over the weekend and briefly this morning as well, but I've met with your staff as well today. The recommendations that are contained within what you have before you, other than the hours of operation and a tweak to the decertification provisions that have been suggested that are amended, we can live with the whole thing completely. Everybody that's here and those that left earlier in the day are prepared to help do what needs to be done to clean up the area. They don't want to be bad partners with the museum or the Performing Arts Center or the area. They want what you all want. The wider sidewalks, Mayor, the commitment to clean up the area, to improve it with a bid is on our list of things to do. The bid was not within the staff recommendations. We think that's a great move. In 2013, when they were prepared to sign a new agreement, unfortunately, the person that was paying the freight to former Mayor Seiler sold in the middle of that, and nobody else picked it back up to finish it. They are prepared to move forward with their association. They're prepared to sign an agreement. They're prepared to live with everything. They don't want to lose the hours. You ultimately have the if you will, the thumb on the scale. If they don't do what we're talking about doing, you can come back. I think John Millage's suggestion of coming back in a year, Mayor, is brilliant. Let's do what we're going to do. Let's move it forward. We're committed to meeting with Chris and his team as a group. Bring Joe Cox, bring Ty, bring John Millage, bring everybody into the room collectively together, and let's work this out. This is not about fighting. This is not about being adversaries. We're about the business community right next door to where you are right now. Okay. We want to do that. Okay. So, Mayor, the invitation that we've extended and you've extended back to us, they're all ready to come to the table. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak on this item? Okay, there being none. So what directive does the commission want to give to staff? District Commissioner, what are your thoughts?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Well, we had a long discussion this afternoon about it. I think what we've heard today and this evening gives plenty of direction to staff. I think they can see the consensus. I also want to thank everyone.
Well, let's talk about what's the consensus on the
time. I think we can all agree on getting rid of open containers. That's a big one. But I think that
also teen parties.
Well, yes. Again, a lot of what we talked about this afternoon in terms of enforcement, in terms of making sure that, by the way, I did hear one thing new tonight about, as you mentioned, like we have at the beach, we have a beach business improvement district. It works really well.
It does.
It works really well to address a lot of the items that we've talked about today, the way the street looks, the cleanliness, everything. What we heard about from Emily's Garden with people, you're just urinating or throwing bottles. I like the fact that people are willing to take on the responsibility of policing themselves with a business improvement district. So I think staff, if you look at all of their all of their recommendations. If you look at the staff's recommendations, I think they're spot on. I think the only thing that we have to really resolve is that time. And I'm really thinking, if you really look at it now, on the weekend, the bars are allowed to actually serve until, other than this district, you can actually go till 3:30 to finish your drink, right? On the weekends in most places in the city. So you're really just talking about a half an hour. I'm not gonna wring my hands over a half an hour, so I'm okay with leaving it. It's just not worth it to worry about a half an hour because everything else on these sheets are so much more important. I like every single thing that the staff has put forward in terms of potential code amendments in that exhibit, and I think that they have heard both neighborhood concerns, all of the other business concerns, the bar owner concerns. I think we have enough general consensus from all of the stakeholders of what we need to do, and most of it is already written here. If you look at the backup from this afternoon, the DDA, the Downtown Himmershee Village Association, your recommendations from staff in terms of code amendments, and then I think you can come back to us with all of that. And I would also encourage you to have further conversations with the owners about that business improvement district. I don't think this is rocket science. I think we can accomplish this. I really do. I think we're basically all on the same page. We all want to see this area thrive, and all of the stakeholders. There's so much more that we are in agreement over than we are not in agreement. So, go ahead.
So we'll accept these staff recommendations and keep the 4 a.m. and just kind of like come back in a year and see what we've accomplished. In the meantime, I would love to see a charrette formed by the stakeholders, and to between now and in the next few months, headed up by our district commissioner to see what the vision is for that street. I mean, we've kind of lost our vision. We had a vision, now it kind of went sideways. So let's see how we can bring that area back to life, because it's really a charming area, and I think it has so much potential. Honestly, do you have anything else you want to add, Commissioner?
Yes. Just want to say I appreciate the conversation this afternoon regarding this, even the collaboration with the stakeholders and with the city. I agree about the open container. I have some concerns where you said no team parties, because if it's controlled, they're having team parties at a location and there's a specific time, I think we should at least have the conversation without closing it down, because there are team parties that happen over the city, and I'm going back to when I was young. I remember the Panthers on Federal Highway in Fort Lauderdale, and that's where we went, and it was decent. So I don't want to see us just say, oh, because it's teens.
No,
let's
I think
cut it down.
I think they were saying is that with the underage parties that take place there, it creates an environment that invites teenagers who are not invited to the parties to come to the area and to party and to drink and so forth.
Again, that conversation, let's have a whole conversation. Okay. I understand what you're saying, right, but just for us to sit here to say, okay, let's take the team party opportunity off the table, let the community and those stakeholders also feed into it. If that's what they come to a conclusion with, we can, have a deeper conversation. But I'm just not comfortable sitting here and saying, "Oh, check off no team parties in the area."
So, Mayor, if I may, Dwayne Spence here. So the main concern here, I just want to kind of highlight with this particular area and our ordinance, and it's one of the recommendations that staff has, is with the common control and ownership of the area. Currently our code is very conservative. It provides that there needs to be common control over these special entertainment districts. I think staff has indicated that with all of the other entertainment districts, that is the case. Here, we do not have common control and interest, and I'm hearing that the property owners do want to resolve that and have some kind of mechanism for control, but currently they're not in compliance with our code. So the suggestion was to try and find some alternative to that control mechanism so that we do have an individual who is responsible for the activities at that district that the city can contact, which are current code provides and say, hey, these are the activities that are going on. We need these addressed, and they are the individual that is responsible. So that's the amendment that we need to address in order to correct this particular situation.
So who's the common control on the beach?
Well,
we
Beach
would have to
Place,
rely on staff to.
You have Beach Place, which is
Well, that's just one.
and
It's
then
just
the
one
Toomey
location.
properties. It's all just one owner for each of those beach entertainment districts.
Chris?
That's correct. So Beach Place has one owner. The Toomey properties are all owned by the same owner. It's the
Right.
person that owns Rock Bar and that
Mr.
strip of
Toomey hasn't owned
businesses.
those properties for 20 years,
Well,
and we keep
just
talking
the name
about
of the
It's the
district.
name.
But
It's just the name.
Yeah,
the
I
name.
know.
Yeah.
It's the name. But also, Dwayne, I wanted to mention, if you look at the potential code amendments that staff put together, the first one addresses that. What you just mentioned. Allow a group of property owners to form a special entertainment district without need for common ownership, but require formation of a committee to provide oversight to the
Correct.
SCD.
So I just want to be clear on the direction that you're giving us in terms of staff.
Yes.
That we're looking to amend the code to
Without a
address
doubt.
that issue.
We have to.
All right.
Because it's not in compliance right now.
Mayor, just simply to you and to the commission, we're committed to that. We believe that's a critical piece, and we believe that's part of what's been missing. There is no accountability. We had that conversation. There needs to be someone that's there, and we are committed as a group to try to get us there.
Okay, great.
I mean,
Thank
I
you.
don't want you to have any. And to reiterate, the underage drinking, the stuff that's going on, to the person, that we're committed to doing whatever we can do to help with that.
Okay, very good.
Ron, just save the mayor a burrito.
O'clock for that
Yeah.
burrito, I
Thank
promise
you.
you.
That's all.
At the rate we're going tonight, I might just meet you there for
Yeah. It's true.
you. Commissioner Sorensen, did you want to add to this before we conclude?
Thanks. No, I'm good. I like where we're heading. Thank you. Thanks for everyone
Okay.
who came out to give us your feedback. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you so much. All right, so that concludes that item. Why don't we do commission reports after the meeting, if that's okay? All right, very good. Let us resume the evening meeting. Thank you all for being here tonight. We really appreciate your interest and concern.
Yes.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Thank you.
Okay, CM1, Commissioner Glassman.
Yes. Okay. Let me just get that information in front of me. Okay. Thank you, Mayor. The reason I pulled CM1, actually, it's a general discussion as well. Every time we have events that come to us as a commission, I'm always remarking about how the neighborhood, the Central Beach neighborhood, Barrier Island residents, are really very concerned with the number of events on the Barrier Island for a variety of reasons, whether it's noise issues, traffic issues, street closures. Don't get me wrong, the Barrier Island residents love events, but they just feel that they certainly have a lot of events on the Barrier Island. So when I see an event like this, it came up in discussion with several people from the Central Beach Alliance because this is a new event. So I'm just wondering what we're doing. I don't even know if these folks had a chance to talk to the neighborhood association, which I always recommend. But this is an inaugural event. This is a brand new event, again, on the Barrier Island.
Yeah, but I think the concern of the folks on the Barrier Island was the fact that a lot of the more intrusive events involved road closures. This is just something that's taking place in the park. That's the way I've read it. So just programming the park, should that be considered a concern or an intrusion on people's lives? I thought that the issue was road closures and extended hours and things like that.
Well, it's everything. If you're going to tell the neighborhood there, first of all, that street between A1A and Seabreeze would be closed on the north side of the park, as it always is, because that's considered a festival street.
Right.
So that would be closed. There are detours. If any event, if you're going to be bringing 500 people to a spot, is an event. I'm just saying I don't understand why we're continuing to talk about brand new events. I will also mention, even though this is not on our agenda this evening, I did receive information. Again, this was concerning to the neighborhood. There's something called a Hush Cooling Dome scheduled for July 19th and 20th. This is just approved administratively. We're not even going to see this event. I don't know. The backup for that event said that event was going to premiere and do its thing in Miami. I don't know if that happened. I don't know if Miami said no, so they're coming here instead. I'm just saying that the neighborhood is asking for more consideration when it comes to scheduling brand new events on the Barrier Island. That's all. I think we need to have that discussion. I'd like to hear from staff what our thoughts are about that, especially if the neighborhood is not going to have a chance to talk to these folks that want to have events in the neighborhood. That's just concerning because there's no give and take. There's no dialogue. There's no meeting of the neighborhood folks with the folks that want to come and do events. And I think that's just a real important communication that needs to take place. So when it doesn't take place, it's concerning. That's all.
Yeah, Commissioner Glassman, I agree. I hear this on the south part of the Barrier Island. And it's not just the lane closures, it's the traffic impact. It's the disruption that events cause. And right now, and Commissioner Glassman, I've been working with the city manager's office, we have no way to limit the number of events right now. Period. We don't. So Raquel, I'll defer to you, but I know you've been working with Carl and bringing that to Parks and Rec to bring back to us as a city commission, I think in August, a way to update our ordinance and limit the number of events.
Before you say anything, this is in July. The beach is dead. I don't know even anyone who's even living on the beach in the middle of July. So keep that in mind as we think about what you're proposing, cutting back.
Mayor, there's a huge number of people that live in District 4 during the summertime. There really are.
Oh, I know that they are in District 4, but I'm saying where this is taking place, the Venetian, the Illini, Las Olas Beach Club, the areas surrounding this park, most of those people aren't even there. And I'm just wondering, we need to remember we need to keep the city alive. And we did that with the entertainment district by coming up with those new rules to try to activate parts of the city. And now we're trying to refine that initiative. I'm just saying, let's be careful of what we're doing. We don't want to create a dead summer by saying, oh, well, you have too many events taking place. Most of the events that are of concern are lengthy road closures, February, March, and April events. Those are the events that really impact us more. So I'm not saying what you're saying is wrong. I'm just saying let's be mindful of the context of when this event's taking place and the scope of what they contemplate in putting on the event.
Mayor, it's very easy to say that if you don't live there, but I'm going to tell you that, first of all, this is 1 week.
I can't afford to live there.
This is 1 week. This event is proposed 1 week after July 4th. Do you know what happens on the beach on July 4th?
But I know
is that a dead time?
No, but I do know that on July 12th it's dead. Because everyone has come to on July 4th.
I'm just saying the repeated events 1 week after the July 4th, in this instance, I know what you're saying about July's dead, but again, so you're asking all the residents 1 week, and look, these are generous people. They love the events. They go to the events. The whole city comes to these events on the Barrier Island. The whole county comes to these events on the Barrier Island. But it's also a neighborhood. And if a neighborhood does not have a chance to meet with people, like in this instance, if they don't come to their meeting, these people could have come to the Central Beach Alliance. When did I go to that? Like 2 weeks ago? They could have come. They could have reached out. They could have been on the agenda. They could have met with the neighbors. They could have had a dialogue. None of that happened.
Shame on you, Carl.
None of that happened. So I'm just representing my district now. I'm explaining the frustration that I hear from these residents over and over and over again. So again, you're going to tell them now 1 week after July 4th, and trust me, July 4th weekend, that is a big weekend on the Barrier Island.
As it should be.
As it should be. So then you're saying to them, okay, well, thank you for that. And by the way, the next weekend we're going to do this now. I'm just saying you have to figure out where you're going to draw the line. That's all.
Okay.
That's all.
Carl, is there some reason why this wasn't brought before the Central Beach folks to consider and announce so that there was some participation in the decision making?
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. Carl Williams, Parks and Recreation Director. So a couple things. So CM1, yes, similar to the event Commissioner Glassman referenced, both come through our outdoor process. The Hush event, which was briefly discussed, Also went through that, but because there's 500 or less individuals, no alcohol, no road closures, no amplified music, per the ordinance, it allows me the authority to approve it.
Carl, do we know if that Hush Dome actually did appear as a premier event in Miami, as their backup says, or did it so happen that Miami said no and they're coming here instead?
I will need to get that answer. I am not aware of that answer.
What's it called? Hush Dome?
Hush Dome.
Yes, it's a cooling.
The Hush Cooling Dome. It says in their backup for their application, by the way, this is not coming to us for approval because it just met all the criteria that Carl just said. But it said they were going to unveil all of this. We'll host a two-day immersive activation in Miami. I'm just getting the feeling that that never happened, and for whatever reason, Miami said no, and they're coming here instead. I don't know that, but that's the feeling that I'm getting.
Okay.
Carl and Raquel, could you give me an update in terms of progression when we're going to be able to move the ordinance forward in terms of evaluating number of events and the rate increase as well?
Yes.
Thanks, Carl. So we'll come back in August after the break, after discussions and vetting with the Parks Advisory Board to talk about sponsorships, special event fees, number of events. I think there's a broader policy discussion. If we needed to limit the number of events, we would need to determine what qualifies an event. Do longstanding events get first priority or first preference over new events? The types and caliber of events, I think, needs to be discussed because I think that really drives the audience and the number of people coming to these events. So I think once we come back in August, we are more prepared at that point to have a broader policy discussion.
Yep, great. That sounds good. Thank you, Raquel.
I'm sorry, Carl, did you want to add? Okay.
You were right on the money.
Okay. Would someone like to introduce the item?
Introduced.
Okay. So we have a motion. Do we have a second?
They're silent tonight?
There's no second, so it dies. All right. Moving on to M1, motion approving an agreement for the George T. Lohmeyer Wastewater Treatment Plant Generators Phase 1 project, $7,859,701.46. Someone like to move the item?
So moved.
Been moved. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Okay, moved and seconded. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Commissioner Sorensen?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Herbst, not present. Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes, and that item is now approved. M2, motion approving an agreement between the City of Fort Lauderdale and IEM International to assist in implementing and managing the city's Community Development Block Grant Disaster Recovery Program, not to exceed $6,500,000. No one has signed up to speak. Someone like to move the item?
So moved.
It's been moved.
Second.
Second. Been moved and seconded. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Commissioner Sorensen?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Herbst, not present. Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes, and M2 is now approved. M3, this is a motion approving an agreement for an owner's representative for City Hall, Jacobs Project Management Company. One person signed up to speak, but just for questions. Anyone have any questions? If none, someone like to move the item?
So moved.
Been moved. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Commissioner Sorensen?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Herbst, not present. Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes, and M3 is now approved. M4, this is a motion for discussion, City Commission request for review, Site Plan Level 2 amendment in the Downtown Regional Activity Center. One person has signed up to speak, but I assume it's just, did you want to say anything, or is it just to answer questions, Mr. Shine?
Good evening, Mayor, City Commission. Andrew Shine.
Can you push the button? Thanks.
Good evening, Mayor, Commission, Andrew Shine, representing the property owner here.
This vote is just a vote on whether to have a de novo hearing. Usually, we don't argue to have a de novo hearing. This one's a little different.
You want to have a de novo?
Yes, we would like to have a de novo hearing. We understand that it would be in August, but it would give not only the property owner but the full commission the ability to review the application.
Okay.
So no decision needs to be made on the merits of the application.
Right.
We're just asking for a de novo hearing.
Right. Okay.
Mayor, and if I could.
Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. So I call this up. I'd like to have a de novo hearing. There's some, if you read all the backup, you'll see there's some various points of view and perspectives that I'd like to have a deeper discussion on, Mayor.
Okay. Someone like to move the item for a de novo hearing?
I'll move it.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Please call the roll.
Can you, before you call the roll, can you confirm the date of the hearing? That would be August 19th.
Do you want to have it the first meeting we get back?
Yes.
August 19th is fine with me, Mayor.
Okay.
Are you sure?
Okay. For August 19th, we'll have a de novo hearing on site plan level 2 amendment in the Downtown Regional Activity Center.
Thank you.
Please call the roll.
Commissioner Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Commissioner Sorensen?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Herbst, not present. Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes. And M4 is now approved. Moving on to resolutions, R1, appointment of board and committee members. Please read the names into the record.
The following names will appear on the August 19, 2025 resolution for Public Art and Placement Advisory Board. We have Edison Lozada, nominated by Commissioner Sorensen. And for tonight's resolution, we received the following nominations. For the Aviation Advisory Board, we have Kelly Gordon, nominated by Commissioner Beasley Pittman. Lewis Gavin, nominated by Commissioner Sorensen. On the Beach Business Improvement District Advisory Committee, we have Stuart Levy, the primary member representing Hotel Marin, Fort Lauderdale Beach. And then on the Community Services Board, we have Sharon Hughes, nominated by Commissioner Beasley Pittman. For Education Advisory Board, we have Natalie Glussman, nominated by Commissioner Sorensen. Lucretia Cooper, nominated by Commissioner Beasley Pittman. And then for Fire Rescue Facilities Bond Issue Blue Ribbon Committee, we have John Hooper, nominated by Mayor Trentalis. For the Homeless Advisory Committee, we have Michael O'Brien, nominated by Commissioner Beasley Pittman. For Parks, Recreation, and Beaches Board, we have Solomon Schoonover, nominated by Mayor Trentalis. And we have Joy Oglesby, nominated by Commissioner Beasley Pittman. For Sustainability Advisory Board, we have Susie Bailey, nominated by Mayor Trentalis. And then please note that one additional nomination for appointment was received after publishing of the agenda for the Charter Revision Board. It's Bernadette Norris Weeks, nominated by Commissioner Sorensen. And that concludes the nominees for this resolution.
Are there any amendments or modifications to those recommendations?
Mayor, I do have something that I'd like to modify on this, or at least pull a name for discussion.
Which one?
I would like to pull the name of Michael O'Brien for the Homeless Advisory Committee for discussion.
Okay. Well, a couple of people have signed up to speak. Would you like to make your comments now or wait till after they speak?
Whatever your pleasure is. I'm happy to tell you why I pulled that name.
Okay, why don't you tell us?
Thank you. So the City Commission did approve of a code of conduct for city boards and committee. I have been sent and given numerous posts on social media, a variety of social media posts from Mr. O'Brien. I'm going to read some of them that I found the most troubling. And I say this because, these are difficult times that we're in. People's words really matter. Some people take words and it becomes a violent action. I am concerned about conduct. That's why we passed that code of conduct. I want to read some passages from that code of conduct that we passed as a commission. And then I'm going to read some of these posts, and I'm going to ask our city attorney to tell me whether I'm crazy or whether these really do violate the code of conduct. And then it will be up to my colleagues to decide what we're going to do, if we're going to continue to have a code of conduct, if we're going to just say this is fine, it's free speech, or what. But I think we need to have this discussion because what has been sent my way is a bit troubling. Very briefly, Section 2.220, City Boards and Committee Codes of Conduct. They talk about everything that a person on a board or a committee says that he or she will do in their capacity as an appointed member. And it mentions that they will refrain from inappropriate language, nothing malicious, threatening, slanderous, disparaging, mean-spirited, vulgar, or abusive. And this goes for their fellow appointees and also towards city commissioners, city managers, city attorneys, city staff, and not limited to just public meetings, but also on social media. It says that, on social media. Will not be ridiculing to my fellow members. And then also, very interestingly, I will not intrude into daily operations or spheres of responsibility designated by statutes or the city charter. In other words, then it goes on to letter E. I will focus on solving problems and maintain appropriate decorum and basically follow the mission of whatever it is that appointed board is. So with that being said, that's a synopsis of what we have passed as a code of conduct. So let me just read some choice sections of what I've seen here. I will say also, in going through all of these, and I'm not going to read all of them, there's too many, but there is a pattern. The pattern is basically to ridicule and disparage three of us, the mayor, Commissioner Sorensen, and myself. He seems to be fine with Vice Mayor Herbst and Commissioner Pam Beasley-Pittman. So one of the first ones that I saw talks about an OIG report on our former city manager, and he goes on to talk about the incredulous response from our mayor, and basically ends his post with conclusion, Dean's got to go. Okay, so you, again, remember what I said about what you're supposed to do in terms of your decorum and your behavior. Okay, next one. And by the way, these are right before he was appointed last year and then also after he was appointed last year. Again, talking about our former city manager. Oops, not looking good for the former city manager if you read the report. Mayor Dean's response sheds light on his incompetence. Dean's got to go. Okay. Moving right along.
How did that work out?
Exactly. Not well. Okay, next one. Folks, please post your flood photos on Mayor Dean's Facebook page. Let's show him and everyone else his failures. Okay, you make up your mind. Is this disparaging? Is this whatever? Okay, I'm going to keep going. Here's a little post about obviously extolling the wonders of Steve Bosquet from the Sun Sentinel editorial board, talking about, can a politician buy an election? Mr. O'Brien, yes, the answer is yes, because of staggering amounts of developer money flowing to Mayor Dean Trentalis and Commissioner Steve Glassman, symbols of the city's pro-growth state of mind. And then he goes on to talk about your political committee. He names all of the people that have contributed to your election, and basically says, why does a city politician need all that money? And then he goes on to ridicule Stephanie Toothaker, who we have met today, and we've talked to her today about her representation of Inter Miami. Then he goes on to talk about Council of Fort Lauderdale Civic Association's debate that had for the mayor's seat. And he goes on to say, when the subject of developer money came up, Trentalis leaned back in his chair and smiled. That's not an issue, he said with sarcasm. As catcalls rained down from the crowd, he laughed heartily and said, I knew that would get you. And then he goes on to ridicule the mayor just a bit more. Again, saying in this particular post, mayor's got to go. Vote for Barbara Stern for mayor. Next post, now talking about a District 4 candidate forum at the Savor Cinema. Goes on to talk about all of the candidates and then says about Commissioner Sorensen. Finally, Sorensen. Sorensen was the previous commissioner who abdicated the office early to make a failed run for Congress. Sorensen was also the district commissioner who failed to vote on the Snyder Park pickleball issue. Recently, media reports Sorensen said that was a mistake. Sorensen has experience, ideas, and corporate knowledge on how the system works. However, his biggest hurdle to overcome is his past. The Snyder Park vote debacle, and then bailing on his constituents to run for another office. My biggest takeaway from last night is, if I lived in District 4, who I would not vote for,
Ben Sorensen. Snyder Park is turning out to be the poster child for what's wrong with P3s and travesty of losing our public spaces to developers. I'm also big on loyalty. To abandon an office you campaigned for and were elected to is something that defines you. Quote, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. So, District 4 peeps, you have your vote. You have your choices. Do not vote for Ben Sorensen. Next post, Fort Lauderdale, the new mini Monaco. This is a very long and extensive
I'm sorry,
post.
Mayor. How many more do you have?
Just a few more.
Because
we got a long meeting, so
yes.
Okay.
I think your point is. Well
I can go on because they get worse. Okay, I'm just going to say that they get worse. He bashes three of us consistently on any project that we've ever passed, whether it's Bahia Mar, again reiterating to everybody why we have to go, why we have to be removed from office, mentions us by name, which I think is a total violation of the Code of Conduct, and this goes on and on and on. By the way, even attacking the police during the State of the City address at the Parker Playhouse. Quote, there are several high-ranking uniformed FLPD inside the Parker with 24 officers outside, including 4 motorcycle officers, 2 mounted officers, and 1 tactical unit just standing around. Inside looks like a reception for the Oscars. Is that my tax money paying for this? I counted 25 police cars. I'm sure there were even more around. I don't know if anyone's patrolling our city tonight. Dean announced it's his birthday, so I guess this is just one big taxpayer-funded party for him. He goes on to criticize the police even further in this post. I know you want me to stop. I apologize. These get worse. I can certainly put these all in the record. I'm just saying, Mr. Spence, anything that I've read, or I could read more if you think they haven't, do these violate the Code of Conduct at all?
Well, I think that's a decision the commission has to make. That's
correct, Mayor.
Yeah. So we now have we now need to introduce a resolution regarding the names that were read into the record. So, do you want to introduce a resolution?
What am I introducing exactly?
Do you want to introduce a resolution approving all the names except Mr. O'Brien? Is that what you're suggesting tonight?
Yes.
Okay. All right, we do have 2 people signed up to speak. Is Frankie Lane here? Okay, and Mark Dickerman.
Mark Dickerman, city resident, community activist. I've been asked to read a statement from Paula Yakrov.
Wait a minute. You tried this once before, and we let you do it. You're not here to
She asked me.
represent
If I can't do it, I can't do it. That's fine.
We'd rather not follow that practice.
I'll submit it to the clerk for the record.
That's
How's
good,
that?
yeah.
No problem.
We appreciate your interest in representing them, but I don't want to follow that practice. Okay. Where is that person now? Okay.
To our attorney, is that not allowed?
The only concern I have there is that the individual isn't here to say that they actually read that statement. So, but that's what I'm saying is we're relying on your assertion that the individual is saying that, and if you recall, we had that issue with a former candidate.
Right.
When individuals came up here and alleged that certain statements were said about another individual, and that person then allegedly sent a message to someone else. So I don't want you all to get into a situation where we're having statements attributed to individuals who don't have the ability to state whether or not they've made those statements.
Okay.
Are there any others, Mayor? I would like to say something.
Yeah, go right ahead.
Okay. All right. I don't agree with the what's being cited. I believe in freedom of speech. What you read, Commissioner, I don't see it as anything that is other than free speech. We're able to say the things that we would like to say, things that are being said. Some of the things that you're reading appear to be things that were considered to be documentation or repeating of things that were documented already. So I don't understand why an individual who is well known in the community, one who has a extensive history, who's done much not only for Fort Lauderdale, but for reading his bio, Has received a Medal of Valor for actions on 9/11 for the World Trade Center. He has been awarded through the FLEOA for actions also on 9/11. He is 2005 Federal Drug Agency Foundation Group Award. This is an individual who has actually done a lot of work, not only service in Fort Lauderdale, also nationally. I believe that he is a great pick for the homeless committee. I have not heard anything from members on that committee other than he's a good pick, he's a good fit. I've been told since I've been here, I need to get tough skin, and it sounds like some of us on this dais tonight need to get some tough skin. If the individual is on point, they're attending the meetings, and they are accepted and working well with the committee, I don't understand what the problem is. I really don't.
Okay.
Well, I'd like to respond, Mayor. The
Yes,
problem is we have a code of conduct that I believe is totally violated by these social media posts. You know, I used to serve on boards and committees. I didn't get crazy on social media. I wasn't posting every day criticizing the elected officials who appointed me to a board or a committee. I just don't see the reason for that. I think it violates our code of conduct. I have also heard from other folks that tell me that they have never seen Mr. O'Brien at the Hack. They've never seen him at the Salvation Army. They've never seen him at community court. These are all the items that are part of what this board is supposed to do. And I've been told that as well. Again, I thank Mr. O'Brien for his service, what you just mentioned, all of those things. That's very, very important. I am just specifically focusing on why do we have a code of conduct? Why do we urge our appointees to show respect? And by the way, even though he just likes to bash the mayor, me, and Commissioner Sorensen, this really isn't about the three of us. This is about respect for the office. You know, for many, many years, I was the president of my neighborhood association. Did I always agree with my district commissioner? Absolutely not. But I always showed respect. I would never post those kinds of things about my elected officials on social media, day in and day out. That's what I'm questioning. I'm not questioning his credentials at all. I'm questioning his code of conduct, which is what we have passed as a commission. If we don't want it and we're just going to call everything free speech, then let's get rid of the code of conduct and let everybody have a free-for-all. I'd be much happier if we just were not hypocritical and didn't say that we have a code of conduct and then don't bother to enforce it. That's how I feel. I'm sorry.
All right, thank you.
What's the...
Commissioner Sorensen?
Go ahead. Yeah, I just had a question. I'm not looking at the code of conduct. I don't have it in front of me at the moment. What's the language in the code of conduct, Commissioner Glassman, you're citing?
Well, he kind of read it.
Well, I read it in the very beginning. It says, I will refrain from inappropriate language, including statements that are malicious, threatening, slanderous, disparaging, mean-spirited, abusive, and mostly against fellow committee members and also the city commission. It says that I will not ridicule my fellow members or the city commission. His posts are full of ridicule. That's all they are, is ridicule. Also ridiculing other people in the city, which he does. And then, you know, I found letter D very interesting. I will not intrude into daily operations or spheres of responsibility outside, the committee. Well, again, I didn't get a chance to read the rest of them, but trust me, Mr. O'Brien has an opinion on us about everything that we do that are definitely outside his sphere of responsibility on this particular committee. I could go on, but those are the main letters in the code of conduct, Commissioner Sorensen.
Okay, thanks. And I think you all when did you pass the code of conduct? Was it last year? Was it 2024?
No, it was a couple of meetings ago.
Was it that recent?
No. Was it November?
No, it was more recent.
September of 2024.
September. It was a while.
So
Okay,
I wasn't here.
I apologize.
Yeah, I wasn't here for that. So that's what I thought. So let's just put Michael, his nomination aside for a moment. I just want to talk to the mayor and commissioner. What do you think we should, in the code of conduct, should it be not allowed to use disparaging language and ridicule members of the commission? I mean, do you agree with that or disagree with that? I'm just interested.
Well, in my opinion, Ben, politics has become kind of a toxic playground, and there's no doubt that the things that Mr. O'Brien has said, for some people, could be hurtful. I personally don't find them. I personally am not affected by them. They're his opinion. I wish he wouldn't be saying those things about the good work that we try to do here on this commission. I've been here now almost 15 years on this commission, and at the end of my term, it'll be 18 years. And I feel we do our best, and we try our best. I feel that the city is flourishing. Everywhere I go, people compliment what Fort Lauderdale is about, whether it be within the city or conferences that I attend around the country. People remark how great our city has become. It's been great for families with sporting activities and venues. We're seeing young people coming back to our city where before we were a retirement village. And I think we can all be proud of that. And Ben, you are part of that too. And and Commissioner Glassman, this is your 8th year now on the commission, and I think that when someone's out there, and he's not the only one. I mean, Mr. O'Brien is part of a cohort that just finds it convenient to sit there at their typewriter and start, saying negative things. No backing, no real reason. Just gives them pleasure to make these comments. It's unfortunate. It poisons the atmosphere here in our own city when we're trying to make people feel good about what's going on, and so. While I happen to agree with everything that Commissioner Glassman is saying, I don't know if it rises to the level of denying him the right to sit on a committee, only because there is a sense of freedom of speech, and we have to respect that too. I'm conflicted myself on it, but it's very disappointing that people are out there saying things like that when they don't really. I think they misunderstand the objectives that we try to achieve.
So Mayor, if I'm hearing you right, you're saying basically, hey, some degree of ridicule, criticism, even disparagement is okay, is kind of part of what, as elected officials, we have to deal with. Is that, that's kind of the sense I'm getting from you.
Unfortunately, that is true. But there are other people who where the internet is their playground, and they say far worse things. They say very malicious things. They say they make slanderous comments, libelous comments that we could go back and we could a couple of those people have been denied the right to sit on committees because they do invite a toxic atmosphere that does nothing to promote the general welfare and the proceedings of our city and these advisory boards. So I don't know whether Mr. O'Brien is also that kind of person, but the reality is that Commissioner Glassman, we've got to accept some measure of someone else critiquing us, whether we feel it's justified or not. I think that is the nature of politics, but it's a sad state of affairs. There's no doubt about that.
It is, and I'm not even concerned about critiquing us. Trust me, we all have thick skin here, and trust me, it's not a problem. I am just talking about the fact that I don't understand why we have this code of conduct where if someone clearly violates it, it's okay. So either get rid of this code of conduct or do something else. I know the city attorney is not willing to opine on whether what I read violates the code of conduct. He's telling me now that it's up to me to decide. I don't know. If this does not violate the code of conduct, show me what does violate the code of conduct.
If I may,
and
I will, since instead of asking permission, I want to make the statement. A couple meetings ago, I suggested that we as a commission consider adding to our opening page for our agenda our commitment to our code of conduct. And it was dismissed. It was kind of just said, whatever, it doesn't apply. But I believe action starts with leadership. If we're in leadership, we need to be the ones, we need to be the ones who are having and reacting, and at a certain level, we're interacting with our neighbors in a certain way. There's been times here that we've all sat on this dais, and the conversation among us has not been appropriate. So, are we leading by example? So I suggest that we begin to lead by example. We as a dais, we follow the line of our code and conduct, and then everyone else will begin to fall in line. But I do not believe that the comments that were made, posted on Facebook, whatever social media there is, that it should put Mr. O'Brien in a position to be denied this position and deny my opportunity to appoint someone who I believe would be perfect for the board. Thank you.
So then, Commissioner Beasley-Pittman, thanks for sharing that. So you feel as though his comments are fine and appropriate. So then,
I did not say appropriate. I did not say appropriate. I say he has the freedom of speech. Okay.
Freedom of speech.
She's saying that she doesn't think that it rises to the level of violating the code of conduct.
The code of conduct.
And what I'm also saying is we also need to lead by example. He's been on the board. He's been doing a great job. I haven't heard anyone say that there's a problem. Our colleague is saying he has heard that he has not appeared at certain opportunity that is required with the board. But the clerk's office has not said anything to me that would say he's not in position to be reappointed.
Okay, so do you feel as though the standard that Michael is held to, it should be the same standard that we're held to as commissioners?
I do. If we are in this leadership position, we need to start first. And if we're in position, those who are on our board, they're going to represent who we are.
Okay. But that, just to be clear, that standard allows what Michael has said. So thus, commissioners can do the same. You're comfortable with that? That's kind of okay within the code.
When you read the code, it has I don't have it in front of me.
Well, sorry to interject. So there's two codes of conduct. There is a code of conduct that addresses the city commission, and the language there is different, similar but different than the code of conduct that's for board and committee members. So the code of conduct for the city commission is found in 2-29, and the code of conduct for board and committee members is found in 2-220. Now, I can provide you with an explanation of what each of those codes provide. And in your comments, you asked your colleagues, Commissioner Sorensen, with regards to disparaging language. The Code of Conduct for board and committee members expressly uses the term disparaging in reference to inappropriate language. So subsection A says, I will refrain from inappropriate language, including statements that are malicious, threatening, slanderous, disparaging, mean-spirited, vulgar, or abusive. That's what applies to board and committee members. City Commission's Code of Conduct has a similar statement in subsection B, which says, I will refrain from using inappropriate language, including statements that are malicious, threatening, slanderous, disparaging, mean-spirited, vulgar, or abusive. You've already decided that that inappropriate language circumstance applies to both board and committee members and you all. What the Code of Conduct for the board and committee members provides for, it doesn't address the appointment of board and committee members, but it addresses their removal. So these are the standards that you've put in place that they have to sign when they are appointed to those committees or boards. And if they do not abide by this Code of Conduct, it is within the discretion of the commission to consider their removal. Now, with regards to appointing, you have broad discretion with regards to who you appoint to boards and committees, and you don't have to necessarily have a reason for not appointing individuals, although I think it's nice to have that a statement made to the public. And I hope that clarifies that for you.
Yeah, thanks. That helps. Is Michael O'Brien there? I'd like to have his feedback.
Before
on
we
this.
do that, Commissioner, I noticed Frankie Lane is here in the audience. Frankie, did you say he was here? He's not here.
Okay. Well,
okay. I thought
I don't know who's texting me.
He was here earlier. Okay. Okay, Mr. O'Brien. Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Commissioner Pam. Nice to see you as always, Commissioner. I guess a little background would be nice. I'm sure the city attorney will recognize these words, and I quote, "Thus, we consider this case against the background of a profound national commitment to the principle that debate on public issues shall be uninhibited, robust, wide open, and that it may well include vehement, caustic, and sometimes unpleasant, sharp attacks on government and public officials." Justice William Brenner, New York Times via Sullivan, 1964. That is a Supreme Court case. Now, some of those comments you read, yes, I made them or I posted them, I'm sure. You're correct. Were before the election and before I was put on a board. I was happy to be put on the board by Commissioner Beasley Pittman because I wanted to contribute. Why did I want to contribute? Because in April of 2023, my neighborhood flooded. Doorway to doorway across the street. And it didn't drain. So that's when we formed our neighborhood civic association. And my job, and the reason I post, is because I'm not the president, I'm not the vice president, I'm not the treasurer, I'm not the secretary. I am the communications representative because I had the time to come to the meetings. Then when Fortify Lauderdale came around and I found out our neighborhood was not listed to get storm drains, I started going to meetings. And the former director of public works, the colonel, when I asked him, why aren't we getting storm drains? We don't have storm drains. And he said, go ask your commission. It's the commission's fault. Oh, by the way, the commissioner in 2019. I said, can we get storm drains? He said, no. That's why I started posting. Yes. And Commissioner Glassman, I'll tell you a little story. You know we saw each other at the CFLCA meeting. I know because you took efforts to ignore me and walk away. I was going to shake your hand the same way I've shaken the hand of Commissioner Sorensen when I saw him at a meeting. I did what my father taught me. I stood up and I shook his hand. And I would have done the same to you. So after the CFLCA social, I stayed. And I spoke to a fellow who I don't normally agree with. And you know what we did for about 15, 20 minutes? We had a conversation. We talked. We didn't solve the ills of the world. We didn't change the climate. But we spoke like gentlemen.
Mr. O'Brien, can I ask you a question?
Yes.
How many times have you called my office to ask to meet with me? 0.
Right. Because I have a district commissioner.
Right. But you still, even though you have a district commissioner, it still never held you back in making disparaging remarks about me. And here you're saying you held your hand out to try to seek a conciliatory relationship with people, but you've never tried that with me. Yet you still find it okay to keep bashing me without any reason whatsoever, or if you have reason, never explaining it to me, or never trying to understand why I do the things that I do and vote the way I do. So don't come here saying like you're such a victim or that you're some champion.
I never said I was a victim.
Well, you're implying that. Now, I'm not going to vote against your appointment, but I do. But don't come here thinking like you're representation of sainthood when you're not. You've made no effort whatsoever to reach out to me, yet you still find it necessary to say, "Oh, he's got to go," blah 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 blah. I don't really care. Elections have results, and I was reelected regardless of your comments, and
Yes.
probably in spite of your comments.
Yes.
Now, I don't even know what district you live in. I don't know what neighborhood you live in. I don't know why you don't have storm drains, because you never talked to me.
Mr. Mayor,
yeah,
we stood right there when.
I don't know.
May I finish?
Yeah.
When Bill Brown brought you over.
Yes.
And we discussed our lack of storm drains, and
Yeah.
you said, "What neighborhood do you live in?" And I said, "Sunset." And your response was, and I have witnesses, you said, "Where is that?"
Well, Sunset is not the official name of the neighborhood.
It's not the official name of a neighborhood. We have signs that say it.
Just as Sunset?
Sunset.
Okay.
Yes.
It's by Riverland.
Sorry.
Mr. Mayor, that's okay.
So?
That I understand. It's a large city.
So that would have been an opportunity for you to say, "Mayor, why don't we get together? Why don't you come to my neighborhood? Let's talk about it. Why isn't it on the list? What can you do to help promote this? How can we get this as part of the preferred neighborhoods or the priority neighborhoods in order to avoid future flooding?" That would have been the opportunity to do it. No.
I
You
went to
decided
Public
go on the
Works, and
internet
they told
say,
me no.
What an idiot.
No, I went to Public Works, and the colonel told us no.
Okay. All right. Any
Well,
further
I
questions?
would just like to address something because I'm so sorry that I didn't see you. You're talking about the
You
social
saw me,
at
sir,
McGuire's?
please. You saw me.
Well-
I was standing with Ted. You saw me.
No, I definitely don't notice Ted. But I would just say to you, you should have just come over to me. I spoke to the group. That's okay. Maybe that was the problem. If you were with Ted, I probably definitely just didn't look in that area. But I'm just going to say, what you just said about me not coming to you, you could have come to me. I also want to correct something you just said for the record. You said that those posts were before you were appointed by Commissioner Beasley.
Some of them, yes.
Well, I'm going to correct what you just said. This little stack is before you were appointed to the post. This larger stack was after you were appointed. So please don't tell me that you did all of those posts before, because I have these dates. My colleagues didn't want me to continue reading things like where you call us spending money like drunken sailors.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm just saying this goes on and on and on, my fellow commissioners. So I just have to disprove what you're saying. You compared us to drunken sailors. You tell us we have no fiscal responsibility. And then, of course, you go on to bash every project, whether it's basketball, pickleball, whether it's Bahia Mar, whether it's the Las Olas Marina. You name a project that we've done, you hate it. And even though you and I have never had a conversation, so I'm so curious as to what just makes you bash three of us all of the time and love two of us all of the time. Obviously, without a conversation, and you're not a constituent of mine, so I really haven't had much interaction with you. But please don't tell me that those posts were before you were appointed. The stack after you were appointed is a lot worse than the stack before you were appointed. The things you've said since you were appointed are much more egregious than the things that you said before you were appointed.
All right.
That's
So
all.
wait. So, Mr. O'Brien, would you wrap up your comments? We want to move on tonight.
Okay, listen. I am willing to serve. If my commissioner wants me to serve, I've been to every meeting. And to correct something you said, I have been to community court in early January. And I went out with the hot team. And that is why I want to try to change the situation that is out there. We keep saying we have $12 million for the homeless. Well, let's make a change. And I want to be part of that change. Okay. I've been to every meeting. You see me here all the time.
Okay. I appreciate
Thank you for the time.
I appreciate your commitment to our city. Thank you so much. Okay. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak on this item? Okay. There's a resolution on the floor to accept all the names that have been introduced into the record by the clerk, minus Mr. O'Brien.
I'm going to amend that, if that's okay.
Go ahead.
Mayor.
Well, you
yeah,
made the
I'm
motion.
not going to oppose this nomination to this board.
Okay.
Because you know what? I've made my point, and it's okay. It's okay. Let him serve. It's okay. I don't want to, upset any more people. I do want to say, though, to Commissioner Beasley Pittman, there's a difference between what I read in these social media posts and the language that's used by people like Mr. O'Brien and the discussions that we have amongst ourselves. We are not always going to agree on items as commissioners. We're just not. But that doesn't mean that we're violating any kind of code of conduct. We don't use the language that someone like Mr. O'Brien uses in his social media posts. We disagree, and sometimes we disagree vehemently. That's because we're passionate about what we do. We're passionate about the people that we represent, and that sometimes creates a little bit of an energy, but it doesn't mean that we're violating any code of conduct. And I would just say that, again, I watch city commission meetings from out Broward County and Miami-Dade County. We're pretty tame. We really are. Do we always agree? Of course not. But that's okay. We agree to disagree, and then we move on to the next topic. But it does not mean that we are disparaging, slanderous, mean-spirited, vulgar, or abusive. It does not mean those things. Whereas what I read in these posts, it does mean that. And that's my point. I've made my point. I will say that people will still probably continue to send me whatever it is that Mr. O'Brien posts, because we do, as a commission, we have the authority, according to this section 2-220, we have the authority to remove members for cause.
Okay.
We have that authority, and I guess that's all we can say.
Okay.
But I'm not going to oppose this nomination. Serve, and thank you for your service.
Okay, thank you. So the resolution's been introduced. Please call the roll.
And Commissioner Glassman, that's as amended because I added that additional name, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Beasley Pittman,
Yes.
Commissioner Sorensen,
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman,
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis.
Yes, and that resolution is now approved. Thank you, everybody, for your volunteer and your commitment to our community. R2, resolution to approve the 2025 amended and restated transportation system surtax interlocal agreement. I believe there was a discussion on that this afternoon. Is there anyone here still from the county? There is nobody here. Okay. All right. Someone like to introduce the resolution?
Introduced.
It's been introduced. Please call the roll.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, approving a 2025 amended and restated transportation system surtax interlocal agreement, third amendment between Broward County and the City of Fort Lauderdale, authorizing the mayor and city manager to execute the interlocal agreement. Dania Beach, Florida 33004 to Marine Industries Association of South Florida, Inc., a Florida not-for-profit corporation, pursuant to Section 8.13 of the City Charter, providing notice of a public
Mayor, a
hearing.
question before we take a vote. Sorry to interrupt you.
All right, we won't let her finish reading the resolution, then we'll listen. Okay.
Great.
Of a public hearing before the City Commission at 6 p.m. on August 19, 2025, for consideration of the terms and conditions and to authorize execution of the instruments by the proper city officials and providing for an effective date.
Dwayne, I don't think it does, but by taking this vote, that doesn't limit our ability to negotiate effectively, does it?
No, it's my understanding that we can tweak the deal terms and come back to the commission. We may have to do another notice of intent, but I'll allow the city attorney to verify.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Continue.
Commissioner Beasley Pittman? Yes. Commissioner Sorensen?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes, and R4 is now approved. R5, a resolution waiving the application of the mandatory commission approval amount to purchases of goods or services, including purchases of goods or services via change order during the City Commission's recess, and providing for severability, rescission of conflicting resolution provisions, and an effective date. Does this also require a ratification vote upon the conclusion of our recess, Mr. Spence?
Not a ratification vote. It does provide for a report back to you all of the actions taken during the recess.
On or before September 30th, I would come back to the commission with a report.
With a report, but not a need to ratify your decisions.
Correct.
Okay. All right. No one has signed up to speak. Would someone like to introduce the resolution?
Introduced.
Please call the roll.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, waiving the application of the mandatory commission approval amount to purchases of goods or services, including purchases of goods or services via change order during the City Commission's recess, and providing for severability, rescission of conflicting resolution provisions, and an effective date. Commissioner Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Commissioner Sorensen?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes, and R5 is now approved. R6, resolution accepting grant funds from the State of Florida Division of Emergency Management for Emergency Operations Center improvements, $1,114,000, and additional matching expenses of $366,000. No one has signed up to speak. Someone like to introduce the resolution?
Introduce.
Resolution's been introduced. Please call the roll.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, delegating to the city manager the authority to execute a federally funded sub-award and grant agreement for Emergency Operations Center improvements from the State of Florida Division of Emergency Management through the Florida Division of Emergency Management Hazard Mitigation Grant Program for a sub-grant in the amount of $1,114,396.85, and to accept said funds. Commissioner Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Commissioner Sorensen?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes, and R6 approved. R7, a resolution approving a community aesthetic feature agreement with the Florida Department of Transportation and authorizing the city manager to execute all associated agreements. No one has signed up to speak. Does anyone have any questions with regard to this community aesthetic feature agreement? I didn't quite understand the full impact of this. Who's Chris? Oh, this is with regard to the FTL. Yeah, okay.
Right.
I was thinking of something else. I'm sorry. Yeah, I apologize. I was thinking of another
Just
item.
want to highlight, Mayor, that we plan to exclude the hashtag.
Okay.
Okay. And FDOT is okay with that.
I'm fine with it too.
Who's in the hashtag?
Yeah, it would be cool if we dropped the hashtag.
It's now cool to not have a hashtag.
Right.
It's so yesterday. Okay. No one has signed up.
Maybe we can have an event there at the beach and celebrate the new sculpture.
Well, I think that we don't have enough events on the beach, so
Okay,
that
I
would
was
be
just
a great,
wondering.
great
Okay.
idea.
I was wondering how you felt about
Maybe we can
that.
form a
Thank
circle around the FTL.
That'd be nice.
Okay?
Like they do that in Asheville.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Someone introduce the resolution?
Introduced.
Been introduced. Please
Love
call the
public
roll.
art.
Please call the roll before he
Alright.
changes his mind.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, approving the execution of a community aesthetic feature agreement, CAFA, with the Florida Department of Transportation, FDOT, for the installation of public art at the intersection FA1A and Los Olas Boulevard within the FDOT right-of-way, authorizing the proper city officials to execute the agreement and providing for an effective date. Commissioner Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Commissioner Sorensen?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes, and that item is now approved
Mayor, do we know when that might be installed, by the way? I don't.
imminently.
Is there a timeline for that?
I don't know the answer to that. What is...
All right. So the fabrication takes about 6 weeks. So now that we have this in place, we can go ahead and allow them to begin fabrication, obviously with the change that was just mentioned. So we're looking at fall of this year to install that, maybe mid-fall, but we'll definitely follow up with more details and communicate that when we know more.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
And we'll have an event.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
We'll have an event to celebrate.
Sparklers. I want sparklers. Quasi-judicial resolution approving a site plan level 4 development permit for, quote, 42 Hotel, end quote, a 75-room hotel with, it should be called 75 Hotel, okay, with dimensional modifications to tower setbacks, tower separation, increase in floor area ratio in the Central Beach Regional Activity Center, and establishing the Central Beach parking facility fee for the proposed development. Anyone wishing to speak must be sworn in, and the Commission will announce any site visits, communications, or expert opinions received and make them a part of the record. Commissioner Beasley Pittman, do you have any disclosures?
I'm sorry. Conversation with Stephanie Toothaker.
Okay. I, too, had met with Ms. Toothaker, and I believe your client also at one point. Yes. And Commissioner Glassman?
Yes, met with Stephanie Toothaker most recently June 27th, attended numerous Central Beach Alliance meetings when this project was discussed, and also met with the development team as well, and several site visits. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Sorensen?
Yes, Stephanie Toothaker.
Okay. So no one has signed up to speak except Ms. Toothaker, who I think wants to make a short presentation.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Commissioners. Stephanie Toothaker on behalf of 42 Hotel. My clients are here. You've met them. Harsh, Nick, and Bo are here. They're the property owners. I have a full presentation. I don't. If you want me to give it, I will. But I'd rather just give a statement and just say we're so pleased to be here this evening. We have worked so closely and carefully with our neighbors. I think the fact that no one is here is a testament to the fact of how we really came hand in hand with the Central Beach Alliance and with our direct neighbors that surrounded the property. They all supported the project. There was an old deed on the piece of property that first had to be lifted, and then we came back with a site plan. We're absolutely thrilled. It's a 75-unit boutique hotel. They are owners and operators that own other hotels, so this is not new to them. 42 pays homage to the village in India that their family is from, so it's a very special thing. And I'm more than happy to answer any questions. There are a lot of letters of support that were submitted as part of the record, in addition to the letter of support from the Central Beach Alliance, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
So I'd like to just comment that in looking at the picture, the building that you'll be demolishing looks sort of vintage and all that, but it is a new building. It's not period.
Correct.
Okay.
It's a new
right,
building.
It's a newer
Yes.
construction.
Yes.
Right. So and this will go on the corner of Alhambra and Birch Road.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yes.
And okay. And so tell the folks today who are listening a little bit about what the Central Beach Alliance voted and any of the neighboring
Sure.
properties.
I actually have an exact breakdown in my presentation. I left.
This is when you went out to the public and you
We did.
saw
We
public
did.
comment.
We had been working for a very long time with the Central Beach Alliance. The first vote related to the removal of, there was an old deed restriction that was to the benefit of the Central Beach Alliance, and that vote was, sorry, I've got to page through my presentation. I want to give you exact numbers. 227 people voted yes in favor of removing the deed restriction, and 1 voted no. So 227 to 1. And then when we went back on the site plan, it was 117 yes votes and 45 no votes. And through an analysis that we did with the president of the Central Beach Alliance, actually because in the Central Beach, as you'll remember, buildings get 10 votes and individuals get 1 vote. And interestingly, the no votes, the majority of the no votes were actually 3 buildings, and they were not the direct neighbors. The direct neighbors voted to support the project.
Okay. And is this hotel going to be branded, or is just
42 is the brand.
What's it called?
42 is the brand. 42 Hotel is the brand of the hotel.
Okay.
Yes, it's the family's brand.
And they have 42 Hotel in other
They do.
locations?
They do. Many in New York and other places around the
All right,
United
very
States.
good. Those are the only questions I have. Anyone else have any questions of Ms. Toothaker?
Mayor, I just want to add to the discussion, and I also want to say, as someone who watches very closely and worked with a lot of the folks in the neighborhood, I really want to commend the development team, Stephanie, folks. The work that went on, this was a real journey. This was not an easy path for several of the buildings right around this site. It took a lot of work, it took a lot of cooperation, and it took a lot of dialogue. And I just want to thank the development team for being so respectful for the neighborhood and putting in that work and putting in that time. And I think that we see the results of all of that really excellent communication and work, because people really did understand, and it was a real education. And I just want to say thank you, and I want to wish you all the best and welcome you to the neighborhood and to District 2 and to the city of Fort Lauderdale, and hope you will continue to invest in our city. So thank you. This was a real example of what can happen when people work together. They start out not necessarily in agreement with each other, but then they come to a moment where it works for everyone. So I just wanted to say thank you.
And Commissioner, on behalf of the owners, thank you for your guidance throughout the process, and we really also want to thank the Central Beach Alliance for working with us.
Okay, any further comments? Okay, there being none, do I hear a motion to close public hearing?
So moved.
Moved. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Commissioner Sorensen?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes, and public hearing on R8 is now closed. Would someone like to introduce the resolution?
Gladly introduced.
Okay.
And this is for approval, correct?
Yes.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, approving the issuance of a site plan level 4 beach development permit for the development of a 75-room hotel known as 42 Hotel, with a request for dimensional modifications to tower step back, tower separation, and increase in floor area ratio in the Central Beach Regional Activity Center, located at 3001 Alhambra Street, Fort Lauderdale, Florida, having a land use designation of Central Beach Regional Activity Center in the A1A beachfront area, which is ABA zoning district, and establishing a Central Beach parking facility fee for the development. Commissioner Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Commissioner Sorensen?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes, and R8 is now approved. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations. R9, another quasi-judicial resolution approving a plat known as Cypress Creek West Plat, 6,000 to 6150 North Andrews Avenue. Anyone wishing to speak must be sworn in, and the Commission will announce any site visits, communications, or expert opinions received and make them a part of the record. Only one person signed up to speak, Mr. Lockery, assumed just for questions. There you are. So would someone like to move to close public hearing?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Commissioner Sorensen?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes, and public hearing on R9 is now closed. Would someone like to introduce the resolution?
Introduced.
Resolution is now introduced. Please call the roll.
And that's for approval?
That's for approval.
Yes.
Do we have to do disclosures, Mayor, on this?
Oh, shoot.
Uh-oh.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, so fess up, then. What do you have to disclose?
Robert Lockery, thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Beasley Pittman.
Robert Lockery.
I too met with Mr. Lockery. Commissioner Glassman.
Yes, Mr. Lockery, 9/21/2023.
Okay. Okay, and Commissioner and the Vice Mayor's not here. All right, so that's the disclosures. Someone introduced the resolution. Now just vote.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, approving a plat entitled Cypress Creek West and providing for an effective date. Commissioner Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Commissioner Sorensen?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes, and R9 is now approved. R10, quasi-judicial resolution to vacate a 1,251 square foot utility easement, the North Broward Hospital District, 1601 South Andrews Avenue. Anyone wishing to speak must be sworn in, and the Commission will announce any site visits, communications, or expert opinions received and make them a part of the record. Commissioner Beasley Pittman, do you have any disclosures? No?
I don't know.
Okay, I do. I think I spoke with Stephanie Toothaker. Commissioner Glassman?
Met with Stephanie Toothaker on June 16th, 2025.
And Commissioner Sorensen?
Stephanie Toothaker.
Okay. Only she has signed up to speak to answer questions. Anyone else wish to speak on this item? There being none, do I hear a motion to close public hearing?
So
Moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Commissioner Sorensen?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes, and public hearing is now closed on that. Would someone like to introduce the resolution?
Introduced.
It's been introduced. Please call the roll.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, vacating the remaining platted utility easement in portions of lots 10 through 16 and lots 18 through 21, re-subdivision of Block 38, Crossent Park, according to the plat thereof, as recorded in Plat Book 52, page 8 of the Public Records of Broward County, Florida, located east of Southeast 1st Avenue, north of Southwest 1st Avenue, north of Southwest 17th Street, west of South Andrews Avenue, and south of Southwest 15th Street, all said lands being in the City of Fort Lauderdale, Broward County, Florida. Commissioner Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Commissioner Sorensen?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes. And hold on. R10 is now approved. R11, quasi-judicial resolution to vacate a 10-foot wide by 75-foot long utility easement, also in the North Broward Hospital District, 1601 South Andrews Avenue. Anyone wishing to speak must be sworn in, and the Commission will announce any site visits, communications, or expert opinion received and make them a part of the record. Commissioner Beasley Pittman, do you have any disclosures?
None.
I have. I met with Stephanie Toothaker. Commissioner Glassman?
This is R11?
R11.
Yes. Stephanie Toothaker, June 16th, 2025.
And Commissioner Sorensen?
Stephanie Toothaker.
Okay. So no one else has signed up to speak. Someone please move to close public hearing.
Moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Commissioner Sorensen?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Herb? Not present. Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes, and R11 public hearing is now closed. Would someone like to introduce the resolution?
Introduced.
It's been introduced. Please call the roll.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, vacating that certain 10-foot wide by 75-foot long utility easement recorded in Official Records Book 49863, page 212 of the Public Records of Broward County, Florida. Said utility easement being a portion of lots 1 and 2, re-subdivision of Block 38, Crescent Park, according to the plat thereof, as recorded in Plat Book 52, page 8 of the Public Records of Broward County, Florida, and a portion of the vacated Southwest 16th Street located east of Southwest 1st Avenue, north of Southwest 17th Street, west of South Andrews Avenue, and south of Southwest 15th Street. All said lands being in the city of Fort Lauderdale, Broward County, Florida. Commissioner Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Commissioner Sorensen?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes, and R11 is now approved. Moving on to public hearings. PH1, a public hearing approving the city's 2025-2029 consolidated plan for the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development entitlement funds, the 2025-2026 annual action plan of the consolidated plan, and the updated citizen participation plan, along with analysis of impediments to fair housing. Exciting. No one has signed up to speak. Someone like to, is this a resolution, Mr. Spence? PH1? What is that?
It is.
A resolution.
There is a resolution, yes.
Someone like to introduce the resolution of PH1?
Introduce.
Introduce. I do believe I have to close public hearing, though. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Would someone like to move to close public hearing?
So moved.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Commissioner Sorensen?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes, and public hearing on PH1 is now concluded. Someone like to introduce the resolution of PH1?
Introduce.
It's been introduced. Please call the roll.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, approving the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, HUD, 2025 to 2029, Consolidated Plan, 2025 Annual Action Plan, Updated Citizen Participation Plan, and Analysis of Impediments to Fair Housing, affirming its commitment to fair housing and providing an effective date. Commissioner Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Commissioner Sorensen?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes, and public, and what is that? That resolution is approved? Yeah, okay. PH2, a public hearing, a resolution approving the reallocation of funds from the Parks and Recreation General Obligation Bonds, Series 2020A bonds. That was pulled.
Is this pulled?
Was that pulled?
Yes.
Yeah,
that's
I
pulled.
apologize. Thank you for reminding me. PH3, public hearing and ordinance amending ordinance number C95-67, amending the tax increment revenue to be deposited into the Northwest Progresso Flagler Heights Community Redevelopment Area Development Trust Fund, Redevelopment Trust Fund, amending the annual appropriation of tax increment revenue by the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, subject to conditions, terminating the requirement for any other taxing authority to deposit tax increment revenue into the Redevelopment Trust Fund, and providing an effective date. No one has signed up to speak. Someone like to move to close public hearing?
So moved.
Been moved. Do I hear a second? Moved and seconded. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Commissioner Sorensen?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes, and public hearing is now closed on PH2. So just so everyone understands, this ordinance is now going to pick up where the conclusion of the CRA will, when is it sunset? September, is
November.
it? November of this year. So this is the City Commission's commitment to keeping some level of the CRA continuing in the Northwest Progresso Flagler Heights Community Redevelopment Area. So someone
Mayor-
like to introduce the
Mayor, if I
ordinance?
may,
Yeah,
it's
just a
just-
second. Someone like to introduce the ordinance?
Introduced.
Been introduced, yes.
I just wanted to mention this establishes the TIF rate to the city going forward. So it was 95%. What this ordinance does, it amends it to the 50% annual rate that the commission directed staff to establish.
Right. But it does not, it's only the city's contribution.
Correct.
There's no other taxing authority that's participating
right.
in this.
Mhm.
Correct. Okay. So let's see. We closed public hearing. Someone like to you introduce the ordinance?
Already.
Please call the roll.
An ordinance amending ordinance number C95-67, amending the tax increment revenue to be deposited into the redevelopment trust fund, amending the annual appropriation of tax increment revenue by the city of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, subject to conditions, terminating the requirement for any other taxing authority to deposit tax increment revenue into the redevelopment trust fund, and providing for an effective date. Commissioner Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Commissioner Sorensen?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
No.
And Mayor Trentalis?
Yes, and the ordinance is now approved. PH4, public hearing, quasi-judicial resolution, approving a waiver of limitations at 738 Northeast 20th Avenue for the installation of 6 mooring piles and 3 triple mooring pile clusters. Anyone wishing to speak must be sworn in, and the commission will announce any site visits, communications or expert opinions received, and make them a part of the record. Commissioner Beasley Pittman, do you have any disclosures?
No disclosures.
I don't recall meeting with anybody on this. Is there anyone representing anybody here on this? There's nobody.
There's a hand.
Oh, you
There
are.
is.
Are you the owner? You're the attorney? Okay. All right. I don't recall having any conversations with you on this, right? No. Commissioner Glassman?
None.
And Commissioner Sorensen?
None.
Okay. No one has signed up to speak. Would someone like to move to close public hearing?
Moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Commissioner Sorensen?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes, and public hearing on PH4 is now concluded. Someone like to introduce the resolution?
Introduced.
It's been introduced.
And this is for approval, correct?
For approval.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, pursuant to Section 47-19.3E of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida Unified Land Development Regulations, ULDR, granting an after-the-fact waiver of the limitations of ULDR Section 47-19.3D to permit H.G. Middle River Investments, LLC, a Florida limited liability company, installation of 6 mooring piles extending a maximum distance of 84 feet 6.5 inches into the adjacent waters of Middle River, and 3 triple pile cluster mooring piles extending a maximum distance of 129 feet 6.5 inches plus or minus into the adjacent Middle River for such property lying situate and being within 738 Northeast 20th Avenue, Fort Lauderdale, Florida 33304, and more particularly described below, subject to the certain terms and conditions, repealing any and all parts of resolutions in conflict herewith, and providing for an effective date. Commissioner Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Commissioner Sorensen?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes, and that resolution is now approved. Before we get into the OSR second reading, do you have a script for me for the budget resolutions? You have that? You don't? No, you have it, but you haven't given it to me. What?
Mayor, that's for
skipping
the
it?
public hearings in September. Tonight, it's just resolutions setting the rates.
Okay, all right.
So,
Wing it.
yeah.
Usually we have a script.
For the
Okay.
What about makeup?
Huh?
What about makeup?
Yeah. Okay, moving on to OSR 1, second reading, quasi-judicial ordinance approving a medical office building with a request for a design deviation and application of prior zoning regulation. A Broward Health Medical Center medical office building and parking garage, North Broward Hospital District. Anyone wishing to speak must be sworn in, and the commission will announce any site visits, communications, or expert opinions received and make them a part of the record. I swore I spoke to somebody on this.
That's what I'm.
Yes, okay. Stephanie Toothaker. Commissioner Beasley Pittman?
We didn't get a chance to speak.
You
on
did,
this one.
okay. Commissioner Glassman?
This is second reading, so no additional.
Yeah, there's no additional.
No additional.
Right. And Commissioner Sorensen?
No additional.
Okay, very good. Okay, no one has signed up to speak. Someone like to move to close public hearing?
Moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Beasley Pittman,
Yes.
Commissioner Sorensen,
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman,
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis.
Yes, and public hearing on OSR 1 is now concluded. Someone like to introduce the ordinance?
Introduced for approval.
An ordinance approving the application of a prior zoning regulation of Community Business District as provided in Section 47-6.20 of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida Unified Land Development Regulations, ULDR, for the development of property legally described as all of lots 11 through 18, Block 35, Crescent Park, according to the plat thereof, as recorded in Plat Book 4, page 28 of the Public Records of Broward County, Florida, together with all of lots 1 through 30, re-subdivision of Block 38, Crescent Park, according to the plat thereof, as recorded in Plat Book 52, page 8 of the Public Records of Broward County, Florida, and all of the vacated Southwest 16th Street, located east of Southwest 1st Avenue, north of Southwest 17th Street, west of South Andrews Avenue, and south of Southwest 15th Street, all said lands situate, lying, and being in the City of Fort Lauderdale, Broward County, Florida, pursuant to Section 47-26A.1 of the Florida pursuant of the ULDR, and approving the site plan for a development with an alternative design on said property, providing for conflicts and repeal, and providing for an effective date. Commissioner Beasley Pittman,
Yes.
Commissioner Sorensen,
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman,
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis.
Yes, and that ordinance is now approved. Congratulations. OSR 2, second reading, an ordinance approving public purpose use and structure for a 49,548 square foot community recreation facility and a 12,842 square foot Broward Health Hospital Emergency Department associated with parking reduction, associated parking reduction. Okay, no one has signed up. One person signed up to speak for questions only. That's Mr. Russell. Oh, wait a minute. We got a couple people. Just questions. Okay, we're all good. Someone like to move to close public hearing?
Moved.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Beasley Pittman,
Yes.
Commissioner Sorensen,
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman,
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis.
Yes, and public hearing on OSR 2 is now closed. Would someone like to introduce the ordinance?
Introduced.
Please call the roll.
An ordinance of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, approving as a public purpose use and structure a community recreation facility and emergency medical facility pursuant to Section 47-18.26 of the City of Fort Lauderdale Unified Land Development Regulations, ULDR, located on a parcel legally described as all of lots 5 through 21, less right-of-way for North Federal Highway, Block 252, all of lots 1 through 6 and lots 34 through 48, and the west 7.5 feet of lots 7 through 15, Block 251, Progresso, according to the plat thereof, recorded in Plat Book 2, page 18 of the Public Records of Dade County, Florida, all of lots 28 through 33, and the west 18 feet of lots 17 through 21, replat of a portion of Block 251 Progresso, according to the plat thereof, recorded in Plat Book 47, page 30 of the Public Records of Broward County, Florida, together with a portion of the vacated Northwest 6th Terrace located east of North Federal Highway, north of Northeast 8th Street, west of the Northeast 7th Avenue, and south of Northeast 9th Street, said lands situate, lying, and being in the City of Fort Lauderdale, Broward County, Florida, granting relief from specific zoning regulations and approving an associated conceptual site plan. Commissioner Beasley Pittman,
Yes.
Commissioner Sorensen,
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman,
Yes.
and Mayor Trentalis.
Yes. So when is groundbreaking? Soon?
See those smiles.
Okay, good luck with that. Thank you. Moving on to OSR 3, second reading, an ordinance of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, amending Chapter 17, Noise Control of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Fort Lauderdale, specifically Section 17-7, entitled Specific Restrictions Related to the Public Waterways. Let's see, no one has signed up to speak. Someone like to move to close public hearing?
So moved.
Moved.
Been
Second.
moved and seconded. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Beasley Pittman,
Yes.
Commissioner Sorensen,
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman,
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis.
Yes, and public hearing on OSR 3 is now closed. Would someone like to introduce the ordinance?
Introduce.
Introduce.
Okay, it's been introduced.
An ordinance of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, amending Chapter 17, Noise Control of the Code of Ordinance of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, specifically Section 17-7, entitled Specific Restrictions to Establish Standards for Sound Emanating from Motorboats Being Operated, Docked, Moored, or Tied to Land, Docks, Piers, or Wharves in or abutting the public waterways of the city. Commissioner Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Commissioner Sorensen?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes. And OSR 3 is now approved. OSR 4, second reading, an ordinance creating a new City of Fort Lauderdale Code of Ordinances, Section 8-35, to address timelines associated with dock waiver public notice procedures for the Marine Advisory Board. No one has signed up to speak. Someone like to move to close public hearing?
Moved.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Commissioner Sorensen?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes, and public hearing is now closed on OSR 4. Would someone like to introduce the ordinance?
Introduced for approval.
Introduced for approval. Please call the roll.
An ordinance of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, creating a new Section 8-35 of the Code of Ordinance of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, thereby amending public notice procedures for the Marine Advisory Board and providing for severability, repeal of conflicting ordinance provisions, and an effective date. Commissioner Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Commissioner Sorensen?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes, and OSR 4 is now approved. OSR 5, second reading, an ordinance amending the City of Fort Lauderdale Code of Ordinances, specifically creating Section 2-265 entitled Restrictions on Lobbying by Appointed Board and Committee Members, and amending Section 2-266 entitled Penalties of the Code of Ordinances, all relating to regulating lobbyist appointments to boards and committees. Mr. Dickerman, are you still here? He is gone. Okay. He's the only one that signed up to speak. Would someone like to move to close public hearing?
Moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Commissioner Sorensen?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes. Public hearing is now closed. Would someone like to introduce the ordinance?
Introduced.
The ordinance has been introduced. Please call the roll.
An ordinance of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, amending Chapter 2, Article 8 of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, to prohibit lobbying or lobbying activities by city board members or city committee members, more specifically amending Section 2-261 to provide for new definitions, creating Section 2-265 to prohibit the appointment of lobbyists to city boards and city committees, and to prohibit lobbying or lobbying activities by members of city boards and city committees, and amending Section 2-266 to provide penalties for violating Article 8, providing for a correction of scrivener's error, severability, repeal of conflicting ordinances, and an effective date. Commissioner Beasley Pittman?
No.
Commissioner Sorensen?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes, and OSR 5 is now approved on second reading. Okay, now we move into the budget items. These are basically just setting millage rates that we'll be considering in our public hearings in the fall. So we'll start out with Budget 1, resolution setting the fiscal year 2026 proposed millage rate and debt service rate for the City of Fort Lauderdale, setting the millage rate for the Sunrise Key Neighborhood Improvement District, and acknowledging the receipt of the City Manager's budget message and proposed budget. We definitely received it. Okay, would someone like to introduce the resolution?
Introduced.
Please call the roll.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, acknowledging receipt of the City Manager's budget message, estimates, and recommendations, together with the proposed budget for fiscal year 2026, setting the proposed millage rate and debt service rate for the City of Fort Lauderdale, setting the millage rate for the Sunrise Key Neighborhood Improvement District, and authorizing the City Manager to compute the rolled back rate and execute all appropriate instruments in order to advise the Broward County property appraiser of the proposed millage rate and rolled back rate. Commissioner Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Commissioner Sorensen?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman,
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis.
Yes, and Budget 1 is now approved. Budget 2, motion setting the public hearing dates to consider the proposed fiscal year 2026 millage rate budget for the city of Fort Lauderdale and for the Sunrise Key Neighborhood Improvement District. Someone like to move the item?
So moved. Second.
Been moved and seconded. No one signed up to speak. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Beasley Pittman,
Yes.
Commissioner Sorensen,
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman,
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis.
Yes, and Budget 2 is now approved. Budget 3, motion setting the proposed fiscal year 2026 non-ad valorem assessment rate and public hearing date for the Lauderdale Isles Water Management District tentative budget. Someone like to move the item?
Moved.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. No one signed up to speak. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Beasley Pittman,
Yes.
Commissioner Sorensen,
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman,
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis.
Yes. And Budget 3 is now approved. Budget 4, motion establishing a public hearing date for the proposed fiscal year 2026 non-ad valorem assessment nuisance abatement. No one has signed up to speak. Would someone like to move Budget 4?
So moved.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Beasley Pittman,
Yes.
Commissioner Sorensen,
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman,
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis.
Yes. And Budget 4 is now approved. Budget 5, preliminary rate resolution for the fire assessment establishing the estimated fiscal year 2026 non-ad valorem assessment rate and authorizing a public hearing on September 12th, 2025. No one has signed up to speak. Would someone like to introduce the resolution?
Introduced.
Resolution's been introduced. Please call the roll.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, relating to the provision of fire services, facilities, and programs in the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, establishing the estimated assessment rate for fire assessments for the fiscal year beginning October 1st, 2025, directing the preparation of an assessment roll, authorizing a public hearing, and directing the provision of notice thereof, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, and providing an effective date. Commissioner Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Commissioner Sorensen?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis.
Yes, and Budget 4 is now approved. No, excuse me.
Budget 5.
Budget 5, I'm sorry. Budget 5 is now approved. Budget 6, preliminary rate resolution for the beach business improvement assessment establishing the estimated fiscal year 2026 non-ad valorem assessment rate and authorizing a public hearing September 12th, 2025. Would someone like to introduce the resolution?
Introduced.
Resolution's been introduced. No one has signed up to speak. Please call the roll.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, relating to the provision of beach business improvement services in certain portions of the beach area located within the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, more specifically described herein, establishing the estimated assessment rate for the beach business improvement assessment for the fiscal year beginning October 1st, 2025, directing the preparation of an assessment roll, authorizing a public hearing, and directing the provision of notice thereof, providing for rescission of conflicting provisions, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. Commissioner Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Commissioner Sorensen?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
And Mayor Trentalis.
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis.
Okay. Budget 7, preliminary rate resolution for the fiscal year 2026 non-ad valorem assessment for utility undergrounding and authorizing a public hearing on September 12th, 2025. No one has signed up to speak. Would someone like to introduce the resolution?
Introduced.
Resolution has been introduced. Please call the roll.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, relating to the provision of the underground utility line facilities in the Los Olas Isles neighborhood, imposing underground utility line assessments against assessed property located in the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, directing the preparation of an assessment roll, authorizing a public hearing, and directing the provision of notice thereof and providing an effective date. Commissioner Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Commissioner Sorensen?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis.
Yes, and Budget 7 is now approved. Budget 8, the last of our budget items, preliminary annual assessment resolution for the stormwater assessment, initiating the process for imposing the fiscal year 2026 at non-ad valorem assessment and authorizing a public hearing on September 12th, 2025. No one has signed up to speak. Would someone like to introduce the resolution?
Introduced.
Resolution's been introduced. Please call the roll.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, initiating the process for reimposition of the Stormwater Management Services assessment in the City of Fort Lauderdale for the fiscal year beginning October 1st, 2025, directing the preparation of an assessment roll, authorizing a public hearing and directing the provision of notice thereof, providing for rescission of conflicting provisions, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. Commissioner Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Commissioner Sorensen?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes, and Budget 8 is now approved. So we have some walk-ons. The first one relates to the resolution providing a notice of intent to enter into a comprehensive agreement for a qualifying project for the design, development, financing, construction, operation, and maintenance of a multi-use structure with public parking, a surface-level public parking lot, a fire rescue EMS substation located on Northeast 8th Street and Northeast 10th Avenue within Holiday Park, and accepting unsolicited proposals from Holiday Park Parking Partners, LLC, and Park Place Garages, LLC, and a notice of intent to accept other proposals of the same project. Someone like to introduce the resolution?
Introduced.
Resolution has been introduced. No one has signed up to speak. Anyone have any questions on this?
Mayor, has someone emailed this to me? Or is this an updated draft? Or?
I don't know.
Yes, this was emailed to you earlier today as a walk-on.
Okay, let me just make sure I'm tracking the right one. What time was it emailed?
This is where we discussed this afternoon, where we're going to accept both unsolicited proposals from the parking lot vendors.
Right, so no changes were made to that?
I don't believe so.
No changes were made to the resolution.
Dwayne? Okay, if no changes were made, then I'm good. All right, thanks, Mayor.
Okay. Anyone else have any questions? There being none, did someone introduce the resolution?
Yes, we did. I did.
Resolution has been introduced. Please call the roll.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, providing notice of intent pursuant to Section 255.065 Florida Statutes 2024 to enter into a comprehensive agreement for the design, development, financing, construction, operation, and maintenance of a multi-use structure with public parking, a surface-level public parking lot, and a fire rescue EMS substation located at Northeast 8th Street and Northeast 10th Avenue within Holiday Park, accepting unsolicited proposals from Holiday Park, Parking Partners, LLC, and Park Place Garages, LLC. Notice of intent to accept other proposals for the same project and providing for an effective date. Commissioner Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Commissioner Sorensen?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes, thank you. Yes, thank you. Are there any other walk-ons? Mr. Spence, are there any other walk-ons?
So I don't have a finalized version of the settlement agreement as yet. I've sent a markup for comment and haven't received feedback.
I thought we were going to resolve that tonight. Did you raise your hand for some reason? I'm sorry, that time is long since passed. I'm sorry. I'm sorry? I understand, but let's finish with this and we'll talk about that in a second. Yes.
Mayor, Commissioners, Dwayne, I wrote you back asking if the date was the only change.
The date for the parking lot?
The date.
No, there were other changes to the document.
I didn't receive it in red lines. I was trying to read it on my phone, but it's not a red line.
Well, let's take a moment and we got to wrap this up.
If you have
tonight.
a red line, I can read it.
I sent it redline. So maybe it's just not translating well to the phone. Let me send the document to...
Maybe if you send it as a PDF, and I'll stay till the end, I can read it.
All right. While you folks are reviewing that, you want to come up here and tell me what you've come here for?
It's a swim week.
Dylan, are these people with you? Or you just happen to sit with some pretty ladies? I know you. Please press the bottom of that microphone. Hi, tell us what you're here for. Tell us your name.
Hi, so I'm Ariana, and this is Mossy.
Okay.
So we were here with the CM1, I believe it was, for Lauderdale Swim Week.
Right.
We know it was kind of grouped in together with another event that you didn't seem too keen on. We did want to reiterate that it's technically not a new event. I don't know if you remember actually doing the ribbon cutting for Lauderdale Fashion Week, I think 2 years ago.
Yep.
In the park. So essentially this is an extension of that. Within the years that we've had, we've brought a lot of business to the city of Fort Lauderdale. We have a lot of brands, partners, local businesses involved that are, confirmed, and they're really, really excited to promote their brand, backed by the city. And it is something that's really, really important to the people that are local here. Like we said, like businesses, vendors, artists, we've tried to derive directly from the city of Fort Lauderdale to make it a staple here rather than bringing people from the outside and kind of just throwing a party kind of thing.
Wasn't it an indoor event that one time? I thought.
Yeah, it has. So that was a 3-day event. So
Right.
one of the days was outside,
Was
and
it?
then
Okay.
the other two were
Indoors.
Yes, correct.
Okay. All right.
The outside event was here at the plaza, the Huggins. Yeah, the one that you did the ribbon cutting for was the outdoor one.
Okay. Well, I can't make motions, and there was no one who wished to make a motion from the floor, so it kind of died as a result. So,
I guess we felt because you guys were talking about like a previous event, like the Hope Dome or whatever that was, it didn't seem very, beneficial to the city. And we definitely wanted a fair opportunity to be presented outside of that. And also just to let you know, like, again, it's not a new event. It is reputable. People do know about it. It is talked about, and they are, excited about it. And we really would love to highlight and bring the elegance to Fort Lauderdale rather than, rowdy partying. This is not that type of event whatsoever. It really is a classy, upscale event that we would like more people in the city to be involved in.
If I could just ask, was there any particular reason why you chose not to meet with the neighborhood association at their recent meeting, just to let them know that you were proposing this?
Well, we actually weren't aware of that. If I would have been aware of that, I absolutely would have been there. We had a preliminary meeting with Brittany, and I guess, they were invited to that. And other than that, I haven't received emails. Like, obviously, this is essentially new to us as far as the outside aspect. And then with Swim Week, different than Fashion Week, we are the full owners. So we do, there are some things that are a little new to us as far as that process. Do we absolutely want everyone to be happy with it? And we don't want to disturb the city at all. We want people to want to come and be involved and be excited for something positive going on around them. That's why, if there's noise ordinances, if there's anything that we needed to adjust, we were more than willing to do that. But yeah, we just really didn't know. That's all.
Yeah, it's always a good idea, especially on the beach, because the neighborhood association is very active, but they also like to meet folks that want to come and do things.
Yeah.
Because it affects them.
I understand.
It just affects them.
I would want to meet them too.
Yeah,
absolutely.
So the neighborhood's very sensitive that way.
Yeah.
And that was one of the reasons that we were having issues with that.
Yeah, we understand.
How many? This is a one-day event.
So it would be 2 for the weekend, but the one on Saturday the 12th is more nighttime, and then the one on Sunday is a daytime event, so it won't, disturb into the nightlife on a Sunday night. And then there's other, vendors. Yeah, we're in conjunction with the marketplace that's already there. The Loop has their marketplace every weekend. So they'll be a part of it essentially, and they'll be joining it with us. But yeah, so it'll be the 2 days for the designer showcases, including with a full market vendors, sponsors, activation of things to get involved, like, just foot traffic, people on the beach, things like that.
And the hours are?
On Saturday, they are 7 p.m. and then ends at 11. And then for Sunday, it is 3 p.m. ends at 7. Yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Is there any day? Is it just those 2 days, or is it a day of setup, or any kind of?
The day of setup is the day of, so 10 a.m. on July 12th, and then the day for breakdown, I believe that we adjusted to 3 a.m. on Monday, but we don't necessarily believe it would take that long.
And you're expecting, the application said 500 people. Are you expecting 500 people?
That's more so with the foot traffic of the event. So obviously, there's the access to all the bars and just the local businesses around. So just the normal foot traffic that's already there on the beach. We do expect, some people to come in since it is technically open.
It's open to the public. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, I don't know how you would go about it or if we're even allowed to do it, but I mean, it's up to you if you wanted to reconsider. I think I will.
All right. So Dwayne, can we reconsider? Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes, there was an emotion, so it died.
Oh, it died.
It died for lack of a second.
Anyone
Thank
can
you
make
for
a motion
yes.
at this point.
So would you like to move the item?
I will, but again, I just cannot reiterate enough how important it is just to reach out to the neighborhood association. I have a feeling this will be a nice event, and the mayor loves events on the beach, and this will only be 1 week after July 4th, so people might be a little weary. But maybe you'll reach out to the neighborhood association anyway and let them know you're coming.
Yes, I will do that.
And do
personally.
something nice, and
Yes.
just reach out.
Yes, whatever you would like us to do. Like I said, we don't want to cause a disruption. We really want people excited and involved, and so we're more than willing to do all of that.
I have a feeling it'll be a really nice event, and I wish you the best. And again, just try to reach out.
Yes, we will.
We'll figure it out.
We will be reach out.
So, Mayor, I'm willing to move that we approve CM1.
Okay. So there's a motion on the floor to approve CM1. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Okay, please call the roll.
Commissioner Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Commissioner Sorensen?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes, and CM1 is now approved. Good luck
Okay,
with that.
thank you.
Good luck with it.
Such a happy ending.
Please make sure that Commissioner Glassman has a front row seat in the runway.
Oh, Dylan.
All right, so why don't we do commission reports while we're waiting? Commissioner Beasley Pittman, you want to do your report?
Yes, I would. Thank you. Thank you for the time.
Can't write. I'm shaking.
I want to start June 18th, which was a Wednesday, a community health event. Susan G. Coleman Foundation and the 3D Mammogram Group. They offered mammograms to the women within District 3, along with New Hope Missionary Baptist Church. 19 women took advantage of this amazing opportunity. I want to take a moment to give a shout out to Giz Zapa and the 3D Mammogram Group, Pastor Scott of New Hope, for caring for our community. So thank you to those organizations for making that possible. Also on June 18th, I was invited to a groundbreaking with Publix. It was through the city of Plantation. The location is West Broward Boulevard and State Road 7. Commissioner Jennifer Ard, Andrew, and Mayor Nick Soto, if I'm pronouncing his name correctly, invited me from Plantation. Yes, they invited me, being that our communities are abutting, our cities are abutting. That location to the northeast is Plantation and some of Lauderdale, and then to the southeast is Fort Lauderdale, which is the Melrose Park community. It was a great opportunity to be there, being a part of that particular groundbreaking. And Publix is scheduled to open October of this year, October 2025. And once again, that's at Broward and 441. On Saturday, June 21st, had the opportunity to do a community welcome to the Florida A&M pharmacy alumni. They were in the city. It was 50 of them that were here, part of the National Diamondback Pharmacy Convention. It's their 55th annual convention. And they came over to the YMCA on 6 Trunk for a tour. They were able to see the YMCA facility. We gave them the history about the land being the first hospital, Provident Hospital in the community. And while they were there, they gave back to the community as well, preparing for a back-to-school drive that's being sponsored by the YMCA. They gave over 500 personal items to be supplied with the school supply giveaway on July 29th. Also on Sunday, June 22nd, along with the mayor and Commissioner Glassman, we celebrated the Florida Panthers for their victory parade that was held on the beach. I didn't actually participate in the parade, but I was able to be stage side, so enjoyed the event. Want to thank City Manager and all of those who had hands in making that possible. A great event, first responders, all of our assistant city managers, Ben Rogers. He called me so many times. Thank you, Ben, for making things happen for me to be a part of that event as well. Again, just kudos to what the entire team for what they did to make that event wonderful. And you know, we keep hearing that buzzword three-peat, so we'll see what happens. Let's go Panthers. Okay. Also on Monday, June 23rd, congratulations to Larry Roberts, and also Miss Barbara Stubbs. They are associated with the American Legion Hall, Robert Bethel Post 220. Larry Rogers was reappointed as the commander of that post, and Miss Barbara Stubbs was announced as the chair for the Women's Auxiliary. It was a great event. I was honored to be there. This committee, this group, they are so excited to be in their new facility. You know, we had a ribbon cutting with them for that new facility about maybe 2 months ago, and they are really excited. They're already planning activities that would include the community, reaching out for recruitment for veterans that are in the area, to let them know about the services that are available through the Legion, American Legions Association. So it was a pleasure to be there, and I thank them for the invite. Tuesday, June 24, I had a tour of the OIC new facility, their work training center, and they're now located in the Housing Authority building on Sunrise. Mm-hmm. And it was amazing to go through that tour, hear a little bit more details of how they are really offering services, workforce development, youth and family services, training and educational, and giving opportunity for social enterprise. They have an impressive number. They serve over 7,000 youth annually. And it's amazing of the impact that they're having on our community. So I want to thank them for inviting me over to have that particular tour. Also, on Wednesday, June 25th, I attended the Continuum of Care board meeting, one of my regular obligations or responsibilities. I won't call it obligation or responsibility. I am privileged to be a part of that particular group. Also on Thursday, June 26th, the mayor and I were at the Mount Hermon Senior Apartments ribbon cutting. That was an awesome event. Mount Hermon Senior Apartments, they officially opened their doors with the ribbon cutting. It's a 7-story, 104-unit affordable housing complex. It does sit in the historic Dorsey Riverbend community. It's offering housing to our seniors, safe, affordable, a place to call home. And we were excited to understand that this is truly affordable housing. Rent amount ranges from $425 to $1,225 a month, and that is very much needed and a great opportunity for the seniors who qualify. Local leaders and community members that were there celebrating this milestone. Again, Mayor Dean was with us, Dean Trantellis, County Commissioner Robert McKenzie, the pastor of Mount Hermon, Trey Green, also the local and regional bishop. I didn't get his name, but he was there with them celebrating, and also the representatives from HTG, Housing Trust Group. They are the project's developers, along with our CRA and others from the city that was there. I was really excited. I am really excited about this project. When it onset, I was actually the president for Historic Dorsey Riverbend, and the HTG group, they reached out and to our community, and from the beginning we were there with the input division, and to see it come to full fruition was really exciting for me and then the others of the community. I would like to congratulate everyone involved for making the project a success, and then also to the new neighbors, welcome them home and to the city, Fort Lauderdale, and specifically District 3. Also on Thursday, June 26th, our police department, this is really exciting. You know I'm really an advocate for our first responders. Our Fort Lauderdale Police had the graduation ceremony for the Explorer Post 1160. There were 11 young people who have gone through the Explorers program and that have graduated. And it was so exciting to witness them in their passion, excited to be exposed and the experience to get firsthand training at this young age to understand what law enforcement is all about, with that commitment and drive to want to protect and serve. I did learn something that I wasn't aware of. The Explorers Post 1160, it was the number 1160 actually was Brian Penny's CCN number, and he's one of our city's fallen officers, and that post is in honor of him. And the program, it's a youth program, and it is dedicated to young people between the age of 14 and 19 that are interested in a career in law enforcement, and they do receive volunteer hours as well. And then they also volunteer around the city. We see them at different events. So congratulations and thank you to our chief for re-implementing this program. This is the first one since the pandemic. So we had a period of years where the opportunity was not there, but it is back, and I look forward to seeing these young faces. They don't always come back to the city that they go through the program in, but knowing that this is something that they're interested in, and that one day they would more than likely be protecting and serving us overall. I would like to also just share some upcoming events. Everyone is aware that July 14th is the 4th of July Spectacular. We'll be on the beach looking for a great opportunity of celebration. July 19th, the Six Trunk Empowerment Summit will be held at 2650 Six Trunk Boulevard, which is the African American Research Library and Cultural Center. This is a part of our campaign for I Am Six Trunk. There's a survey that is out where we are asking neighbors to fill out the survey so we'll understand also what it is, the needs that they recognize that is desired in the community. So we're really looking forward to it. And then also August 15th, will be our annual Summer Jams concert in the park, which is at Mills Pond. Parks and Recs is still organizing that for us, and we're looking forward to a great event. And I would like to say, I know we'll be on a recess whenever we hit this gavel tonight, but I want to say happy summer to everyone. And two things I'm going to suggest that we do. Make sure you stay hydrated. And if you have any opportunity where you're near a pool or a body of water where individuals are swimming, be mindful, keep your eyes open, be aware, because accidental drowning is a issue that we hear so often. So if you're poolside, just keep your eyes open and pay attention to those who are in the water, so we'll have a safe summer. Mayor, that's all I have to say.
Okay.
Thank you
Very
for the
good.
time.
Thank you. Commissioner Glassman.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. And City Clerk's Office, I apologize, but I should have mentioned earlier this evening on the May 20th, 2025 minutes, on our attendance, I believe there's an error there. It says it lists everyone as present, and I think you need to say not present for Vice Mayor Herbst on page 1 of the May 20th, 25 City Commission conference meeting. I think just the word not is missing before the word present. Thank you. Sorry about not bringing that to everyone's attention earlier. Okay, busy week. Last 2 weeks, actually. I wanted to congratulate.
Sorry, excuse me.
I'm sorry.
Sorry to interrupt. We're approaching the 10 o'clock deadline.
Do I hear a motion to extend the time for this meeting?
So moved.
For how long?
No, I don't know. How long is it going to take us to do wrap it up for the?
Well, how long does it take for your report?
Oh, 5 minutes.
5 minutes?
7 minutes.
5 minutes. So we're going to hold you to that. So let's say 11. I'll say 10:20.
How long's your report?
I'm just going to waive it because
Okay.
I want to get everybody out of here,
Okay, that's very nice.
including myself because I have to pack. So
Okay. Thank you. Good luck.
do I hear? So motions on the floor. Do I hear a second? Second. So
Second.
let's vote for 10:20.
Okay, here we go. All in favor?
Wait. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Unanimous. Move on.
Okay, thank you. Wednesday, June 18th, excellent event. Thank you to History Fort Lauderdale and the Galleria Mall for the Take Pride event, and to all of the honorees, congratulations. Thursday, June 19th, started the day off nice and early, 6:55 a.m. with the long-awaited grand opening of the public supermarket at A1A and 30th on the Barrier Island. We cut the ribbon at 6:55 so they could open the store at 7 a.m. A lot of fun, great turnout. I cannot believe how many people from the neighborhood showed up at 6:55 for the ribbon cutting. I don't know, they must have been very hungry.
We're looking for BOGOs.
I don't know what they were looking for. They wanted that bag that said, I got taken out of this. I don't know what the bag said, but everyone wanted a bag. It's okay. Also, wanted to congratulate the Central Beach Alliance that evening, set what I believe is a record, 181 participants on their Zoom meeting for the Neighborhood Association meeting. That's the last one before their break. Congratulations to the Central Beach Alliance. Friday, June 20th, so much enjoyed the ribbon cutting at another event in Flagler Village, another small business. It's a beautiful little spot called Through the Vine on Northeast 7th Street. Congratulations to the ownership there. Again, a great turnout all day for that grand opening. It's mostly a wine bar, but yet small bites, and it's so beautifully done for a small space. Very creatively done. Great job. As Commissioner Beasley Pittman mentioned, we had a great time at the Panthers Parade. That was really a lot of fun. Thursday, June 26th, I got to celebrate 30 years with the Broward Trust for Historic Preservation as an original founding member of that group and serving as its president for several years. It was really great. We had a terrific event at House on the River. I was happy to be introduced and speak for a while to a really good-sized crowd. Really nice. Such a nice venue, those historic properties on the river. And I want to congratulate the Broward Trust for Historic Preservation on its 30th anniversary. Saturday, June 28th, Mayor, we attended the 43rd anniversary gala for the Dolphin Democratic Club. That is the oldest LGBTQ plus democratic organization in the state of Florida, 43 years and counting. Congratulations. It was a great event, packed ballroom. Really well done. Lots of elected officials throughout the county. Congratulations to all of the honorees.
Did I give opening remarks that night? Oh, yes. Okay.
I might have been out of the room at the time. I don't remember.
Okay.
I'm sure if you did, they were wonderful. Okay. Moving right along. City manager, where are we with the city attorney status of that search? And
She's going to bring it up in her
she
report.
is?
Yeah.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Thank you for that. Just a couple of comments. I've been getting a lot of complaints lately about the Las Olas garage at at Las Olas Bridge and the Intracoastal. We actually had a shooting there not that long ago, which is very concerning. And it just seems that there are groups of people socializing on the top floor of that garage. We must do something in terms of either shutting down that roof so that people are just not partying on the roof. If there's not an event that's organized or scheduled, we have to just be much more vigilant about that. The folks that live in the surrounding buildings that overlook the garage are very concerned about what they're seeing almost every single night on the top of that garage. So I'm really hoping that we can figure something out and make sure that people there feel a little bit more safe with what's going on there in the evening. It's just some bad behavior. That's it for me, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let me just pause a second. I believe that the city attorney and Inter-Miami have now resolved the points of view that were unresolved before. Are we okay now? Okay, so is there an agreement tonight that we're going to be passing?
Yes.
Right. So, and where is that agreement to be found? Is that something you just emailed to us?
I just emailed it to the commissioners yet.
Okay.
PDF. The exception of one minor change.
Okay.
Is this one you emailed at 9:38 p.m.?
No.
Okay.
9:50 something.
Okay, I haven't gotten that.
Should-
9:55. I got it right here.
Okay, can you send it again, please?
$9:38?
55. 9:55.
What did we get at 9:38?
Well, let's just focus on 9:55.
I don't see a 9:55. Okay, thank you.